So today is for licensees, team leaders, right? People who have to really sort of be the CEOs of their own business and do a lot of things, right? Tomorrow is for everybody, so everybody should come back, but it's for team leaders and team members tomorrow. So today we're going to get into some really, really important topics, getting into measurement, accountability, and visibility, which is one of my favorite topics, team structure and team management, which is just critical. So we're really going to be diving into people, management, objectives, strategies, processes. Tomorrow, we're going to get into a lot of the sort of nitty gritty in terms of the lead conversion and scripting and dialogues and all that kind of stuff. So today, the way I think about it is giving a little bit of a tease or a lot of great information today, which is scratching the surface of what we're going to go over at the live event in Las Vegas the first week of April at Aria. So if you like the content today, understand it's 10% of what you're going to get at our 3-day event in Las Vegas, which is really going to be amazing. So today we're going to kind of get into this framework of everything has to start with a plan. And I think most of us, it's like, is life sort of living us, or are we living life, right? Is business living us? Is business controlling us, or are we controlling the business? And before we can get into all the other topics later today, we've got to really talk about planning, and we've got to talk about writing things down, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to talk to Tristan Ahumada first. And we're going to, because I know that he's really, really very thoughtful about, kind of having enough time or at times to rise above the daily grind. He runs a team, right? So he's got the daily grind like everyone else, but he has a lot of time to sort of, not a lot of time, he has some time to rise above that and say, okay, where am I now? Where do I want to be next year? Then we're going to segue over to Scott Trembly, who's really going to get very granular. He's shared a lot of documents with me that we're going to actually show. So this is stuff that you really don't want to miss. You can take away because I've been talking with Scott, and the planning that they're doing, it's been going on for like a year, and they're really set this amazing plan for 22. So after that, we're going to talk with Barry and Gabe, and we're going to give you just a kind of an overarching tool that we've talked about before that we want everybody to do. So by the end of the session, you have this kind of inspiration from Tristan and from Scott, and you have this actual tool, and your homework assignment is going to be like, you've got to use this tool. This is it. You're in Q4 now. October, November, December, you're in Q4. This is the time to set your business plan for 22. If you haven't already done it. If you've already done it, that's great. Most of us haven't, right? So for 22, we're going to have to do this, and that's the point of the first session. So if anyone else wants to say anything, great. If not, I'm going to go right to Tristan.
Can I add one quick thing, Howard? So I just wanted we touched base on it, but today really is that team lead, team admin, really the decision makers. The reason we wanted to do this is give you guys a forum where we can mastermind and talk about this, the planning, what we need to do, and some of these conversations we don't always want to have with our entire team in the room. So we really want to have this great forum and platform where we can really dig in with Scott, Tristan, and Dawn, all the speakers we have throughout the day to really understand the nuts and bolts about running our team, our brokerage, and all that. So that's really the premise for today, is at that high level.
And individual agents that are looking to leverage, and whether they want to become a team or they want to be able to make more money and work less hours, right? Which I don't know anybody that doesn't want to make more money and work less hours. It's not going to happen because it's by accident. To get where you want to go, it's not going to be because you're doing the same thing you've always done. To get something new, you're going to have to do something different. And that's what this is about. So yeah, Howard, I'm super excited to hear what Scott and Tristan have to say, and dig in here. Let's get some planning done.
Yeah. And look, we all want to build a team, and we want to keep our team. So the more organized you are, the better plan you have, the better tools, processes, systems, team structure, great incentive plans, all the stuff that we're going to get into, you're going to keep your team. And if you're a complete disorganized mess, guess what? People on your team be like, I can do this better, or I can find a better team leader. So you've got to be the best team leader that you can be. And that's our goal here. Like I said, we're going to get really into it as well in Las Vegas. So having said that, I want to bring in Tristan, who's really become a very kind of inspirational person for me. I'm, reading a lot of the stuff that Tristan has been writing and the videos, been watching his videos. And I think he's giving a lot of himself to the entire real estate community. So hello, Tristan. Welcome to our mastermind.
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Good. I miss saying hi to Scott and Michelle. What's up, guys? Inside of it.
What's up, brother?
How you doing, guys? Nice to see that whole chat blow up when everybody was telling us where they were from. That was cool.
It was.
All right. Well, look, let's get right into this. When I started the team back in 2008, I really had no clue what the hell I was doing. I kind of don't know what I'm doing now anyway, but
I was going to say that.
we'll pretend I know what I'm doing. No, I think the key difference is here when we're looking to plan and you're an individual agent or a small team or a partnership. It's important to identify what those priorities are first and really set your day and your week and your year in that way. It's not just about having goals. So I know these guys are going to talk about this, but it's not just about saying, hey, these are my goals for January 1st. Here we go. I'm going to do 100,000, 200,000, a million, whatever it is, right? And then maybe you'll outline a couple of things here and there. I want you to be more methodical. I do have a PDF I want to share with you. And I know Scott and then G and Barry have something to go deeper into, probably, and Gabe always has something to add, by the way. So that'll always be good. But I want to just show you this sheet that I have that I use. It's super simple. And Howard and G or Barry, I'll send this over to you guys too, so you can just throw it to everybody.
Great.
This is what we use. It's something that I've used over the last few years. And every year I feel like I modify a little bit more. And it's just for my agents that I have on the team. It's just for people that want to outline one priority, right? This is, now you have your goals and now you're going to outline them into actionable steps. Here's the thing I always tell people. I need you to identify this. It needs to be specific. You can go into SMART. It could be a SMART goal, right? And I know you've had Long and Mike on here before. They always talk about SMART goals, specific, timely, actionable, measurable, all that good stuff. But here's one thing we miss. Why?
Why?
I think this is super important to me, and it's super important to everybody on this panel, because we, in some cases, not us personally, but we've seen people quit because their why isn't strong enough. I'm going to stop sharing really quick and go back to it. But one thing I've noticed, when you pick up something that you absolutely love and you're passionate about, and you understand why you're doing it, right? Why it's so important to you, you can go through hell and still say, I'm going to do this. I'm going to finish this up because I remember why it's so important to me. This ties to this. No matter what happens, I'm going to make it happen. Right? And look, we're all in real estate. This is not an easy business.
No.
We have the biggest ups, like some of us are having this year, and some of the biggest downs. It's tough psychologically. And if you don't tie your priority, your goal, to why it's so important for you to achieve it, you won't achieve it. You won't.
I love it. So Kristen, on that, so when I look at that, the way you're doing that versus typical goal setting, is it more bite size? What are you seeing as a result of using that?
Yeah, here's the thing, and I'll jump right back into that. I've broken down everything into little small segments, because now, here we go. In some cases, I was at, what problem are you solving for? This isn't always something that people fill out, which is fine. But here's the bite-sized part, Gabe. You create three. Let's say you want to achieve the one thing I hear all the time. I want to make 100,000 as a single agent. That's the key figure, right? I want to make 100,000, and I say, great. What are the three things that you're going to start with this year? And I always say, go with your strengths. Are you great with past clients? Sphere, past clients? Great. Put Sphere right here. You're great at open houses. Now that they're open houses. And then you're amazing at online leads because you crush Google PPC with Ylopo, though that's your third. Now, let's go back to the Sphere. It goes right here. Sphere. Now, what are the three things you're going to do this year coming up that are going to be all along this sphere. What are you going to do? Are you going to retarget them, right? Are you going to have events for them? Are you going to do a newsletter? Well, you just outlined 3 things, right? Next, open houses. All right, open houses. You're going to do, well, now I'm going to start using Facebook and Instagram to promote them. Number 1, I'm going to put 50 signs instead of the 24 signs. And number 3 is, well, I'm going to let my database know about it. Then you go to number 3 over here, Google PPC. Well, I'm going to get a little bit more strategic about it. So I'm going to pinpoint, I'm going to call up G's team and be like, hey, dude, I need to narrow down the areas I'm focusing on. Can we do that? Help me. That's number 1. Number 2, I'm probably going to spend a little bit more money because Google PPC is crushing it for us and the ROI is amazing. That's number 2. Number 3, let's hit up Barry and be like, Barry, my scripts, my dialogue sucks. Can you help me do better? Right. And now I have a plan that I've broken down into action steps that I can achieve weekly. As I achieve them, I cross them off and I replace it with something else for the year. That's how we've broken it down so we can actually achieve them throughout the year. Those are the baby steps.
It's really good.
Yeah.
So then when you guys get those, is this a weekly, a monthly, when you're meeting with your team, how are you now holding them accountable and following up once that's created?
I meet with them individually, and then everyone fills these out for like 3 of their priorities. And then we just break down the 3, like, what part of this did you achieve? Great. What are we going to replace it with based on your strengths? Where do you want to go? This way you pivot so much quicker instead of like halfway through the year, you're like, I haven't achieved it. I'm like, why? Well, you can go back to this and be like, well, I haven't done this. This wasn't that good. We're going to replace it. Or I did do this. Now let's add something else and continue to grow. Right. So I'm going to send that. Guys, do you guys want me to send that to you or do you want me to drop it into the chat? What's better?
Both.
Okay. I'll do that right now.
Both. Awesome.
Hey, Tristan, one thing I love there too is just a simple thing at the bottom. How will you celebrate? We're those that want to achieve more grinders, and they'll put goals out there and they'll keep grinding. They'll keep going. And then sometimes we don't slow down for a moment just to celebrate the wins along the way, right?
Yeah.
So it's super important. At the bottom there, celebrating those wins along the way as you're going after your goals and your big whys.
Dude, that's a good point. I mean, I didn't start celebrating until way later because I was just like,
right.
boom, 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 next.
Right.
Next.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
So true.
Yeah.
Well, and
go ahead, Barry.
What I really like about it is it just reminds me, for most of my professional life, I wasn't motivated by goals, and I thought that's what they were supposed to do. But motivation is so fickle, I mean, sometimes you're motivated, sometimes you're not. And what I recognize and what you just went over, and I really want people at home to realize it, is you took a big thing that's not going to happen accidentally, whatever it is, whether it's losing weight or it's doubling your revenue or it's growing a team, whatever, it's not going to happen by doing what you've always done, right? And so it takes this massive, I hope it happens one day, it breaks it down into manageable chunks. And I think once I learned that that's what goal setting is about, man, like that's when my life changed, because goals don't motivate me. I drink a glass of motivation every morning. So
I love that. It makes me think Mike Novak, who a lot of people know, and he couldn't make it to this mastermind, unfortunately, but he said something at an event I'll never forget. And I'm quoting him, but it was just, screw your goals, focus on your habits. And I think what you were showing, Tristan, is
beautiful.
Yeah, you're trying to go somewhere, but it's bite size. And it's really, how are you getting there? It's those habits and what you're going to do to get there. And that's something that's always resonated with me. Because Barry, I'm like you, the goals aren't as important as the daily habits. So I've always loved that. Screw your goals, focus on your habits.
Sorry, guys. Bear with me. I'm a little sick today. Do a little bit of a commercial break as we get ready to move over from Tristan to Scott. Can you guys all see my screen? Day one promo code.
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yes,
So
sir.
we wanted to reward everybody that's here today. And we have a day one promo code. So I was waiting until we went over 400 today. We've got 404 with us right now, which is really exciting. So that's it. Day one virtual is your day one promo code. So what that means is if you go and register, and I believe this promo code is only available for 48 hours. So we're trying
That's correct.
urgency, good lesson there, trying to create urgency.
Right.
So 48 hours, you can actually go to ylopo.com/Ylopo-2022-success-summit. If someone on my team can post that link into the chat to everyone, that would be great. Go there, write down the code day1virtual, and you will get $75 off of the Ylopo Success Summit, which I think represents like 20% off. We're trying to keep the price of this thing way down, but we are rewarding attendance because your success is our success. If you're not successful, we're not successful. So we want you to be at all of these events. Proud to say that today and tomorrow are free, and proud to say that the live event is, I think, one of the lowest cost events, many of the events I've seen out there. And here's another $75 off. And for your team members who show up tomorrow, hint, hint, there might be another virtual code given out tomorrow.
What if they've already registered?
Oh, Barry, really?
No, there's 3 people that are asking.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, there's 3 people in the chat.
I didn't think about that one.
If you've already registered, you're totally screwed. No. Yes. So email support@ylopo.com, or Kiwi or Michelle have another idea. But of course, if you're on this event, you've already registered, you still will get $75 off.
Howard, Rachel says free drinks.
Free drinks. That's gonna be
if every person takes that $75 and buys drinks for others, it's gonna be a shit show.
Hey, also just a little housekeeping on that, Howard, because somebody else mentioned it. Scroll by. If you guys already re-registered, because we did postpone this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but all of those tickets, everything transferred to the new date. You do not need to re-register.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct.
You guys are taken care of.
Awesome. So good stuff. So we're now transitioning over, and Tristan, of course, welcome to continue to chime in. Moving over to my friend Scott Trembly. So Scott, is just really, as Tristan, a really impressive individual. Scott and his team did over $100 million this year in volume, and they are poised because of great plans and metrics and accountability and visibility, and systems and processes and lots of thought and creativity. They are poised to go over 200 million in 2022. Now, Scott has sent me a bunch of slides, so you'll tell me kind of what to share and what to pull up. But the floor is yours.
Yeah, brother. Thank you so much. So yeah, been in the business for 23 years. 5 years ago, I started to make the decision of building a team, and on my own, and we scaled it up. Which I'm not sure if I'm crazy or not for doing that, but anyhow, we scaled it up to 108 million in 3 years, fast, really fast, and looked around and was like, kind of like what Barry was saying. This isn't it. This isn't it. It was transactional. There's a lot of good stuff you learn, a lot of things, a lot of failures, but this isn't it. So literally over the last 2 years, and sort of through COVID, we took the time in COVID to revamp, just to be honest, like get rid of some cultural, like we minimized the team. We got rid of some folks that weren't in alignment with where we wanted to go. Realigned ourselves with the vision that we truly wanted, and decided to slow down and get all of our metrics and accountability and infrastructure in place. And so we scaled it back to about 75 million. This year we'll do about 110. Asterisk by that, that's really with 7 agents, 110 million. So now we have the plan going forward, and really, really, really excited. I had a conversation with a gentleman that's crushing it in this business a while back. And I asked him, and we hadn't talked in about a year and a half or 2 years. And I said, man, tell me what's changed. What are you doing differently? And sort of what's got you from there to here? And it was great, his answer. He goes, you know what, Scott? Nothing's really changed, man. We're sticking to our plan that you and I went over 2 years ago. And we're getting really granular. And we're getting really, really intentional on who we are and where we wanted to go. And we know who we are and where we want to go. And so he's like, that was with people, that was with processes, that was with all the infrastructure, and they've scaled it tremendously. And so that was an impactful conversation. There was obviously more to it, but that's what we've done. And I think, Howard, what I would do is start, maybe drop that 11 essentials, and then we'll go granular with some numbers. But I'll kind of break down those essentials, if that makes sense.
Awesome. Let me grab that.
Yeah. And there's so, like, 11 sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, but there's so much that goes into business. But what I'll do is I've just spent a lot of time with, thankfully, with some really smart people that are way smarter than me, and learned some of the most important things and metrics for business. I do a lot of reading. I'm always interested in speaking to, amazing minds like you guys. And so we've kind of broken it down in our business, and we hold ourselves accountable to these things with our entire team. And right now, I've got, I think, in terms of support and agents and everybody, I've got 24 on the team. But so I'll break this down, and I won't go too deep in these. If there's any questions, let me know. So 11 essentials to success and profitability in business. Number one, you got to have a culture of accountability, ownership, and humility. So what I found is, like, if you've got the wrong people and you're setting the wrong expectations, or you're not holding people accountable to the expectations, then your whole culture just goes out the window. And so accountability, we talk about accountability, ownership, and leaving your egos in the parking lot always. And so we always want to have a culture of, results and resilience and respect and accountability, and we track to the metrics. Egos are in the parking lot. We always believe we can all learn something new every single day. Number two is, as a CEO and as a team leader, I know I've failed in the past with this. I'm a lot better at it now. I've learned from some amazing folks. Consistently communicate the vision of where you're going. Just like Howard started off with, get everybody balled in, have the people balled in to where you're going, and understanding and get their feedback. Always say feedback is the breakfast of champions, but share with them where you're going. Like, we have a bi-weekly sales meeting, and we always talk about the vision for a short period of time. So there's excitement and energy and passion towards the overall vision.
And one thing there, Scott, you talked about, like, failure, and I think there's all this, like, I've seen people on stage and there's no such thing as failure, and and everyone talks about that. I just think, I think we all really agree. We all, it's kind of cliche. I think we all agree, which is we fail forward. So if you want to write 100%. That down, it's okay to fail. Like, some people are like, there's no such thing as failure. No, it's okay, right? Like, what I want to do is fail forward, which means to think deeply about when I have failed, to apply that as a lesson, and then to do it better next time. Because my success, or I think our success, Ylopo's success, has been learning from our failures. And we've had we almost lost this company early on, 3 or 4 times, literally, almost out of business, right? But we were resilient, which is critical, especially in this business that you guys are in and we're in. We were resilient, and we failed forward. We just learned from it. We practiced, we practiced the learnings from the failure, and then we solved it, and then we succeeded. So I just wanted to make that point. It's really, really important. It's okay to fail as long as you're doing it forward.
Yeah, we had that on canvases. Go ahead.
Sorry, Scott. Just Shelly had a question, just because you were talking about the vision, about how you're exciting the individual agents on the overall team vision. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Like, for example, right now, we're in the process of rebranding our entire company to a very powerful, fun name, getting my name out of it and making it more scalable to join partnerships with developers in another city, and also for down the road. So we're continuously, sharing what we're doing, where we're going, team leader opportunities.
Scott, can you get specific there? Talk about the old name, talk quickly about the new name, and why that's so significant.
Yeah. So the old name's the Trembly Group, right? And the new name is Oak and Ocean. We're with Keller Williams, but the new name is Oak and Ocean. In studying markets and marketing and big business, and another thing too is, I always want to attract amazing talent to the team. And what I found was, some of the amazing talent in the industry, they love what we were doing, but they don't want to put their name with my name. So that's one big attractor there. So to change it into a very organic name that can be scalable in any market. Also, as a business owner down the road, I don't have any intentions now, but down the road, it's a more sellable product, right? So Oak and Ocean, our heritage in South Carolina. So the strength in the oak tree and the power in the oak tree and the longevity of that, right? The oak and, the ocean, that the beauty, but volatility of the ocean, like the ever-changing real estate market. So what we've done is we've built an entire concierge 6-star message around how we deliver that type of service to our clients and built it into that whole new brand. And our developer partners in Greenville, South Carolina are super excited about it. Our team is above excited. We've also, along the way, we've moved our price point up. So we've been very intentional there, right? Of who, like deciding who you are and where you want to go, right? So this is like our new brand will speak more, not necessarily to luxury. It'll appeal to the luxury client, but it'll speak more, you know, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, 250 to 300, but we'll be more 300 to 750, right? So it'll draw that luxury in, but it'll be very apparent that we're the Ritz-Carlton, the Disney, the Apple of real estate. And that's why, and our team is like just salivating over the new. And so I'm always just keeping them abreast of where we're going. And I get their feedback all the time, right? And so we're building up a new website right now.
Two important, you hit on two important, amazing outcomes. As you said, let's say 20 years from now, you know, Scott wants to travel the world. He's like, okay, you know, 20 years from now, burnt out, I'm gonna travel the world. It's going to be really difficult for him to pass this on to someone else if it's Scott Trembly Group, right? Than if it's Oak and Ocean. Okay, that lives beyond, that brand lives beyond Scott.
Way beyond.
Although I pleaded with G to call Ylopo the Howard Tager company. He was like, no, gotta live beyond that. I'm just kidding. But the other thing is, you know, real estate. Hey, look, it's a business of egos, right?
Yeah.
So if Scott's trying to attract a lot of talent, and he's trying to attract Barry Jenkins, who's just got the biggest ego anywhere, right? And Barry's, like just massive ego. Barry's is sort of like, well, does Barry Jenkins sub-team want to be with the Trembly team? Like he wants to be part of Oak and Ocean, right? And he can still talk about his name as well.
Well, so, you know, what we're talking about here, those are great points, except for the ego thing, Howard. What we're talking about is goal setting, you know, planning. Okay. And here you are, Scott, sharing a list of very clear, concise principles. And then in the middle of it, you basically shared how you made it not about you.
Right.
You didn't, and you know, we all talk about being others focused and all that stuff, but you've actually, what it sounds like is you've made your business not about you, not just in name only. And I would love, as people are planning out their year next year, if I don't even know, I'm putting you on the spot and I don't know if you can quantify it, but was there a moment where you started to kind of change your focus to make it about your agents and make it about your clients?
100%, man. You know, as you get going, you know, let me tell you something, fail more often, fail forward. That's it. As you get going, you're building it really fast. And then your name's on the signs and what have you. And there were some points, because I'm a value giver. I love to wake up every day and just bring more value into everybody's lives. But there was a point I was like, I'm getting some feedback, not necessarily from our team sometimes, but just from around, like, you know, sort of like, it's about you. And it's not about me. And I just, the more I looked into it, the more I thought about it, I'm like, I just want to create, egos are always in the parking lot, create something incredibly special that clients and the right level of talent want to be a part of. And just to make that statement. And then we just started having fun with it over the last year, just really getting intentional on what that name would be. So there's been a lot of resources, time, and energy into getting to the Oak and Ocean, a lot of studying. But yeah, I just want to be behind the scenes, the one that's helped hopefully create something amazing. And I want amazing folks to want to be a part of, you know, that Apple of real estate, you know, that Disney of real estate and what have you. So yeah, for sure, man.
Let's keep getting to the list, guys. We have a lot of other stuff also that I want to show, a lot of other visuals. So I'm going to keep moving it along.
Yeah. So know your numbers, man. I think you should know, like, you need to know your numbers. You need to know the GCI you want to get. You need to know the percentage of commissions. You need to know, like, your numbers for your agents, their volume, their units, like their percentage of closing, their bust rates, you name it. You need to know your numbers. You also need to know your profit percentages. You need to know your expenses. You need to know your grosses. Everything you need to know your numbers. If you don't know your numbers, I don't know how you know where you're going. And so, because it's goals versus actuals, right? And so you need to be really, really, and here's one thing I learned too. I did a lot of studying before starting a team, and I realized there's a lot of teams that put up some really cool numbers and they don't make any money. Like they're not. So I was like, I can't do that, right? I don't want to be that. So you've got to know your numbers. And fortunately, the only thing I was good at in school was math. Everything else I was terrible. But at least I know my numbers. And we've just been now that's something that we've been very specific at from day one and just gotten granular as the years have gone on. Tracking and measuring, number 4, that's just that accountability to the agent. So we know our numbers as a company, but what are the leading indicators for the agents? Like, where are the gaps? You know, for example, one of the biggest gaps in real estate is for agents is met versus signed, actually meeting somebody and getting it signed, right? And so just really tracking and measuring everything, getting as granular as you can, tracking and measuring your return on investment, right? I mean, you know, LSA, you know, Google PPC, like your referral network. I mean, everything, track all your numbers. And some of the screens we'll show in a second will actually break that down for you. Systems for scalability. I mean, I think what I learned in the business was a lot of companies, I don't know what you guys' research has been or what your experience has been, but a lot of teams, they'll build it up to about 2.5 or 3 million in GCI and sort of get stuck. And I've been there. I built it up and sort of got stuck. But I realized that there were some behind the scene things in our systems for scalability in our closing department. We have a client ambassador department, our operations department, marketing, ISA department, that we're tracking our numbers. We have scalability, so we can just plug in that next very talented person and they can plug and play, right? So
so we have a question. What specifically do you use? Like some people use Excel, or Google Sheets, right? Others have some other software, right? I know Barry will talk about that. I think later today, especially Barry, when we get into measurement, accountability, visibility.
Yes, sir.
Visuals. Yep. So what do you guys use as the actual software?
We use Smart Sheets. We use Smart Sheets and we use Google Sheets.
Okay.
So we use those two.
Thank you.
We use those two. And some of like what you'll see today, I think is in probably Smart Sheets. And that, let me tell you, that was, I'm not sure if that was smart or not, but I mean, it's there. We got the data and there was a lot of work going into that.
And Scott, just so you know, my good friend, Dean Linnell from Canada just wrote in the chat, pure gold, Scott. Thank you. So keep going, nice. Baby. Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah, man. Number 6. So this is, keep your eyes on this one and really let this one sink in because it's important. Your support team is number 1, not the customer. The reason why I have mutual respect there in parentheses is this is what I found in teams. You've got, and I'll get back to the support and customer. You got your sales team, you got your ISAs, you got your operations, you got your closing department, right? What I found in teams, and I hope I'm not hurting any feelings here, but what I found in teams that aren't that successful in the culture is the support team feels beneath the sales, right? And so we have an accountability of mutual respect on our team where we're all one. We're a team together, right? And it's really, really, really important. And that support team if your support team's really good and the culture is really good with them and they're focused on accountability, that customer will be taken care of, right? So you need a support team, and I'm talking closing and transactions, ISA, I'm talking operations, I'm talking marketing. We have a client ambassador department. I'm talking all of anybody, their support team that you may have on salary or what have you, like they've got to be really good on the same page, working towards the same vision and goal. The customer will be taken care of. We've been very blessed to be, we go back and forth between being number 1 and number 2 online and reviews in our market, and we are nowhere close to being the largest team, obviously. So that one is really important.
I would think, Scott, this one is, and tell me if I'm right or wrong, this one would be really critical for the retention of your agents because they will come to the conclusion, well, Scott and leadership treat the support team like gold. They'll stay here. They're supporting me, and I may not find that support if I go to another team.
Yeah, and I'll share something with you here too, Howard. What I found is if you track the money in real estate, where are agents spending their money? There's 4 things. They're spending their money on leads, right? So you need to be a company that actually can produce some opportunities, right? So leads. They're spending their money on coaching and training, right? They're spending their money on marketing.
And by the way, this is coaching and training right here.
Right. Yes.
100%.
And they're spending the money on the closing department and transaction. And so if you get really good in those departments, agents you're going to attract the right folks and they're going to stay with you. Right. And let me tell you something, we've worked our butts off and we're still working. We're not perfect. I always tell everybody coming into the company, we got really fun stuff all over the walls. Matter of fact, we just moved upstairs. And so we're finishing the renovations up here, but nowhere is there perfect.
I think the other obvious one that you missed is leadership, which we all know, being on the phone with you and being on the phone with Tristan and Barry and Gabe, like leadership is really critical. We all want to follow great leaders, right? So that's another important pillar. Training and education, as you said, another amazing pillar. Opportunities. I got to get opportunities here. I'm not going to get them there. That's an amazing pillar, right? The technology, the systems, the processes, and the support, which you said is absolutely number one.
Yeah. And Howard, I will tell you this, to be honest with you, our leadership team, we look as a support team. Like we're supporting the agent, we're supporting. So that does encompass, like our team knows that encompasses our leadership. Probably should have put it in there though.
I love that you pointed that out, Scott, too, because it was a conversation I had with part of our leadership team the other day. Just they were frustrated with an agent and one of the support staff and had to have that conversation that they need to realize, or we need to realize as the leaders of our team, our brokerage, that our support staff and our agents are our internal customer. It's not the buyers and sellers of the day.
That's it.
And we lose sight of that constantly. The agents and support staff are our internal customer as a team lead.
100%. 100%.
Number 7.
I'll give a plug for anybody that hasn't read this book, The Road Less Stupid. Keith Cunningham, you got to read it, man. A+ talent and problems go away. Let me tell you something. If I've learned anything, surround yourself with talent, right? And decide what talent looks like on your team, and do not settle for anything less. You get A+ talent. I'm not saying 100% of your problems, but your problems will start going away, because they look at things and they say, I've got a problem. I'm going to find a solution. I'm going to be creative. I'm going to figure it out. They don't have to come. Now, they'll ask questions, but every time they run into something, they don't have to run to somebody else and say, what do I do? Like, they will actually take action and they'll lead. But A+ talent. And here's the law of the lid, John Maxwell. If your company has a bunch of 7s, you're not going to attract 8s, right? But if you have a bunch of 9s and 10s are going to want to come to your company. So, I mean, that's one thing that we've, our standard on our team is you're a $10 million, like, to be on this team, you have to be a $10 million plus producer. That's our standard.
Yeah, I think that as leaders, we tend to very often, like, we have a need, we have an opening, it's hurting us because we have a need, we have an opening, and we rush to hire.
I've done it many times.
You need to actually be more thoughtful, hire slowly, fire quickly, right?
Yeah.
Don't hire quickly and fire slowly. Don't hire the wrong person and then take too long because you're too nice to get rid of them because they're poisoning everything else. Be really thoughtful, hire the right people. And if they're a red flag, if they're poisoning the rest of the system, get rid of them. If you're thinking about it, if you're thinking about getting rid of them, get rid of them. Yeah.
God knows we've had that conversation so much. And we call it comfort hiring. Do not comfort hire, right? Because it feels good for that moment because you just need to fill a seat. No, I mean, but you're right. Whenever we come together pretty quickly, though, whenever we're feeling it, we have a quick conversation. If it's not a right fit, we move on. Thankfully,
after today, we end in whatever 2:00 Pacific time. I've got back-to-back interviews, so I'm interviewing 2 client success account managers, and I'm personally interviewing them, right? Because they are on the front lines with you guys, right? With Scott, with you, and we've talked about this, and with Tristan, and with Gabe, and with Barry. They're on the front lines every day. So shame on me, if I am not that final kind of interview or hurdle. But my favorite thing in the world is when I get off a 1-hour interview with an account manager, and I go right to Slack and I message my leadership team and I say, hire her right now. My favorite message. It's like my favorite message, right? And a lot of times it's like, like some good things, some red flag, whatever, or no, right? But when it's like, I'm blown away and it's like stop what you're doing, hire her right now. Like, that's my favorite thing in the world, right? Because she's going to be working with and on the phones with my clients every day, right? So good. Number 8.
Yeah, you must coach and train so you can bring as many people as you want in the company, and they can be highly skilled and highly talented, but you've got to coach and train. If you're going to be that type of organization that's going to bring that type of value and speak to coaching and training, you can't just talk about it, you got to do it. One thing I've learned in the business is that when you talk to agents, And I've had this conversation for years, right? I've been leading sales for a number of years, not just with this team, but what happens is the agents say, oh my God, they promised me all this, but when I got in there, nothing happened. And so you've got to have in your schedule, in your plan, in your monthlies. We have 90 days to 90 days to success, and we have a 30-day boot camp to get them in sales and what have you. So I think you gotta coach and train. I mean, great people, they want that, and it's super, super, super important. Number 9, hey, my belief, a lot of successful folks that I know's belief, you got to have healthy competition. We're in the business of sales. It's a sport. I'm a big athlete. I'm second place is never an option. Healthy competition though, which means our team is the type of team that's all about kicking each other's butt, but they're high-fiving when you do, right? And they're like, okay, you ratified $2.5 million last month. I was at 2. I'm gonna get you next month, but great job. They don't want to beat you because you failed. They want to beat you because you were at your best, right? And so we have bonuses and competitions in place monthly and quarterly all the time. It's fun, and we're doing fun stuff, and we're speaking to it. So I've created a little team leader type model in our system now where we have teams competing against each other, which is super fun. But I believe you definitely have to have healthy competition, my belief. This one right here, everyone in sales, inspiring growth. It's a unique one, but one thing that I found is I wanted to have, my vision of the company, speaking of vision, I wanted to have a sales and marketing company, which simply meant that everybody in the company was incentivized to grow the business. And so, like, for example, I'll give you some examples. ISAs, obviously they're making commissions on they have salaries and commissions, but they get bonused on closing more business. Our sales agents get bonus on closing more business. Our transaction department gets bonused on closing business and also lowering their bust rate. So when their bust rate goes down, they make more money, company makes more money, right? Our lead gen coordinator is bonused on the ISAs, crushing their business and making more money. So we have, when I say inspiring growth, and we also have team leader positions. So everybody in our company knows that there's opportunities to get to the next level. The growth is financially and also next level in terms of position if you want it. So we try our very best to have financial incentive packages for everybody. My client ambassador, she makes more money the more reviews we get and the more referrals we get, right? So she has an incentive package. So everybody's in sales and incentivized to grow the business. And they love it. They love it. And I'm always trying to come up with creative ways. And thankfully, every time I do, there's a whole lot of gratefulness and this, that, and the other. And I ask their feedback. I'm like, is this energizing you? Like, is it the right, and it's got to be within the business model, but yet I don't want to put out anything there they can't achieve, but it also is a bonus and a goal. So super important.
I love that. And there are some great questions coming from that. I mean, just to kind of recap on some of those. One that came in just a little bit ago, I think was your number 2, when you're talking about constantly communicate the vision or consistently. Somebody mentioned about huddles, team meetings. How often are you guys meeting, huddling, and getting together?
Great question. So we have that's a great question. We do. We're a coaching and training organization, so we do a lot. So bi-weekly, we have a sales meeting. That's the one that I lead, that I'm a part of. We bring all the inspiration and the vision and everything. We break down sales numbers. That's bi-weekly. But our sales team and our ISAs meet every morning. They huddle up at 8:00.
Okay.
On Monday and Thursday, it's a role play 30-minute session. On Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, it's a 15-minute jazz, energetic. I mean, they're running sprints around the office. They're doing fun things. Like but we huddle up. We huddle up every day. We do what we found with our ISAs and especially with our agents we're bringing on the team. We actually do a lunch and learn on Tuesdays and Thursdays for those that aren't on appointments. And so they'll grab lunch together in the office with the ISAs, and they're actually picking each other's brain how they get better role playing and what have you. So we're constantly, and then I meet with the leadership team once a week individually.
I love it. I love that.
Yeah.
Somebody asked in the chat up earlier, what was number 1? They missed number 1.
Number 1, Yeah. So the culture of accountability, ownership, and humility.
Perfect.
I will tell you the reason why it's 11, because 11 is probably the most important. Your team needs to know that you care about them. They need to know that you care about. You can't just say it. Like, they need to know that you care about them. And I'm, oh, we got a misspelling there. You should be your team. But it's just crazy important. Like, they need to know that you care. They're in it. You're in it for them. You need to know about their lives. Everybody's different. They have their families, their kids, the things that are important to them. Like, for example, like they'll ask me, can I go to my kids' events? I said, let me tell you something. I will not miss any of my kids' events, and you better not miss any of yours, right? I'm gonna hold you accountable to making sure you're there. Like, I was coaching our kids' baseball last night. Like, I won't miss any of mine. You're not missing any of yours. Don't, like, period. So they have to know that you care, and that's my 11 essentials right there.
Yeah, Barry's kid had a piano recital today. It was his only piano recital. I told Barry he couldn't go.
Yep, pretty much.
Right.
This is actually incredible. It's not surprising that you guys are successful, because this is an amazing list. There's a few people that are trying to make this their own, and I want to speak to it and ask you a couple questions, Scott, because there's a lot of agents that are listening that aren't that large business yet. And so when you talk about, you guys were saying hiring for comfort, what Howard and G won't tell you is the first several years of Ylopo, it wasn't, scrappy's not even the right word. Like,
oh, yeah.
I don't even know what word I can call it, but like, everybody was doing everything all the time. Right. And so there's that gritty period where you want to hire the best person in the world, but either you can't afford it, or so. Like, can you speak to that? Like, you weren't always moving slowly and being careful with your decisions. Am I right?
Oh, no, you're right. Let me tell you something. We hired, we're very scrappy. We hired a lot of folks, so we realized quickly that this isn't it. But I will tell you this, one thing that I've learned, and I remember having a conversation, sitting in Gary Keller's office with him, having lunch with him. And it's like that first person, and it's hard to do. But if you're looking to hire somebody, like, for example, if you're going to start a team and you want to get that admin person, if you can slow down for a minute, and this is as you go and grow, if you can slow down for a minute and hire, so I'm going to use some numbers. Maybe you were going to pay them $30,000 a year. I'm just, throwing out a number. Maybe that person's worth 36. If you'll just take the leap of faith, because that's the right person. They're super talented. That one hire will 10x that return if you get the right person. And if you get somebody really talented. And so no, we've had some cultural misfits, and we've misfired a bunch, right? But it's really, really, really important. And I think one thing that we learned is slowing down and scaling back, like we did with the team, and then getting really simple on that next talented person.
Hey, Scott, we have a few other visuals. First off, I'm not sure if we touched on this. Some folks asked, like, what's an example of a really healthy competition, a great healthy competition you might run?
Yeah. So we do, a healthy competition, we do something fun. Our med appointments to signed. So we have a competition every month. It's a simple one, a competition every month. Our agents, of course, we got to track all of our numbers. And so the agent, meets with 20. So to win the competition, you have to be 70% or higher. With whoever wins, you guys will get a kick out of this. Whoever wins, they get a bonus from the company, right? But this is the accountability culture that we have. Your METs to sign, if you're below 70%, let's say, for example, you met 10 and you signed 5, and so you're 2 short of 70. Everyone you're short of 70, you owe the winner of the competition $25 per one you're short. So we build a pool. I don't get that money. It's to the agent. It's to the winner. You're talking about I'm telling you guys, whenever we launched that, signs went way up.
Say that contest again.
Yeah.
That's a nugget right there. Say it. What's the structure of it?
The structure of it is met to sign. So we track all of our sets, mets and signed, right? And so met to sign means you have to be at 70% or more, right? So here's how we break it down. To win the competition, you have to at least have met 12 new clients, okay? And then you have to be at 70% or higher, right, to win. The winner, and it's just a small bonus from the company. We give that winner, we do big quarterly stuff, but this is just they get a $350 bonus each month, right, for winning that competition. But the kicker is say you got 10 agents on the team and 4 of them didn't hit the 70%, and each of them were at 50%. So they were too shy, to use numbers. They all put $50 into, we'll use Natalie's on the screen, into Natalie's pocket because she won. So she gets the $350 plus the $250 or what have you. She gets a $600 bonus for being the winner. And what happens is the agents on our team, they don't miss very often anymore.
And by the way, guys, some questions people ask about MET. So like for me, I think MET is what I used to know as like face-to-face appointments, right?
Yeah.
So you could say F2F, like face-to-face. Yeah.
So in today's world, we do it 2 ways. It's face-to-face, and it is actually virtual showings or virtual listings.
Yeah. But still, it's still face-to-face. You're still like, whether you're, FaceTime or Zoom or what have you. But guys, write down the phrase leading indicators. So write that down, leading indicators, because if your leading indicators, if you're not obsessing about your leading indicators, your final conversions and sales will never be there. So we do that internally at Ylopo. So your leading indicators are what, right? It's like, okay, how's my lead flow? It kind of starts there, right? Like, how's my lead flow, right? Are we getting enough opportunities for the team? But that's just the first, right? And the next one's going to be how many calls, how many emails, how many texts, how many Ylopo priority alerts, how many Raya conversations. Okay. So first is how many opportunities are coming in, right? Because if you don't have that, then you don't have the opportunity to then look at the next one. And the next one's critical. It's absolutely critical because without calls, emails, texts, right? You got nothing because you're not going to be setting, which is the next one he's talking about, right? From the calls, emails, texts, you're trying to drive setting. And you guys got to be obsessed, making competitions around setting. How many appointments can we set? Because if you obsess about how many appointments you can set, now you can obsess about the next one, which is how many face-to-faces, whether it's live or virtual, you can do. For me, I think for some reason, this is the one I love the most, which is the METs or the face-to-faces, because we know that you can drive through coaching and training, you could drive that 70% of face-to-face to close. Yep. But if your face-to-face or METs are down here, there's only so many closes you can do. If you guys all obsess about how many of these face-to-faces you can get, if that's everything, right, you guys are going to close, right? So everything is linear. But if you miss, and we think about this all the time, this happened internally at Ylopo, just like literally 2 weeks ago, right? And we were like, wow, like when people like, call us, reach out to us and want to set an appointment, like if they do a demonstration and see everything that we have, like they're really likely to sign up with us, okay? But there was a chink in the armor along the way, right? That wasn't kind of working, right? Before that, because we have to get them to the demo, right? And for you guys, you've got to get them to that virtual or that live face-to-face. It's critical. But notice, guys, here, and we'll share this stuff. And again, this is a teaser. Chat with me right now if you want to see Scott come back on the big stage in Vegas first week of April at Aria. But also think about this, guys. For the live event, for the 3-day success summit, take Scott Trembly, who like we're just in awe of, right? And take Tristan and like multiply that by like 30 people on stage or 50 people on stage who are all going to be sharing this stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. So how do you miss that? Like, how do you miss that is crazy. Okay. It's not just about Ylopo. It's about the business you're in. So Scott, we've got a graphic here of how you're charting pendings. We have Natalie Cruz's numbers that you're watching really closely. How many contacts, appointments set to met, appointments met to sign under contract, conversion rates. We've got your stakeholder dashboard, and we've got your another stakeholder dashboard sign, and then we've got your close. Are there any charts here you want me to keep up?
Yeah.
Right
So go back up to you can go back up to pending, and then I'll go down to closed, and I'll show you a couple things that are really important.
Y'all see
by
that?
the way, guys, I've got notebooks always. I mean, I'm always all ears open all the time. Lifelong learner. You can pick up nuggets from anybody all the time. That's the only way we get where we want to go. So, all right, pendings, it'll be sort of similar to close, but I'll break some things down. Obviously, you can see the units, our average price points over here, the ASP, we've driven it up, but we track our units. Our average price point is now 327 on the pendings. We've been driving that tremendously, being intentional. Sales volume, you got total GCI, right? Gross profit is actually what's coming to the company after paying agents. So that's 58% of our GCI is coming back to the company. Average company net per deal is 55.70. We work off of right now an appendage at 2.92%. That's what we're taking in. We're very.
Oh, we lose Scott?
Might be losing him there.
Scott, if you can hear us, we just lost you. You could turn your video off.
And while we're waiting for him to come back, Howard, several of you have asked about the slides. Everything we're going to be showing that's been sent in, we will be getting that out to everybody. So rest assured, we'll be getting all of the materials and everything that we're using back over to everyone.
I'll call Scott, just let him know. Oh, very good. I think he's coming back. Let's see.
We'll also post it into ylopo.com/media in the next 24, 48 hours.
I lost you. Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, cool. All right, so we're about 2 minutes over session, but the stuff is like amazing. And this I knew. I told the guys yesterday, Scott, like, when we spoke, I'm like, oh man, like this guy's got like 2 sessions worth of stuff. But also
right,
we got to leave some, we got to tease some stuff for April too, right? So
I want to make sure we're in a 15-minute kind of Q&A in between sessions, and I want to make sure. So this is a break time, but it's also for open Q&A. So I want to get to some of the questions I know that are out there, Scott, for you. And like Howard said, I want to save some of this for Vegas. But one of the questions: are you currently actively selling, working strictly on the business versus in it? What exactly is your role?
Strictly on it. I'm not in it. Strictly on it.
Perfect.
And by the way, this dashboard is built in what?
Smart sheets.
Smart sheets.
That's
okay,
smart sheets.
Someone asked that.
Yeah. But like selling is my passion. My best year in sales, I sold closed 130 homes at 45 million by myself.
Wow.
Like I love it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Somebody asked who you coach with, or do you currently have a coach?
I do. John Vandergeist. He's one of the NLP and CEO coaches for Keller Williams. He's the top one. And I was on the phone with him this morning. I love him. All we do is just get granular, man. Here's what I found. Is it depends. I guess maybe it depends on where you are in your journey, but I didn't need, as you can probably tell, I didn't need the rah-rah coach because I'm pretty fired up all the time anyhow. I needed the granular coach. I needed somebody that was going to hold me accountable to the metrics and the granular stuff to make sure we're moving the needle and we're slowing down and we're getting our infrastructure in place, and so we can scale the business. And so that I've been through probably 5 coaches, and the one I have now is amazing.
Is your coach also an accountability coach, or you're self-motivated enough you don't need the accountability part of it?
No, I'm very motivated, very disciplined, but he is an accountability coach, 100%. Yeah, he holds me like he'll bust my chops. I was gonna say there's not very many times he has to bust my chops, but he busts my chops. Yes, he does. It's good. I mean, I love him. Yeah, but he's accountability and a CEO, scalability coach.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shelly had a question as well. Kind of going back to talking about admin, they're part of the team. They're our internal customer, equal with everybody else on the team. What are some of the ways that you're recognizing the admin staff separate from the sales staff?
Yeah, so we recognize them. We recognize them in our meetings always. We do events. We do get-togethers offsite, right? And my my support team, we support them, financial and these type of things. And like, they're not in any offsites and stuff like that. They're not paying for it, but we're always talking to them and bringing them into the discussion always about how we can get better. Like we always want their opinion. And so they're always in the discussion and we don't just have a sales meeting, we have an entire team meeting, and our support team, we're always getting their feedback, their opinions, like how we can do better. They're creating things for us. I also have an insurance plan. And so I have all of our support team has insurance through the company. So that was a big thing. Like they're recognized that way. We've got a HSA plan that we contribute to for them. So they're really, really important. And I put them through a whole nother bonus structure. We're not quite to where there's profit share for them, but we have a whole new bonus structure, sort of an alignment with what profit share would be. But they're a part of all the discussions, and we love them dearly, and they're good. They're really good.
I love that. I love that. Well, one thing that we do as well, and I don't think enough teams do this, is include that admin staff, whether it's Ylopo Success Summit, your KW Handler Union, EXPCon, whatever it is. That's not just for agents as well. So really include your admin. And when more people are coming back from these events pumped up and excited, that just fuels the entire business. So I think it's another area I think sometimes admin gets left out of, and they're very valuable to go to those.
I agree, 100%.
And then what are your goals? Like, what's the size of your team now? Number of agents, ISAs, where are you going next year?
Yeah, so I got it all here. You don't have it there, but I got it here in front of me. So like I said, we ran about 7 or 8 agents this year. We just recently made the decision. Well, mid-year, we knew exactly where we're going next year. And so now on my board, we've got 4 more agents. That makes 11. Our 12th starts next week. And I will bring on 1 or 2 more before December 1st, which will be 13 or 14. We will be at 16 agents by February 1st. And the numbers so I've got 4 in leadership on the sales, and then 12 agents. And those agents will be, I got 3 team leaders, and they will each have 4 agents on their teams, and we have fun competitions around there. So I will have 16 agents by February 1st. We have 4 ISAs. We're bringing on 1 more ISA before December 1st. And I'm up in the marketing side. I kind of have a marketing coordinator now. It's doing a few things. So we're bringing on a just laser focused marketing coordinator period. That's not doing anything else but marketing. They will be in by December 1st. We're bringing on 1 more TC by February 1st. With all that said, the number is, so 200 million in sales for us is 645 closings at $312,000 price point, which is 201 million. We've got it all broken down to GCI, gross profit, exactly what the agents need to, like what our leadership's going to sell, what the 12 agents are going to sell, their accountability, what they have to ratify, what they have to close, and the metrics and sets met signed. So it's all broken down, and we're finalizing it all right now, but it's all broken down granularly. But at the end of the day, 16 producing agents, 4 of those agents will be 15 to 30 million. And then the other 12 will be 10 to 12 million.
And what I love about this is you're so specific with knowing which each agent's going to do. And so everybody that's like, oh, I wish my agent sold 10 to 12. Okay, well, maybe that's not 10 to 12 million. Maybe for you, it's 800,000 to 1 million. But, and the cool thing is with, we've got the promo code up here for the in-person Ylopo Summit in April. We definitely want Scott to be back. And I think for a lot of you, you're listening to someone has a measure of success, and you're trying to make it your own. And I would tell you that's one of the most valuable things about going to an in-person event like the Ylopo Summit is you get to meet with the people, hear them share their success stories, but then you can also engage with them and ask those questions to apply it. That's where the magic happens, honestly, is the application of these amazing principles.
Yeah, Scott, you'll be required to go to our cocktail parties and stuff, network events, so people can kind of come up and get, because there's so many questions. Like literally can't ask all the questions that are being asked. They want to know, like, your ISAs, are they local? Are they virtual? Do you separate buyers agents from listing agents? Do you require agents to bring in their own leads? Do you require agents to have X number of deals? I mean, there's like the questions just going on and on.
Yeah, I can answer all of them, but we don't have time to do that. But yeah, I've got like, I tell you what.
Well, we have 5 minutes. All right, guys.
Yeah.
So
whatever you want me to answer.
If you're in the audience, you need to take a break, coffee break, bathroom break, whatever, do it. We're coming back on in 5 minutes. We're using this period to stay on as well. And just so Scott, you can answer a few more questions. That'd be awesome. And then we're diving into hardcore digital marketing stuff in about 5 minutes.
Love that.
So your ISAs, I mean, have you ever experimented with virtual ISAs versus local ISAs? What's your comment on that?
I've done it all, man. I failed forward, right?
Fell forward, yeah,
for sure. But I will tell you this: so all of ours are in-house. I've done both, and I've had success with both. Way more success in-house, and that's just us. That's just us. Our culture and our accountability. It's so much fun. It's so like the folks that we want. I look for athletes, and they thrive off of competing and being in that environment. And we have 4 killer ISAs, man. They compete. It's super fun, but they're all in-house for sure.
Got it. And then do you have requirements about agents bringing in their own leads? Do you have requirements of agents having to do a certain number of deals a month?
Yeah. So once again, our 10 million is the number. That's 35 closings at 286,000. That's 42 ratified at a 15% bust rate, which it needs to be below 10, but unfortunately we're running about that. So that is our requirement. That's actually in their contract. They can bring in. So our goal always with the company.
I'm sorry, I never heard of that term. I'm probably obvious. What's the bust rate?
Yeah, the bust rate is ratified deals that do not close, that cancel.
Got it.
Right. And so like in today's world, as you guys are going through the crazy pandemic and COVID and everything, it's interesting what sellers and buyers are coming up with to get out of a deal right now. So we're getting very intentional on just like our closing department, ISA sales, everybody really working hard on communication, follow through to make sure that we do not bust a ton of deals.
Right. And you guys get the idea, like, Scott and his team, they're tracking bust rate. There you go. He's tracking bust rate. He's tracking everything. And that was part of his 11 principles. There's literally nothing he's not tracking. He's tracking the performance of every single person, right? He's tracking the Ylopo performance, right? And if we're not performing, Scott and I are good friends. He's going to shit can us. Like, that's just the way it is, right? Right? So, there's nothing that there is, you measure everything that is measurable. And someone really famous said that, so I'm stealing that line, but anything that is measurable, you measure, right? Yeah. And you measure it, and then you make those numbers visible. Look, he's making it visible, right? And it's the making the numbers visible, which then makes himself and everyone on his team accountable. So it starts, and we call this being a maverick, MAV, become a maverick. Write that down. We'll talk about it at Summit. Become a maverick means you have to measure everything, but it's not. It doesn't stop there, right? When you measure everything, my opinion is you got to make it visible. And people are really uncomfortable with that. But the performance of the entire team's got to be in front of the entire team.
Yeah, like and our renovation for our office upstairs now, we're bringing all of our TVs are up here, and we're finishing the renovation, but sales and all this stuff that it's all visible. Like every day they come in, like nobody wants to be at the bottom of the sales board.
Yeah. Nobody wants to come in every day. Show up to that meeting, right? And being first is great. And show up to that meeting and being last. Like, you're not going to show up to the next meeting being last place again. Right. I can't tell you the number of leaders, right? And I've had to fight this even in my own organization, who are like, oh no, it's too uncomfortable. Well, screw that. Right? I want that to be uncomfortable.
Hey, it's more uncomfortable if you're not making any money and you got folks that aren't accountable. So it's keeping it real. Yeah. You got to measure. And if you measure everything, then obviously you can coach and train to the gaps. now if you're looking at the data, then you can coach and train to the gaps where you're missing. And that's where it gets fun, guys, because what happens is you get out of theoretical. Like it's no more of the emotional theoretical. Like we love emotions in sales and what have you, and this, that, and the other. But in terms of coaching and training, you get out of the theory. Well, I think I'm doing this. I think I'm doing that. No. Well, here's the gap. Your met versus signed is 22%. Like we're failing right there. Like what's happening, right? So you can coach to the gap.
Well, Scott, we're at the end of the break. We went really far. So I'm incredibly thankful. And this was a really fortuitous happening, just so you guys know. I just happened to reach out to Scott on something else. And then we just started talking, and I did something which I encourage everyone to do. I was asking questions. I just was asking questions. And all of a sudden Scott's just like, I'm like, oh my God, like we're about to do this virtual mastermind and I've got to get you on here because you're preaching to the choir. This is everything that we want and more. And so we're so thankful. We're all so thankful. And what I loved about it was, Scott, it's very, very rare that we get someone who can talk to us at a high level, high principles, and then back it up granularly. I can't say that. Granularly, right? With the actual charts and data, right? And I know someone earlier was like, well, it's not really about your goals or objectives. It's really more about the daily accountability. I'm not like, I'm never like, it's more about this than this, or it's not about this, or not about, like, I had a big debate with someone who was like, it's about people, it's not about numbers. And I'm like, no, it's about both. It's about both. And I can tell you guys, like, it is about having goals. You've got to write those goals down. You have to have those goals. But yes, then you've got to do all the other granular stuff to then achieve those goals, right? But without those goals, you don't know where you're going, right? So it's not about one or the other. It's about both. And it's every single slice that basically encapsulates victory. And Scott is going to check in with us first week of April in Vegas and show us Q1 in. Scott, you're going to be on the firing line. Q1 in. We're going to see how your success is going.
Nice. I love it. All in, man.
Man. We're not worthy. We appreciate you. Thanks, dude.
Hey, thank you guys so much. Talk soon.
Such a good session.
Yep. All right, guys, we're going to be moving on here. We're moving into our second session. And what we're going to talk about is increasing digital marketing, ROI, really, again, high level, what we're looking for, things that we can be doing. Another guest here, and Mike, I think you're on mute, but would love for you to just give us a couple minutes background, who you are, what you've been doing. So those that don't know you, and then we're going to dive in and get going.
What's up, Mike Rennick in the house? What's up, brother?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Little challenge with the links. I've got two laptops here, so I've got the camera on one, the voice on another, so bear with me. I'm probably a Johnny-come-lately to real estate. I worked for General Motors for 31 years. I started at 21. I retired at 52, and I've been selling real estate virtually since then. I'm almost at year 2 at Ylopo, and Ylopo has definitely been a game changer in terms of the tools, the processes, the help. It's just been a great ride, and we're still at the beginning as far as I'm concerned.
Awesome. So, I mean, really, we want to talk high level. We're talking team leads, the admin, the ones that are really making the decisions on what are we doing, where are we spending money, how are we structuring everything to really start getting that the highest ROI. So, I kind of love to just kind of hear what you've been doing, maybe some changes going into 22 that you might be making as far as structure and stuff like that.
So what I have to share, none of this is going to be original. I've stolen it from Barry, from you, Gabe. So it comes down to 3 things. To be successful at Ylopo, very simply, you need to address the new leads when they come in. Number 1. Number 2, you need to address the why priorities that occur. The intelligence we get with people running across our website is amazing. And number 3, you need to engage as Raya at the appropriate time. Now, how you do that depends on what size. There's really 2 of us in the main part of Team Rennick, 4 total agents, but the other 2 agents are off kind of on a sub team. So there's Eric and I, and we bring in between 400 and 600 leads per month. So how do we do that? And that's where you leverage with addressing the leads, conversion monster. How do we manage the leads? It's through follow-up boss, okay, in the Ylopo environment. The thing that we're in, then call action, amazing opportunity with call action. And then right now we're integrating an ISA from Power ISA We're stumbling a little bit, not because of Power ISA, but because of me figuring out how to do the right integration. Our ISA is one of the most cooperative people I've ever met, and I'll figure this out someday and we'll go forward. But it's those three basic things. So I get calls all the time from Ylopo agents. You reach out and you automate and you leverage with Conversion Monster, Call Action, people like that when you need to, when you no longer can control those kind of things. And you guys have heard that here many times. I didn't invent this philosophy at all.
So I want to break that down. So the first one you said, you had three things. The number one was new leads. So I'd love to go a little deeper there when you're saying, get on the new leads. What are you guys doing? What have you seen working? What are you changing to improve that? And I know Barry, love to also hear this is an area where you have a lot of automation stuff too. So when you're saying new leads, you got to focus on it. What does that mean for somebody who's newer getting in here, or is not seeing success with these new opportunities?
So in my mind, just my opinion, I like to bring it back to a physical location. So if I'm sitting in my office and a new lead walked into a lobby, my lobby, would I yell out from my office, hey, how you doing? What can I do to help you? Or would I get up and would I go greet that lead? Of course, I would do the latter. To me, for an internet lead, an online lead, that's where a phone call is important. Yeah, we have drip campaigns, we have text messages, but it's the phone call. And that's where Conversion Monster comes in. It's greeting that person on a personal basis, understanding what they're looking for, and then immediately connecting them with either Eric or myself. So that's how we greet leads.
Got it. I love that. So is it only Conversion Monster? You said there's two of you primarily on the team. So when it comes to the new leads, is it strictly Conversion Monster? Are you guys piggybacking on that?
So it's Conversion Monster, and then when they make the connection, they do the warm transfer through Follow Up Boss. We have the group phone number. Eric's phone and my phone rings. Whoever can take it takes it. By chance, if there's an off chance no one's available, then an appointment is set up. So every new lead comes in my mind, I call them Conversion Monster leads until that meeting. Through the warm transfer or the meeting is set up, then they become Mike's leads because Conversion Monster disengages at that point. And it's up to myself, Eric, and our team, Call Action, ISA, things like that, to nurture that lead until they're ready to make a purchase. We're in a little bit different market. We're a second home market. So many times people coming down looking at properties haven't decided that it's a west coast of Florida where they're going to purchase. So a little bit different dynamics, but I think the process is the same. I get calls, agents say, well, I'm just a little 1 or 2 person team. How do I do this? That's the secret sauce. Those 3 things, and you reach out and you ask for help when you need it on those 3. Boy, Barry, I bet you've heard that before because you've preached that at so many webinars. And that's what it's all about. And so when you go to reach out, who do you reach out to? Well, gee, you just ask for help. Everyone I've met here, through Conversion Monster, through Call Action, through Power ISA, through AM cards, I'm famous for giving away brownies. All I have met because of my involvement here at Ylopo.
And just a quick plug, those brownies are really good from AM cards.
Well, and I know G's going to have to kick this off in a minute, but I think one of the things I like, Mike, your role in your previous career, you think in a systems way. And what you've done is you're leveraging Ylopo and all the activity, and then you're using people and processes and software to surface who your 2-man team should focus on. And go ahead.
Right, it's all about relationships. Boy, that's absolutely a home run right there with what you just shared. Of the 83,000 people in my database, not everyone wants a relationship right now. So all of the technology, all of the tools, all the process, there's only one job they do, and that's to find out who's ready to talk to Mike and Eric. When are you coming down? What properties do you want to see? Are you qualified? Those kind of things, relationships.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, so there's 2 of you working, and that's a massive size database. And you said it's just the 2 of you?
Yeah, basically there's 2. There's 2 others kind of doing their own thing right now. We're going to integrate them into Team Rennick shortly.
So what's really cool, and I think what I'm understanding is you're allowing your tech stack, right? Your CRM, Ylopo, the remarketing, priority alerts, Conversion Monster, Call Action is doing a ton of this nurturing, surfacing opportunity and gold, and then you guys are focused on a very small but very active set of clients and opportunities versus basically boiling the entire ocean.
Right. The first big cut is when do they become a Mike's lead? And that's when Conversion Monster turns them over to us. And then we take it from there. And then if a Mike's lead kind of gets cold again, I can use a CM Revive tag and I can send it back. I mean, the partnerships here that Ylopo's introduced me to, Conversion Monster, Call Action, Power ISA, AM Cards, Follow Up Boss, you folks, it's second to none out there. These things integrate well. It's about learning how to use them, but remembering one thing. It's nothing more than finding out who's ready for that relationship right now.
You said something really key there, and I want to point out, because I've been in a lot of these calls, is it's not just getting Ylopo, it's not just getting your CRM, but you said, and learning how to use them. So it sounds like you guys have put together a process that you can follow now that all of this is feeding together that you can take action on. And I think that's a missing piece a lot of times.
And see, that's key. So how do we do that? So I've taken Barry's masterclass for Follow Up Boss probably 4 or 5 times. I've stolen your smart list, Gabe. You put them up there with Follow Up Boss and they created a web page. So I've integrated all of those. And there's some unique things, like when a lead comes in and it's a multi-million-dollar lead and Conversion Monster hasn't set it up for me yet, I still engage. I use automations and Follow Up Boss, and they become a Mike's lead a little bit quicker. So it's about, I work 12, 14 hours a day because I generally like what I do, but we can only do so much during that time, right? So we use these tools to make sure we're focused on the right kind of folks.
Yeah, I love that. And we're talking about leads in general, and I know obviously there's several different lead sources where people are coming. I like to talk about it. These people are in different parts of their journey where they're coming from, whether it's LSA or PPC, a portal, whatever that is. Are you guys treating them differently at all? How do you look at them when they're coming in, or is it all going through the same type of funnel?
For the most part, it's going through the same type of funnel. 50% of our business, and our goal is to have $1 million GCI every year. 50% of our business comes from past clients, and we do nurture them a little bit different. Before COVID, we had big events 2 or 3 times a year. Remember, most of our clients are only here during the winter months because we're in Florida, so we're limited to how many events we can have. So we do those kind of separate, but whether it's an LSA, I meet someone walking around St. Armand Circle who's seen the videos that we produced and gives me their contact information, or it's PPC, they go through the same process.
Love it. I love that. So I know, G, you got some slides and everything together you want to show kind of about marketing, how these people are coming in. Do you want to start sharing some of that? And we kind of talk about where these opportunities are coming from, how they're coming in, so that we can kind of go deeper, and then how to manage those and handle them. You might be muted.
Sorry.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got some slides I wanted to take you guys through. And Mike, thanks again for your insights. I'm going to call on you for some questions later on when I get to those slides. Don't go anywhere. So, on the marketing side, and some of these slides you guys will have already seen if you attended the Coffee of the Co-Founders about 2 weeks ago. I want to kind of level set, because a lot of clients come to us and say, what should I advertise on, right? And the thing about digital marketing is there are so many different ways for you to market. And, there are kind of tried and true, and we're helping you do all of those things, right? But I want to talk about how you go about stacking that marketing and what you should be doing right now. And then kind of explore some of the ways that we're marketing for you today. That way you have a clear sense of what your advertisements look like. And then I'm going to go into stars and mission control and show you guys the options that you have, both for understanding where your marketing dollars are going and what the levers you should be using are, right? And I'm going to kind of obviously consult with our great realtor in residences and Mike to highlight some of those points. So when it comes to digital marketing, there are 4 areas that Ylopo is really focused on, right? Who do we target to get leads coming into your system? What are we showing these leads when they come into the system? What's the creative? What is the user experience that the consumer lands on and ultimately becomes a lead? And then how do we actually get them to register in the conversion funnel, right? Those are the 4 building blocks of digital marketing. So when it comes to targeting, here's the first thing I'd say. Google local services ads have been out for a year. We have heard that from Google local services ads, when you actually get a legitimate phone call, you are getting an insane appointment rate and you're getting an insane conversion rate, right? Makes sense. Consumer sees an ad of yours, they see a photo, they already trust you or else they wouldn't call you, and then they call your phone number, right? That's going to be a really high quality lead. So for anyone who is on this call and they ask me, should my marketing dollars be going, right? The first thing I always say is set up Google LSA, right? Because if you can get a phone call from Google LSA, that lead is probably, and Scott on the previous call was telling Howard, 10x return on investment. That's better than Zillow, better than Trulia, better than any source you can get other than probably Seer, right? So get on Google LSA first and foremost. Now, the problem with Google LSA is that on average, our clients are getting 6 phone calls a month, right? Which is not a lot of phone calls. And by the way, 3 of those phone calls are rentals. And so you don't pay for those, but that cuts your numbers in half. And so even if you're converting at 25%, which is a monster number, you're getting 1 deal every 2 months, right? So it's not going to be something that you can scale and build your business on, but boy, is the ROI there, right? So if you are not doing LSA either through Ylopo or on your own, I don't know why you wouldn't do it through Ylopo right now because it's free during the beta period. We do so much work for you. But if you're not doing this, you got to jump on it today, right? You are missing out on an opportunity that your competition is doing. Go and search for top Miami realtor or top realtor in your area. See how many agents are on there. And I bet it's all the agents that are leaders in your market that you admire. They're all doing it. If you're not doing it, that means you're missing out, right? And there are practices for building it up and all this kind of stuff. And we're going to do a specific webinar just in that December, January time period to walk through how you optimize LSA and beyond, right? And into new categories of phone ads, which I'll talk about in a second that we're exploring right now. But first money in, Google LSA, right? You're going to spend like $100 a month. It's not big dollars, right? I wish clients come to us and say, I wish I could spend $10,000 on LSA. Too bad. There's just not that many people, right? But if you're not doing it, then something is better than nothing, right?
G, real quick, too, I want to make sure we're touching point on this. I mean, this whole session that we're doing is talking about increasing ROI, digital marketing, G hit the nail on the head. You're not going to be able to spend much money on this, and if you are able to spend money, that's because you are getting inbound phone calls that are legitimately looking to buy and sell. So from a mindset, especially going into 2022, looking at your budget, where you're doing, to me, this is something you look at as a supplemental lead source that you can feed as much as possible. I would not be pulling from something else because, again, you're not going to spend a lot, but this would be one that if you could spend more, you would just feed it and feed it. So I would really separate this outside of your traditional lead gen, what you're looking at, and just feed this beast if you're able to get it in.
And this is why people either love or hate LSA. They love it if they're getting the calls. They hate it because they hear other people are getting calls and they're like, why aren't I? And there's a lot involved with Google and there's only 3 spots at the top, which is why what G is going to be going over is groundbreaking for you. So definitely tune into the next couple of slides.
Scott Trembly was the one who told me yesterday that he's 10x'd his return, because remember, he measures everything, that he's 10x his return on Google LSA.
Awesome. Okay. So building blocks, you've got Google LSA. Next thing, what do I recommend you invest in, right? And people are surprised by this, but I say Facebook ads, right? Here's why. So first off, I'm going to show you data later on that proves that for especially the new process that we have for registering leads, which we call seller mode, that the ROI from Facebook is actually better than Google. But the reason I recommend Facebook is because it's a database builder, right? All of you guys know power is in the database. Over time, you're going to convert more and more leads. And we tell you over and over again, you've got to take the time and spend the money over years to build that database up, right? Well, guess what? Facebook leads are a fraction of the cost of Google leads. And if you look at the percentage of the people who say that they're interested in buying or selling, around 50% of those people are saying they're looking in under 6 months, right? So there's it's not the case that there are not near-term opportunities with Facebook. It just requires a little more digging, and the percentages are, you know, a bit lower than from pay-per-click, which I'll talk about in a second, right? But you're going to see in the data why Facebook is actually, in some cases, a better ROI. The second thing is, for a lot of clients who have migrated data from their media spend from Facebook to Google, we have made a ton of changes to Facebook that has increased its lead quality, right? So as an example, we are analyzing the data of every single hot lead across all of our clients in our database. And we have found commonalities between these leads that we upload into Facebook to create a custom audience, right? A custom audience is Facebook, basically, or rather a lookalike audience, which is basically Facebook algorithm is saying, oh, you have the hottest leads in your system. We're going to go and find people who are similar to those leads that you can target, right? We call those likely to move buyers, right? And so there's a bunch of things we're doing on the targeting side, on the lead conversion side, et cetera, that we believe have increased the quality of Facebook leads, in addition to that they're half the cost, right? And so if you're a starter client, especially, you're a level 1 client, your budget is limited, you know, this is a great way to build up your database, get some near-term opportunities, and feed your team, right? You have more reps when you have more leads. So you can spend $300 as an example on social and $600 on PPC, so half the amount you're spending on PPC, and get the same volume of leads, right? So there's a lot of advantages to layering in Facebook as a secondary source. The third thing is Google PPC, and I apologize, I don't know why I don't have the ad. Yep. Okay, here we go. Just as an example, right? Google Ads is the third layer that I would put into this equation, right? So one of our clients who is, like Scott, tracks everything, sent us some near-term data, right? And he showed that Google leads that he has in his database, net new leads, converts in about 3 months. That is really, really good, right? That's, you know, basically what you get from Zillow RDC, I assume. Maybe they close a little bit longer or shorter time frame, but 90-day close is pretty darn strong. Whereas Facebook leads, they close in about 200 days, right? So that's, there you go. The difference between those two lead sources, still valuable. You're still getting closings. It just takes a little longer, right? So when you layer on Google, you get the immediacy, but guess what? The leads cost double, right? So you get less reps. Now, we're doing a ton of things from an optimization perspective to make your Google leads even better. But of course, at some point, you know, they cost what they cost, which is usually double the cost of pay-per-click leads, right? So, you know, we are at this point doing a lot of different things to continue to increase your lead quality, right? And these are experiments that we're running primarily for an alpha group right now, and we'll expand out over time, that we're really excited about. One of the core insights that Barry, Gabe, and I had, you know, in the last couple of months is, with the power of LSA, we've realized, hey, wait a minute, people really want inbound phone calls. Kind of a duh thing, but, you know, not anything that we've practiced as an organization or thought about from a digital marketing perspective. Once we've had that insight and advances have happened on Google and Facebook, we have now invested, and we're investing a ton of tech from our own call center, inbound call center, to, you know, call tracking technology and so on and so forth, digital marketing technology that allows us to, you know, target people on both Google and Facebook, and where the call to action, instead of clicking on an ad and filling out a form, is actually to place an inbound phone call to you, right? And so, you know, expect this beta to come out in, I don't know, the next quarter or two, because we're really, really excited about it, and the results so far has been phenomenal.
Well, and, you know, I think one of the things I'm realizing as we're testing this product, you know, for years, radio and billboard have brought the phone call in. But when you're in a digital ecosystem like Facebook or on the web, there's a lot of convenience that, like, they don't have to talk to a human. When you're driving down the billboard only has so much information. So to get more, you're going to call. Radio, same thing. But in this environment, they have access to the internet. They could technically research on their own, but they're deciding for the convenience of a human to human contact. And that's why we've been converting. I mean, I feel like every day we're converting a couple. And so that's why, to me, this is a really promising, new weapon in our arsenal for Ylopo users.
Yeah, and what's great about this is scale, right? Like, these are ads that I can put in front of consumers that they can register with based on how much media I'm spending, right? Like for Barry, we've been averaging 12 to 15 phone calls per day, right? So that is like literally 100 times more calls than Google LSA, right? Probably not as high quality. You're paying for renters. There are differences and reasons why it's not as good as LSA, but guess what? You get 100x more of those phone calls.
Well, and with Google LSA, I set my budget to $10,000 a week, and it didn't help any. It didn't change anything.
We tried. And I wanted to kind of address this. One of the questions that came in, just perspective, and I think everybody has an opinion I'd love to hear. So Valerie says she's new to Ylopo and lead gen, I believe. Just curious, you heard that Facebook leads weren't as good as PPC, but is that true, or what are thoughts here?
Yeah. So again, I wouldn't say that they're not as good. I would say that lead generation is in general a numbers game, right? The data tells us that about 65% of Google leads say that they are looking to buy in under 6 months. Makes sense because they're going on Google, they're typing in homes for sale, they're looking for properties, right? With Facebook, that number is about 45%. So it's 20% lower on the kind of frequency side, right? And on the conversion data side, I just told you the average Facebook lead from one of our banner clients that's tracking this is 200 days, and the conversion time frame for Google is 100 days, right? So by those metrics, you would say, oh, okay, Google leads are higher quality than Facebook leads. The difference is that a Google lead is 2x in expense versus a Facebook lead, right? So you're paying more to get that lead, but that Facebook lead has a longer conversion window, but also has a much lower cost, right? At the same time, you can't just evaluate these Facebook leads. Google LSA.
Sorry. LSA coming in right now, sorry.
Yeah, there you go. That's also actually all the click to call stuff where blowing Gabe up. Yeah. You got to answer that, Gabe.
It got answered. I promise it got answered. So I'm going to piggyback on that a little bit. So, and Barry and I've chatted a lot about this on trainings. Very much have always been PPC, haven't done a lot of Facebook. Again, they're just a little bit longer incubation, but as we're now opening up into our second market in Denver, and Denver's very competitive and PPC's more expensive than a lot of markets. We have turned back on Facebook this last couple months to supplement, now that we're getting more systems in place to nurture these longer, because again, trying to catch them higher in the stream to not have to fight for them when they're lower, they're less expensive, and nurture them. But the changes that you guys have been making and advancements, we've been blown away. In fact, we were reviewing the numbers last night on the return of the A's and B's, how we classify them just in this last 45 to 60 days is crazy. So we've been really blown away. And this is, I've shared this with Barry over and over. I pretty much throw everything into PPC, but now that we're having to build that funnel and that pipeline and not unlimited funds to throw at it, it's been a great way to get it in there. And with the advancements, we're having more conversations, and they're actually a lot more similar than what I had expected.
Yeah, and I wish I had the money shot slide from Howard on database building, but suffice to say, I mean, when you get a database of 3, 5, 10,000 leads, you're going to make money from that, right? And it might not happen in year 1, it might happen in year 5, but it's incredibly valuable. And it's going to take you twice as much time to build your database with Google leads than with Facebook leads. And it's going to take you like 5, 10 times if you're using portal leads, right? So you got to take that in consideration as well. Awesome. In the interest of time, let me kind of keep going here. So everything you just saw here is how we target leads, right? We also do something called PPC seller leads, where we generate seller leads, buyer leads from sellers, but I'm not going to go into that too much, in the interest of time, other than for you to know that we do generate pure seller leads, on our, seller PPC leads as well on our platform. Anyone who's level 1 and above can do that as well. Reason I'm not emphasizing that as much is because we're seeing, and we're going to see, seller leads being produced from your buyer advertising through seller mode. So I think there's going to be access to seller leads just from the marketing that we're doing. So certainly if you're interested in pure sellers, we can do that for you. If you're interested in sell-buy opportunities, teasing out sellers within your buying opportunities, we're going to be doing that as well, right? So putting that out there. On the creative side, we're doing a ton of stuff to make sure your ads look beautiful. Here's an example of an advertisement that you see, for that at the top of Google. Just realize that, with Google and with Facebook, they are constantly making innovations. And on the Google side, I suspect one of the realizations they made is that through the popularity of LSA is that images build trust with consumers, right? And so we are now interjecting your photo, which is the photo that you would use for LSA, to the top of your search results for anyone who is looking for homes for sale related keywords in your area. Extremely powerful because it's essentially free branding. We're doing a lot of things around lead, creative type. There's now Google lead ads, which is extremely powerful. We're testing out for a number of clients, all these different ways that we're improving things. On the Facebook side, same thing. We are going outside of just listing-based marketing, and we're looking at ways to build trust in other ways. We're looking at branding ads. We're looking at overlaying on top of photos your brand. So, I think that the difference between Facebook marketing we're doing, in the past with Facebook marketing today is not only are we interested in generating leads for you, we're interested in generating leads that have some impression of your brand, right? So that way, they're higher quality since they're coming in with a level of trust, right? So there's a ton of innovation going on the Facebook side as well. In terms of the user experience, just know that we are driving the majority of our traffic now to our V2 homepage, home search website. I just got word from our product manager in charge of home search that 83% of all clients are now on V2, and that number is just going to creep up and up until we get to 100%. Only people who haven't gotten it, essentially people who have really finicky boards and they have requirements that we need to build in. But the reason that we have emphasized V2 from a home search perspective is it improves conversion rate by 10%. It's a huge deal, right? The site speed is faster, the load time is faster, which we all know is critical. It has a really clean mobile experience that generates leads. 90% of your leads are generated on mobile, right? So that's pretty important. And we're seeing more people actually engage with listings because we built the listing experience into the actual carousel on your search results page, right? So people are previewing listing photos before they even jump into the listing details page. And we're going to track all of that data and send that into your CRM at a certain point. There's a lot of home search stuff that's being improved on. We have a whole engineering team just devoted to home search. So you can expect a lot more things coming, right? The last thing I want to talk about conversion is conversion funnel. So this is the area that we talked about, Coffee of the Co-Founders. I'm going to blow through this really quickly, but it is the thing that Barry, Gabe, and I are probably most excited about from a release perspective. We are already in active beta on this platform. There's been, I think, 250 or so clients who saw Coffee of the Co-Founders that have already signed up for this. If you haven't, I highly recommend you do, and I'll walk you guys through how to do that in a second. With the conversion funnel, the idea is, here's what our conversion funnel looks like today, right? Consumer comes in, they see an ad from you, they click on that ad, they come to your home search website, and when they look at a listing, registration form comes up, right? And on the registration form, they provide us phone number, email address, and name, and they answer 2 qualifying questions: where they are in your home search and what is their ideal time frame for moving. These are optional questions in our existing lead flow form, so only about 50% of clients actually fill that out, right? That's all you know about the consumer, and that data is obviously sent into your CRM and along with all their search history, right? And this is by and large how every one of our competitors are capturing contact information. Everyone's doing the same thing, right? We like to think we do it slightly better, but it's essentially the same formula. We have now developed what we call dynamic registration. The way it works is that when a consumer actually comes to our website and views a listing, instead of asking them one question, we dynamically ask them up to 15 questions. 15, right? We're capturing data like what's the bedroom bath you want? What's the square footage you want? What's your maximum home price? Features you're interested in? Have you gotten a loan? You know, do you need to sell before you buy? Like, we're asking so many different questions, right? And the reason we're asking all these, and by the way, these are branching questionnaires. You answer one question one way, we're going to send you down one path. You answer that differently, we send you down another path, right? The reason we are doing that is because we are trying to hyper qualify the lead on your behalf once they hit your home search website, right? So a person that's willing to answer 15 questions and give you their contact information, pretty high quality, right? I'm gonna show you the data on that in a second. In addition to that, we're narrowing down their search criteria so that when we do send them alerts in the future, it's not a feature right now for the beta, but in the future, we are arming you with very specific details of how you should talk to the consumer, right? If they're not pre-approved, they're looking for a one-story home in a particular location, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, that's a real estate conversation that I think most of our clients can have. It's similar to a Zillow or a realtor lead in that, you have a ton of workable data around what this consumer is looking for, right? So that's what dynamic registration is. And you can see here inside the CRM, all of the questions, the types of questions we're asking, right? Purchase time frame, working with an agent, minimum price, maximum price, bedroom, bath, pre-approval status, on and on and on and on, right? So just so many details about the particular lead. And on the quality side, this is obviously just Barry's dashboard as an example, but we're seeing this across almost all of the clients we've run this for, and we spent $25,000 in media just in the last 30 days on this test. So it's pretty tried and true. Bottom line is, with standard registration in the last 30 days, our original registration, we had 2.2% active shoppers for Barry. For dynamic registration, for the same number of leads, we're at 7%, and Barry already has one pending, right? So talk about immediacy of leads. That's kind of the crazy numbers. And I think, Gabe, you were looking at around 10%, right? 10% active qualified leads, I mean.
Yeah, I was just looking again, actually, at updated numbers. So we're right about 106. We're actually a bit higher than that. We don't have a pending yet, but out of about 160, we have 11 A's that we have confirmed we're talking to, looking to buy or sell within 30 days. About 13 B's and a handful of C's, which is 6. So really, if we're looking at our A, B's, and C's, well over 20% talking to us in our agent's pipeline, claimed and not in our pond.
Well, and I have to sell 4 to make up for your 1, Gabe, just because of the price differences. But, we talk a lot about this, and G is going over digital marketing, right? And so you guys are listening to us talk about getting a return on investment with these products. And one of the things that I'm finding in my business, and I didn't realize it until now, but by persistently being on the cusp of change, like literally innovating and being a part of this community, we are always doing things that nobody else is doing. And, we've been doing dynamic ads since 2016 now? But dynamic conversion flows, this is an entirely new concept. And so, the thing that I would say, there's a lot of people saying, hey, I want to sign up. I thought I signed up. What I do every quarter is I email my account manager and marketing at Ylopo. That's one of the ways that I get ROI out of this, because I'm watching stuff or looking at it, and I want to make sure it's working the way that we're supposed to. And Ylopo is the marketing expert, but I'm my local market expert. And so I'm going to, just like you get more out of your CPA by sharing details about your circumstances and your desire, you're going to get more out of Ylopo by connecting with your account manager in the marketing department. So I'm basically batching all of the questions about, like, hey, I thought I signed up for this. When do I get this? I think all roads lead there. Would you agree, G?
Yeah, so we have about 250 people signed up. I expect that number to grow to 300 to 400 people in the next month or so. We are releasing this in waves of 50 to 100. So we've got our first wave coming up literally, I think, tomorrow. We will send you an email. Anyone who has signed up, we will be sending you an email to let you know which wave you are in. And we're hoping these waves start up very quickly, right? Like, you know, if it works for the first 50, everything looks good, we're going to get the next 50 or 100 and so on and so forth. So it might be that if you're in wave 3 or 4, that you're live on this by like December, right? So I don't want to kind of, you know, you to worry what wave you are in, but based on when you signed up, we are basically putting you into a wave. So expect an email from us in the very near future. If you don't get an email, just contact support at Ylopo. They have a Google sheet. They know exactly where you stand. And so you will be all signed up. You know, I know some of you guys double registered. That's apologies. That's just our, you know, anytime we do a beta, it kind of goes a little bit haywire. But you know, if you sign up once, you're in our database, you're good to go, right? So I'll get to how you sign up again in a second, but what I wanted to call out from before when I say layer on Facebook with Google, right, is with this test process, what we are seeing is that Facebook actually has a better cost per active shopper, not even lead, right, but someone actively shopping, a lead for Barry, essentially. The cost per active shopper was $90 versus Google was $120, right? I won't go into the detailed math, but what I'm saying for you and what we set up the beta as is that you should run both Google and Facebook. We're going to run $600 Google for you, $300 on Facebook, so that way you can see the difference in lead quality. And what's really interesting about this new process of seller mode is that we've actually seen either a flat or an improving CPL with our lead conversion process, right? Usually you ask more questions, you get higher costs, right? But due to our optimization, how we're doing dynamic registration, that actually hasn't been true. About 10% of our clients have seen basically even performance with what they had before, which is awesome because you get higher quality leads, right? And you know, 35% rather, an additional 65% of our clients have seen either marginal improvement in our cost per lead or a dramatic improvement, right? So this is something that we think is going to be a total game changer. And the way that you register is to go to ylopo.com/seller mode, right? You're going to register for that and just know that we are going to do this additively out of the gate. So you're going to spend an additional $600 on PPC, $300 on social. That way you get a pure A/B test, and we get a pure A/B test of what your standard registration and your dynamic registration looks like, right? So if you have already filled this out, you do not need to fill this out again, right? You are already on our list. You're in a wave. We'll be contacting you. If you haven't, go here, register. And at this point, you're probably in wave 4 or 5, but like I said, hopefully we can get all of you guys in sooner than later within the next month and a half or two. So last thing, I just want to kind of call out again what Howard already did, which is this is kind of the tip of the iceberg of what we'll be showing you at the summit, right? What's nice is the summit is in like 6 months, which means my team has 6 more months to develop cool stuff for you guys. So you're going to be really blown away. And I'm going to share some of the vision of what we're doing on the product side tomorrow in our first session. So you get a taste, but please come to the summit. You're going to learn a ton, and then you're going to see the latest, greatest from our side. And guess what? Because you're the first one that hears about it, you're the first ones on the beta, right? So you want early access to our best tools, what's working, what we're trying to release out, like click to call as an example. Come to the summit. Here is the day 1 registration coupon code.
Hey, Jude, I heard many minutes ago you wanted to see the money shot slide. Do you still want to see it, or save it for another time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Always time for the money shot.
Okay, so we do have to say that the money shot slide does assume pristine lead follow-up. Okay, so it's a little bit sort of, can you guys see it? Can they see it okay?
kind of small.
Oh, yeah. Hey, guys, I'm sorry. Just answering, I'm looking at the questions now for the first time. Seller mode, dynamic registration, 100% works in Canada. And we have done a ton of work for Canadian clients. And so if you want to know what we've done for Canadian clients, watch my Coffee with the Co-Founders.
There you go.
You guys see this? Yep.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so what G was trying to say before is you really want to balance your Google leads with your Facebook leads. Facebook leads over the long haul, a lot less expensive, because you guys need to build. I'm going to say this like literally, I think every single time we ever meet, online or virtually. I mean, in person or virtually. The asset, we were talking to Scott Trembly. He was talking about building a brand, not just Scott Trembly, but he's building a brand, right? Oak and Ocean is a brand that will live beyond him. But he also needs to build a massive database of leads, what we call relationships, right? And the larger your database, okay, the more regular income it can just produce, as long as you've built up that right machine, right? Measurement, accountability, visibility, proper lead follow-up, all of that. And this is basically the math, right? And you could say, okay, you build up your database to 100,000 leads, right? That should yield $2.3 million in GCI every year. Now you might just call me out and say that's bullshit, right? But to bullshit test that, go back up here to the percent of the database closed per year. It's basically 1/3 of 1%. Can you close 1/3 of 1%? It's not 3%, it's not 2%, it's not 1%. It's basically saying you need to close 1/3 of 1% of your database. And if you close 1/3 of 1% of your database of 25,000 leads, your annual GCI is like 573. But you close 1/3 of 1% of 100,000, because we know we're going to get 20% of these people back through dynamic remarketing and listing alerts and all the other stuff that just works. It just keeps bringing them back. And from that 20,000 subset, you're going to get 3,600 priority alerts. And if you get 3,600 priority alerts a month, that means that you've eventually got 180 buyers and sellers that you should close within that year. That's just it, right? And now there's a lot of things that can fall down. That's all the stuff that's mostly in your court, right? Proper team structure, like all the stuff. If you're doing everything that Scott Trembly's doing, you're going to hit this number, right? If you're not, we need to learn from him, right? All the measurement, accountability, visibility, the proper team management, team motivation, team structure, a lot of devil in details. That stuff's hard. But if you had all those systems in place, the Scott Trembly systems in place, can you close 1/3 of 1% of your database? Absolutely. So why do we call this the money shot? Because it just gets easier and easier and easier, but this is a long-term investment, right? This is a 5-year play. This is a 7-year play, right? This is a long-term investment, adding new leads every single year, because now we have the technology where those people, those relationships, they don't go anywhere. We always stay in front of them. And guess what? People are ready to move, buy and sell every 4, 5, 6 years, right? So there's no such thing as like old leads or bad leads. Like old leads are the best leads, right? So yeah.
Well, and I bought. Go ahead, Gabe.
No, I love that we kind of transition to this, because again, the session's talking about increasing ROI. That doesn't, and as much as I'm excited about all the new lead gen opportunities we have, and it's evolving and it's crazy, what Howard just said is 100%, right? Is it doesn't have to just be the new leads. And one of the things I think not everybody, a lot are missing is the power of the retargeting that Ylopo does, and getting their databases into the system and getting them, rejuvenated on the site and everything. And I was just looking, Howard, as you were talking, because that was a big focus of ours this year in Boise. We have plenty of opportunities in there, is focus on building Denver, but how do we get more out of the database that we currently have? And I was just kind of looking at this. Can you give me a sharing? For some reason, it's not letting me share.
And by the way, I didn't use like big numbers. I used 250,000 as the average home price, which is less. Like this is an old slide, right? So that's a lot less than the median home price. And I used 2.5%. I didn't use 3%. I'm not trying to juice these numbers. Like this is just the reality if you can ever get to 100,000 people in your database. So let me hit stop share.
It took me about 4 years to get above 100,000.
Now you're just flying around in private jets.
Right? Yeah. So one thing I was just looking at is really kind of jumping into the database really quick and looking at everybody who's been in my database over a year, but we've brought back in this last year. And then I added in, now we've added to our pipeline, meaning A, B, or C, active listing appointments pending, and just old, what we'd call old leads, 131 that we literally spent probably a few dollars on to reactivate onto the, get active on the website. And if we even just get out of the ones we haven't converted yet, I mean, we got 4,000 people, over 4,000 people that by just remarketing, getting that mass lead import done, throwing on those remarketing ads, over 4,000 people that are over a year old in our database that we hadn't talked to back on our website. And then 131, those literally claimed and in our pipeline that cost us dollars to get back in there versus focusing on that. So I think that's a huge part of going into 22 for a lot of teams, is making sure, am I utilizing all the tools that are available to get that highest ROI? Don't always focus on the new. I love that for building that pipeline, especially what G was just showing on what Ylopo's been able to do on Facebook to get that cost down and fill the funnel. But let's not forget all the ones that we've been building over the years and years. And what are the, this is all automated. It's literally sitting back now. Once we uploaded and turned it on, it's remarketing, it's Raya triggering priority alerts, popping into our list. And a majority of those, then the ISAs are picking up, or the agents, it's all inbound. So it's really getting every bit of juice out of that fruit.
Well, and those are all great points, Gabe. And I think that, you know, a lot of people come to Ylopo, they're excited about the digital marketing prowess of the company. They're excited that remarketing works, but they're also not necessarily capitalizing on it. And so, you know, one of the things that the money slide really represents is that this can become an ecosystem, a fishbowl of humans that have decided to use your website to search for a home. And what the big companies, the big lead providers in America, you know, the ones that everybody knows, they know this, that if they can keep the consumer on their website, they're going to figure out how to monetize that. And we're going to be going over scripts and lead conversion. We have several sessions devoted to it tomorrow. But while we're here, you know, for me, in 2016, I had 6,000 contacts. Now we have about 130,000. And I've built an entire business model around priority alerts. And so the digital marketing is working, and we do a lot of property ads, which is dynamic remarketing, right? So putting houses in front of people. But then I'm also using the dynamic video product so that I'm omnipresent. I'm always in front of them. And so then the consumers are using our website. They trigger an alert and they go into, for us, they go into a priority pond. Yes. And so then we've got about 11,000 leads that have triggered priority alerts that we haven't converted yet. And so we focus on those every day. And all we do, write this down, because this works 33% of the time. All we do is we call and we say, I was cleaning up my database. I got to your name and I was actually going to remove you because you've been in it a little while. But I just realized in looking at the notes that we don't know if you ever bought a home, or if it's a seller lead, we don't know if you ever sold a home. And so before I remove you, I thought I'd just ask one more time. If the person answers the phone, 33% of the time, that turns into an appointment for us. Those numbers are insane, especially because when you take the number of priority alerts that I'm receiving and you multiply it, or divide it rather, by the amount of money I'm spending on remarketing, those priority alerts are costing me like $1 or $2 an event. And so instead of, you know, as good as $5 RG, as good as $10 or $20 phone calls, I think we both would agree that $1 to $2, that's pretty incredible. But you got to have your systems dialed in. You've got to have, say it again. $5 is worse than $2. I don't think that's what you're asking me though. Oh, the script. You're removing people. I got to your name. I don't see if you ever bought a home. And so I thought I'd call you before I remove you. And this works in the magic. The reason why this works so well is you are calling someone that is actively looking on your site. You know this because of the behavior. So you're calling someone that's actively looking and asking them, are you actively looking? That's why it works so well. It's not the script. It's the behavioral notification that, they're calling. And, I hardwired Callingly to this to where the alerts go to my agents.
Sorry, Barry. Thought you were pausing. Yeah, the whole mindset of meeting them where they're at, right? You're not even just in there cold calling. Again, we talk about boiling the ocean, is you're utilizing the tools to come in and meet them where they're at. And then it basically triggers that conversation or some sort of reaction that keeps it going. So Terry Bias asked a question. I want to get back to it. She said she's up to a certain number of leads in her database. So should she be at a different level? I'll let her account manager work on that. But one thing I want everybody listening to really look at, I'm going to share my screen again real quick, is a quick little test. All right, jump into your CRM. I don't care which one you use, it doesn't matter. But I want you to look, and I got to split out Boise and Denver a little bit, but I want you to find out how many total people that you have in your CRM. Then I want you to jump over into mission control. I want to make sure that this number is very similar. Mine's a little off because I've got the two databases, but this number should not be too far off of how many people in your database, and it definitely should not be less. All right. So we want to make sure that everybody's in there, because if you're not seeing it here, you may have leads coming in, or you imported or brought some agents, did their sphere, whatever it is. Everybody in here needs to be in your total leads so that they're getting this remarketing. All right. That's a great action item that you can take with you today. Look at that tonight. And if you do see a discrepancy, reach out to that account manager, because you want to get that teed up and going. That can change a lot of numbers for you going into 22.
And maybe G, you can comment on this, but the critical piece of the money shot slide was a very healthy remarketing budget. So you can have the database, but what we're seeing sometimes is you have this database and there's not enough money being spent on remarketing, which is the most cost-effective marketing dollar that you can spend. So you have to have the remarketing budget. You have to have the proper RIA budget to produce those returns.
Yeah. Rule of thumb is $100 for 1,000 leads in your database for remarketing, right? And that is going to basically get a re-registration on your home search website for about $1, 75 cents to $1, right? So that's the recommended budget. Now, if you have a huge database, you could probably spend less and still reach the same people, just because you have so many people in your database for Facebook to target. But generally speaking, let's say you have under 10 to 20,000 leads a month, you're going to want to spend $100 per 1,000 leads in your database.
And, with this, we're wrapping this up to talk about ROI, right? And so that money shot gives you guys a 5-year plan or 3-year plan of how to accomplish this. And I think for us, having a healthy balance of PPC, of Facebook remarketing and Facebook leads, Google LSA, is allowing us to buy like now business. PPC is not necessarily now, but it's very close to it. But then you're also thinking long term, because we all love to talk about branding, but nobody spends money on branding because not many times do people see a branding ad and say, "Hey, I saw your face on a billboard. Will you sell my house?" But it's important. And so you got to play the long game here while still meeting your immediate needs. And that's one of the cool things about Ylopo is it's empowering the small business owner to compete with these national lead providers. And it really does work. You just have to implement, execute.
A couple other questions in there that have come up. Albert has one. I'd love to hear yours, Barry. I'll give him one. And we're going to go deeper into scripting tomorrow, but you brought it up, Albert, so we'll give a quick one. ISA is asking, what should they do when a lead, warm, cold, or nurture continues to trigger priority alerts and they realize they've recently connected and they're just looking?
Yeah. Whatever the objection is, make them feel amazing about it. It's not bad news and you're being polite. That's okay that you're not looking. I'll still help you. No. I love looking too. I just bought a house and I'm still looking. Let me ask you, whenever you decide to move, what are you hoping to change about where you're going to live or where you live? They complain about where they live and you move right along your merry way. Not complicated. And for those asking about Callingly, it's just connected to the CRM. and it's just a lead routing service. And we didn't talk about lead routing, but lead routing is the important thing about lead routing is getting the lead and the notification to the right people, and it deserves careful consideration.
Yep. Yeah, and Albert, on that scripting too, we're going to go much deeper into this tomorrow because we want to do it with your team members, everybody on there. We'll go deeper into that, and then actually how to adjust your smart filters or smart lists or whatever it is, so that when they're triggering those, they're only showing when it's probably something that needs to come to your attention. So we'll go much deeper into that tomorrow, but we want to do that when we have the entire team, so everybody's benefiting from that as well. Hey, G, we had a few more minutes before we go to break, or we're right at time with Q&A. Somebody was asking if you could show the image of the click to call ad again.
Sure. You want to stop sharing?
Let's see. I think that's Howard. There you go. And again, this is being tested still. It has not been released out to everybody. Or have other people started on this yet?
Yeah, we have less than 10 clients on this right now, and we will expand it once we have call center capacity and once we have perfected the ads.
Perfect. And then somebody's asking tomorrow. Tomorrow's an all day. We're definitely going much deeper tomorrow into areas. So I believe the schedule tomorrow, let me just look to verify, is 9 a.m. start time Pacific. And that's going to go through 5 p.m. And guys, tomorrow is designed for your entire team. This is team lead, admin, your buyer's agents, your listing partners, everybody who you want to get deeper, not just into Ylopo, but just into process, scripting, follow-up, anything and everything on their day-to-day. So we got a lot of great guests this afternoon and tomorrow. So definitely chime in so you can get those questions answered live.
And 2 that I know of features are being announced that nobody knows about tomorrow. Is that right, G, or is it 1 or 2 or 7?
Two features, yeah.
2. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow. We're going to be releasing some new stuff.
That's right.
That'll be ready right away, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
So everyone gets it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. I'll tell them right now.
Michelle, would you post that link for tomorrow? If team lead's on right now and they want that link to send out to their team members, so they can go ahead and get registered for tomorrow. If we could post that in the chat, that'd be fantastic.
Will do.
Thank you. All right, just trying to scroll through looking for questions, see if I missed anything here. So we are kind of on a short break at this point. If you need to step away, grab a quick bite. Bio breaks, whatever it is, Q&As, we'll stick around and kind of keep answering some questions and everything. And then we're going to be coming back for our third session, which is going to be really kind of the optimal team structure, team management. And I think we've got a handful. We got some great guests this afternoon. I'm super excited. So Don Carter, Dave Carolese, Sanit, Laura Combrink. Holy crap. That's just in the next session. So lots of nuggets coming this afternoon. So am I missing any questions there?
I don't see anything.
All right.
So we'll see you guys, in 30 minutes?
Yeah, here in about 25 minutes, actually.
All right. So 25 minutes, do what you got to do. Come back because we got another set of really interesting people that will be asking some really interesting questions. What's the next session on? Gabe, say it one more time.
It's the optimal team structure, team management, I believe.
Yes. And I'm going to share along with some others, but I'm going to share how I'm automatically managing the KPIs of the agents and a fascinating number of people on my team that are selling at least 2 Ylopo deals a month. You will be very surprised at what they do every day. So make sure you guys come in about 25 minutes.
Yeah, I love that. And Kelly chatted in, and I can grab some of these questions too. So if you need to jump for a minute, Barry. So Kelly or anybody else, if you're doing that reference check that I was just into your CRM on your total leads, and you're going into mission control and you're seeing a discrepancy, Kelly has like 7,000. Reach out to your account manager. All right, let them know. You guys can jump on a call. They can do an export from your CRM, and we can get all of those uploaded into Ylopo to make sure all of those are getting remarketed. Because yeah, if you've got more people in your CRM than you do in Ylopo, those people are not seeing those remarketing, those branding ads, all the great stuff that that Ylopo is offering for you guys. So make sure and just reach out to your account manager on that. All right, let's see, scrolling through there. Were there any updates on Raya recently? I saw that posted a couple times. I know that there's tomorrow. Woo. There you go.
I guess it's not being released. It's being announced tomorrow. So 2 releases tomorrow, hopefully, and a Raya announcement.
Love that. Love that.
Gabe, I'm thinking for the 25 minutes, do you just want to like serenade everybody while we eat?
I'm the last person you want serenading. No. Oh my gosh. I am going to put up somebody else just messaged. So again, just if you guys are wanting, really today and tomorrow is just going to be this, we're scratching the surface of really where we're wanting to go and how deep we're wanting to go for the Success Summit in April. Because we were originally supposed to be getting all together this week. We still wanted to put something out for everybody, especially when it comes to business planning for 22, to have some information to go on. So day one, there is a promo code. I just put it up on the screen. Hopefully you guys can see that, where you can go in, and I believe that you'll get the discount at the very final screen. So I believe you do have to go all the way through, and it'll ask at that point to get that promo code in prior to checkout. Let's see, got that one answered. Today, we are ending. Today's really kind of just a half day. So today, everything will be ending at 2 p.m. Pacific. And then we'll be starting up again tomorrow at 9, going through 5 p.m. So again, tomorrow, everything is all team, going deep in in several areas. We're going to cover things like best practices when it comes to video, scripting, literally getting in role playing. We got some great role playing guests tomorrow that we're going to get in and talk about scripting, mindset, cashing in the gold, how to use your CRM. All of it is going to go super deep tomorrow. So make sure everybody is in for that. Again, if you've already signed up for Summit, everything should have transferred over. Any of these codes for attending, just reach out to support@ylopo.com and they can take care of that for you. Yeah, so Mike, that's a great question. So Mike asked, can you do remarketing, that retargeting on anybody, or is it really just a Facebook lead? So no, anybody in your database, guys. So that's why it's really important to check in your CRM. Make sure that everybody, it doesn't matter if you've met them at open house, if it's your sphere, if it's an agent joining your team, bringing in their sphere, any person that you have in your database, you really want to get that uploaded into Ylopo. This is the least expensive way for you to stay in front of them. It's 100% automated. The remarketing, the video ads, the carousel, any and all of that. This is that constant presence that you're going to have on them, social media, that's going to keep you top of mind. So yeah, it does not matter what lead source it is. If it's a person and you have an email address for them, get that over to your account managers, then get that uploaded into Ylopo for you.
Michelle, I'm wondering if, I don't know why I just thought of this idea, but if we can just put on the screen like when the next session starts, maybe on just a Google Doc or something.
Okay, yeah, one sec.
Because I know if I walked away and then I came back, I'd be like, what happened? Why is everybody, what's Gabe doing? Does he know his camera's on?
What is in there? Yeah, I'm just sitting here just trying to just do a little song and dance without doing the song and answer questions. Somebody also asked automated way of getting everybody into remarketing. So yeah, again, talk to your account manager. If you've not had a one-on-one recently with your account manager, especially going into 22, a quarterly review, any of that, have a conversation with them, because at this point, anybody that you have coming into your CRM, you can have that lead, you can do it by lead source, and that's automatically brought into Ylopo, given a stars link, and added to your remarketing campaign. So really make sure you're utilizing your account manager on any of these topics so that you can automate as much of this as possible, so you're not having to manually do exports or anything like that. They're asking about preventing people from triggering priority alerts. And I believe there's a setting in there. Once they trigger one, it's not going to send you a priority alert notification. I believe it's for 24 hours. It might be a little bit longer if there's an account manager that can correct me if I misspoke on that. But I don't know that I would necessarily want it to prevent after a certain amount of time. What we're finding, and we're definitely focusing more on priority alerts than just about anything. And really, a priority alert is a hand raiser, is new and all of that, and how they're coming into the list. But start managing your lists based on stages and then the last time you've reached out. So if you're finding people who are truly a looky-loo and you don't want them to see in your list every day when they're in there, you probably should have a stage for that, right? So our stage where we're confirming that they're out more than 6 months is C, right? So if I have somebody as a C, I can now create a list that if they triggered a priority alert, I only want to see that if it's been X time since I've spoke to them. Right now, they're not in there. And we're going to go really deep into this tomorrow, but you start customizing and creating these dynamic smart lists within your CRM to start telling you who's worth your time. We've really gone away from having to search for priority notifications or alerts or emails and start working the list. So again, we'll do that tomorrow. So versus trying to stop somebody from triggering a priority alert or stop from allowing them to ask a question, it's customize your CRM to show you who's important based on their activity, the last time you communicated with them, and their stage. You can start layering these, and if you haven't watched Barry's masterclass, he goes into this in depth as well, but you start layering the stage, your last communication, and their last activity to create these perfect lists of who you should be reaching out to. The list will also start helping you identify those people who told you they're a year out, year and a half out, that start triggering priority alerts that really are probably 6 months out. Something changed in their plan, something changed on their journey, and they're now ready to start looking. So that's what you really don't want to keep them from triggering. You just want to customize how those are displayed within your CRM. Yeah, and same question again, any lead source, any lead coming into your CRM, if you want every lead from Craigslist or every lead from HomeSnap or whatever it is that's going into your Follow Up Boss or whatever CRM you're using, you want that lead source to automatically get a stars link, get added to remarketing and all of that. Just reach out to your account manager. They will set that up so it's happening automatically. And then I think, Michelle, I'm not sure in case you're still there, somebody mentioned they're having an issue with the link for tomorrow. So I'm not sure if that's an isolated or not. So if we can just go ahead and make sure we got the link in there. And did you post that into chat? Because I was rude to just tag her in like
sorry,
that.
I was muted.
You're good. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I did post it in the chat. I will go ahead and do that again. 1 second.
And I might, if you keep that handy, we might throw it in there just kind of throughout. That way, if somebody pops in and out, I'm not sure if it's going to load chat for them and the previous. That way, they can make it easy for them to find. So again, everybody on here for the most part today are team leads and admin. Make sure you're sharing the link that Michelle just posted out. Or just post in the chat, share that out to everybody on your team, because again, tomorrow we are speaking to everyone. All right. I just tested it. It looks like it's working great on my side. So, all right. All right, we should be back here in about 15, 16 minutes, guys. I'm going to take a quick break myself, and we are going to be coming back with some great guests again, talking about the optimal team structure, team management, in different ways that you can look at that. So we'll be back in just about 15 minutes. Thanks, guys. Look at all those beautiful faces. I got Don and Laura, Sunit, Dave. Guys, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Welcome.
What is up, dude? How are you, Gabe? Dave,
I'm doing well, buddy. It's been a while.
Yeah, a little bit, a couple of years only, when I used to see you every month, right?
Every other week, something like that. No, I love it, man. I love we're getting back out there. So, hey guys, as everybody's kind of rolling back in, want to intro this. This next session is really going to be everything to do with team structure, team management, and I'm really excited of everybody who's here, because I think we're going to see a perspective and a thought and process from really every walks of life and experience. And I'm personally really, really excited about this. Just been doing this for a long time, but as a lot of you know, gone through a complete kind of like reorganization and structure of how we were running our Boise team from stepping back in after software life, and really learning a lot about how people are running their businesses, and completely different than what we were before. So I'm actually literally going to be sitting back, taking a ton of notes and answering or asking questions. So I apologize for everybody that's also typing them in. I'm going to be a little greedy on this one, because I love this panel that we have and what they're going to be sharing. So I would love if everybody just take a moment. We'll go ladies first. Dawn, I would love for you guys to introduce yourself, a little bit about you, where your market is, and have everybody just kind of make sure everybody knows who they are.
It's Dawn Cordner. I'm from Portland, Oregon, with Soldera Properties. I also run my own team of 12 and am active in sales. And I've been running Ylopo on both the brokerage side and the team side of things for the last 6 years.
And that's what we're going to go deeper into, because I really want to talk to you about, because you're really running a team within a brokerage, utilizing your tech stack and all that. So I can't wait to hear more about that. It'd be awesome. And Laura, I'm sure a lot of people know who you are, but just in case.
Just in case, okay. I am Laura Combrink. I'm a realtor in residence with Ylopo. I've got 2 teams that I'm running. I've been a real estate coach for 17 years now, I think. So got a lot of hats. Been at this for a little while. I'm also a grandmother and a mom and a wife and all those other good titles that we have in life.
Love it, love it. And one of our fellow realtor in residence here at Ylopo. So get the pleasure of working with you all the time. I love it, love it, love it. Dave, tell us a little bit about yourself.
How you doing? Thanks for having me. I'm Dave Caroley. I'm VP of Sales for Lamaki Realty and one of the head trainers for Crush It in Real Estate. We're headquartered up in Waltham, Massachusetts. We also have an office down in South Florida, and we transitioned our power team into a full service value-based brokerage. So kind of can shed the light on that as well.
Nice.
Love it. Love it. Sunit, again, for those that don't happen to know who you are, give us a little background, buddy.
Sunit Agrawal, super fan of Barry Jenkins and Gabe Cordova. I own Big Block Realty North of Brokerage in beautiful Sacramento, California, and the Best Sac Homes Group, the #1 team in the state of California. I love Crush It in Real Estate and Ylopo. I am a real estate coach with John Sheplack. Had a couple other things going, and super excited for the opportunity.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. And Barry, we've been hearing from all day long. I think Howard might be joining us back. I'm not sure on this, but we'll be throwing some questions out there. And again, we want to encourage everybody, please, please, please ask questions. All these fine folks took time out of their schedule. They're here to share Mastermind and just hopefully really tee everybody up for gearing up for 22 and what they can be doing in their teams, whether you're a solo agent, optimizing your business, wanting to grow your team, or a team already. So we didn't really prepare a ton of questions and all that stuff. So I'm going to kind of tee things off here. And we started the day earlier and with a great session. And one thing that I loved that was already said that Scott brought up was kind of how he did a restructure, right? He's talking about how he went through And I can't remember if he said what number he started with and went to as they were doing this rebuild, but how they went back into it with how they're building their team and insight and moving slowly. So going through that myself right now, I'd love to hear, where you guys have changed your business and course corrected and how that's led to where your team is today. So anybody who kind of wants to jump in, I'd love to just kind of get the ball rolling.
Yeah, let me also help frame this session a little bit. Sorry, I was putting out like 5 fires. Sunit, man, you using that Peloton? Or are you playing more like, look at you, like guitars, you got the Peloton. Dude, you're a badass, you know it.
I know.
Number one.
Have you told us yet how much you're number one?
Barry's going to take care of that. I'm texting Barry on the side here, making sure that he knows.
So our job is to get you guys a lot of opportunities, right? Our job is to continually try to, get in the lab with his crew and the best ways to generate buyer and seller opportunities for y'all. But, I always talk about the 4 R's. If you do not have the right person saying and doing the right thing if you don't have the right person in the right position, saying and doing the right things at the right time, those are the 4 R's, then you'll never capitalize on the opportunities, right? So that's why we wanted to spend time. We always want to spend time on team structure and team management, and we'll do it at the live summit as well, because it's absolutely critical. Part of that team management is what we went into quite a bit with Scott Trembly in session 1, which is measurement, accountability, visibility, right? As part of pristine team management. But let's start first with the structure, right? Right person in the right position, saying and doing the right things at the right time. We're going to get into content a lot tomorrow, saying and doing the right things. But structure is a debate. I've been doing this a decade and a half, and structure is always like, well, I have a team of generalists, I have a team of buyers agents, and we rotate the leads, and we have a Shark Tank, and they have to call and email and text. And then other folks like, no, I've got like outside virtual assistants, or I've got local virtual, ISAs, inside sales agents. I've got transaction coordinators. Some people have showing agents, and people don't have showing agents. So there's no necessarily like right answer, because you're all at different parts of your journey or different size teams. But the reason why we have such a big panel is I want to go over all of your guys' like team structures first, and then let's go all around then after that in terms of like, what are your tools? Like, how do you manage this different structure, right? So I'm going to start it off with Dave Caroly. So Dave, what's your like official title?
VP of Sales.
VP of Sales?
And put out fires. Yeah.
Put out fires, VP of put out fires. I feel like you do everything, like head of ops or something, right? You're like really head of ops.
Yeah, just tell Anthony that next time you see him.
Yeah, well, I'll get your promotion. Don't worry about it. So pretty much head of putting out fires for Lamakia, right? And pretty much you can just like go over the team structure. And also like, if you guys have made a journey, if you guys have made a switch or a transition from a prior structure or how you've tweaked it and improved it, that would be great.
Yeah, so we had a traditional team model before. One person went out and met them, one person sold the listing. We transitioned to a traditional brokerage model where we offer tools, products, and services. So some of the things you mentioned, showing assistance, transaction type coordinators. One of the products we offer is leads. It maybe potentially has some of those accountability type things, feeling like a team, but
would you call yourself a teamerage? Like it's a brokerage, right? But you kind of run the whole thing like a team, right?
We leads are one available product that we offer. If it makes sense to an agent to work them, there's some accountability required for it. Obviously, it's a lower split than if it's their own business. If it's right for them, fantastic. We'll train them. We'll bring the leads in. We'll help them on the back end. But if it's not for them, it's not for them.
Got it. So, what are the different types of specialists you have for let's say like the Ylopo portion of the business, which is the relevant topic today?
So yeah, our agents are we have Raya turned on, but the agent's doing all the prospecting themselves. So we don't have a call center. We don't have an ISA. We do have, and it was a huge thing we learned at your last summit. We do like a dial type day thing where you can recover, leads that are in the pond. But yeah, no, we don't have, and I'm not saying it's not a good way to go, but we tried that model with having inside sales agents book them for buyer appointments. We do it for seller, but we didn't get enough return to justify it. So the agents meet the metrics on their own, would that help or they don't?
And how do you keep them sort of accountable? How do you manage the folks?
So we look at spoken tos, what percentage of the leads we get, that obviously of the ones that have valid phone numbers, what percentage they speak to, what percentage of the ones they speak to they actually get in front of. So show a property to or set up a buyer consult for. Of those who become clients, I guess I should say of those who show up to the appointment, and then what percentage become clients.
And what are you using, like Excel sheets, Smart Sheets? Are you using Google Sheets? What are you using to track these folks?
Well, don't overthink it based on what I say. We built it out on Salesforce. We have our own system called the Makia Hub. But how did it start? With an Excel spreadsheet with our VP of Ops at that point, getting an email from the agent saying, received, right, that they got it from us, spoken to, met with, offer accepted. And then over time, we made it what it is today, but don't overthink it. Start small.
Got it. That's great advice. So it started with spreadsheets, and I know Anthony spent massive 6 figures or more, building out the customized Salesforce build. So that's awesome. Cool. So let's keep going around the loop here. Dawn. Hello. Wow. Dawn, what were you like? Top, what number client are you? Do you remember? Number 3 Ylopo client. Amazing. From 3 to 3,000. That's amazing. Incredible. So Dawn, same thing as we did with Dave. Talk about your team structure, if it's evolved, what it kind of went from to what it is now. What do you think kind of works for you guys?
So when we started with Ylopo, I was relatively new to the brokerage that I'm still at. And they didn't have any tech stack, no online leads. I mean, I've got hardworking old school dudes that own the brokerage that were like, what do you mean you're not going to door knock? What do you mean you're not going to grab the phone book? So insert Howard and G. We started Ylopo on a brokerage level. So all of the independent agents at the brokerage had the opportunity to be a part of the leads program. And everybody loved it in concept until accountability came in. And then when you are attempting to hold independent contractors that are paying the brokerage accountable, I mean, I can only guess what the pet names for me around the brokerage are after pushing that boulder uphill for, about 5 years, really. And so that combined with just growth in my own career, I started my own team that I run. Ylopo is stuck with me forever. So there was no giving up on Ylopo. I've now completely restructured it. I've taken over the brokerage's database and account, and my team is in charge of, nurturing, prospecting, closing transactions from that account. And then we are paying the brokerage a referral fee. We've taken the brokerage's license and we've developed an a la carte menu that's being launched in about a week and a half to the brokerage, where these independent realtors can go in and they can pay for a Diva ad, a listing rocket, a seller's report, everything individually, and nobody's telling them what to do. Nobody's telling them what they have to do. We've just basically separated everything.
Got it. And can you talk a little bit about, how you view the world of sort of measurement, accountability, visibility? What tools do you guys use?
Yeah, it's interesting how I haven't found, and I hope one of you on this panel have it, a one size fits all. Everybody walks around, and does the regimented prospecting every day when they're supposed to, how they're supposed to. So what I've done is I'm white glove onboarding with Sisu right now, and they're pulling in the last couple of years data for the team. And when we have our huddles, it's appointments. That's the big question. How many appointments did you set yesterday? So I'm really focused on appointments, contracts and closings, and have stepped back on, you know, how many calls did you make? How many contacts did you make? We have Conversion Monster now. We have Gabe now at Ylopo, which is a huge help. And then with Sisu and the automations that we put in place, accountability is touchy, necessary, but touchy. And maybe I have brokerage accountability PTSD.
So what do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean? I'm going to push you on that. What do you mean by that touchy?
Well,
I'm gonna pull this up again. I'm gonna pull this up again from Scott Trembly. I can't help myself.
I love it.
I'm gonna pull this up, right? And there's nothing touchy about this. Like, this is literally, he's got this on every single one of his agents.
Yeah.
And they all can see it. Like, they can all see each other's stuff. How many contacts made, how many appointments set, how many face-to-faces, right? How many brought over the line. And I just think, yeah, I'm gonna push you on that. Like, tell me, like, and I understand, like, I'm glad you reminded me, these are not employees. Like, that's important. Like, I will forget about that.
Yeah.
Right. So mea culpa, I will forget about that. They are independent contractors, but you know, you're giving them access to opportunities, you're giving them access to tools, a lot of stuff to be on your team. So
and Howard, it's a different level of touchy when I'm talking brokerage agent versus team agent, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
because the issue is, do they need you? If they don't need you, you're only going to be able to get so much. And so when she says brokerage agent, basically that's an agent that has their own book of business.
Sure, yeah, I think I'm just talking about
right?
people
The
on your
brokerage
team.
agent is a customer.
Mhm.
A team agent is there to learn from me. So it's different. Accountability
Yeah, I'm
is
talking about people who are getting daily, weekly, monthly access to the systems and the opportunities, to the leads. Like, I don't really, like, you know, the other folks, that's kind of outside of our purview here today. This is sort of like, have this giant funnel of opportunities. Remarketing keeps bringing them back. Listing alerts bringing them back. More new leads, you know. But if you don't have the right people, right?
Yeah.
You know, in the right position, I think, right, because I have people who should not be on the first line of talking to folks, and other people that should, right? And I think everyone in that pipeline needs to be held accountable, right? So we can come back, Dawn. Let's move over to number one in the universe, Sunit.
What's up, Howard?
What's up, brother?
You're number one, bro, not me. Come
I'm
on.
only number one in my own eyes, but
here.
you're literally like number one in California. So,
Yeah.
Sunit, talk about. I'd love to hear. Like, I always like to hear about transitions, right? I like for us to admit when we had the wrong structure or the wrong plan or whatever, and then what changed. But, you know, talk to us about your team structure. Was it always that way? How did it, you know, was it something else? How did it change? What has worked for you? What has not worked for you?
Bro, it's changed so many times. It might change again this week after this session. Who knows? But I mean, we went, right? Super small team. Barry and I texting every day, trying to figure out how to do anything. No,
I would tell all 400 people, you feel free to text Barry all day long. Yes.
Yeah. Well, this was a long
Barry?
time ago.
Okay.
We actually had time back then.
Go ahead.
But you know, a few leads round robin we did lead shifts and call nights and floor duty and what else is there? First to claim and every kind of routing possible to where now it's really we have ISAs in Sacramento. We have 5 terrific ISAs who.
Wow, 5 ISAs. That's amazing. That's
5
awesome.
ISAs here in Sacramento. I think about 10 or 11 overseas. You know, basically the ISAs have ISAs. I got that from somebody here.
Yeah, your local ISAs have support.
Yeah, the local ISAs have support. Right with.
So what are the other roles you have? Well, I want to get back to the ISAs. What are the other roles you have on your whole?
On the like executive level, I mean, we have a training manager, we have a sales manager, I have like a division manager, office manager, 5 or 6 TCs, acquisition manager. We have a CMA department for all our listings and for agents that they need a CMA. Another 10 probably VAs doing admin stuff. Took that page out of your guys' book, right? Like, yep. I'm addicted to hiring VAs.
What about the agent side? Are there buyer specialists, seller specialists? You have showing, people just turn keys. Like, what about on the agent side?
So like, I don't have a formal showing assistant program, but I got a Slack channel and a bunch of hungry new agents who'll go show anything for, $50, right? Because for me to try and manage that in California, like, no thanks, bro. I'm not going to do that. But there's a Slack channel and people are helping each other all day long, and I don't need to worry about any part of it. And there's plenty of opportunities. Listing agents. So we have a ton of listings, maybe the most in the state of California.
Number one.
Yeah. But I don't let everybody work our listing leads. However, I don't segment people into, well, you can only work listings, you can only work buyers. If Dave on my team, and I'm nodding, and I'm saying Dave because he's nodding his head. If Dave on my team has a listing and it's somebody that he knows, hell yeah, he can take it. Why am I going to hold someone down into a peg hole or whatever the saying is and limit what they can do? So
it's really interesting because you run a really large, team Ridge, whatever you want to call it. Dave and Anthony do as well. And they're getting it out to the general population, the leads to the agents. You guys have, 5 local ISAs who have their own support staff offshore. Make the case to Dave in front of everybody. I'm really into the uncomfortable moments here. Make the case to Dave. You're Dave's coach right now. Okay.
Cool.
Make the case to Dave that although he's told us that it was a failed experiment, they didn't see the ROI on it. Make the case to him that he should revisit it.
Yeah, this is comedy because our ISAs are crushing it and I'm making a shit ton of money. Yep, that's the case. Right? Like they said, right now, my virtual ISAs, dudes who are getting paid, less than the average here in California, especially, they have like 11 escrows right now. Those dudes in the Philippines, like,
what is the difference in the roles between the offshore, the Filipino ISAs and your local Sacramento ISAs, and how do they work together?
You guys, like, here's the deal. Like, here's a little bit of gold: is my virtual ISAs watch Rhea all day. Ta-da! Right, and because I'm sure all your agents are very well trained and you do a good job, but your agent is going to drop the ball and not be able to reply to some behavioral text from somebody because they're doing something else. It's notification overload, right? You guys know that's the case. With Slack and emails is notification overload. So the VA ISA is watching Rhea. And also something else great that the VA ISA is doing is they're doing all the nurturing. Is if our agent meets a lead. So we're talking about these analytics and the accountability and the KPIs. I am just obsessed with the MET. I'm very fortunate that our ISA team sets hundreds of appointments a month. And that the agents are also setting their own appointments. So our MET, the amount of people that we've met is quite large. I'm very fortunate that we've got it to be at this way. But I want to make sure, like, I have strict standards on how we nurture that MET, right? And between Rhea and the behavioral techs, the VA ISAs are in there all day long and making sure, like, if you've met a person, like I and you're an agent on Best Homes Group, the #1 team in the state of California. But if you're an agent and you've met a lead, Like, I want you looking at all of your leads once a damn week, period. If you met this dude, look at him once a week.
So where I'm a little confused is how would you describe the difference between what your local ISAs are doing versus what they're doing in the Philippines?
So the local ISAs, we're very fortunate. There's no shots, Bruce. You can look at real trends, but if the inbound calls are answered by our locals, and we're very fortunate that our phones ring off the hook. In between sign calls and everything else, our phones ring off the hook. I don't need my local ISAs really worrying about any text messages because they're busy answering the phones, right?
Okay.
The VA ISAs, like, they manage all text. I tell my ISAs here in town, like, bro, don't worry about answering any text messages. Just pick up the phone, make those dials. If a VA ISA can nurture it to a phone call, and maybe they're not confident in their English skills, although many of them are great at it, they'll just tag an ISA, and the ISA will pick up the phone and make the call. So it's working really damn well, man. Like, it's working super well.
Yeah, I mean, my notion, and Barry and Gabe, you guys can comment on this, but my notion has always been that if you're getting leads out to agents, that they're always busy doing lots of things. Like, they're doing a lot of different things, right?
Yes.
And talking to clients and meeting appraisers and just like an endless list of stuff. Whereas even if you start off with one or two ISAs, like, that's it. That's their job. They're not allowed to go talk to lenders, go meet appraisers, go to a house, open up, turn a key. That's all they do. And I like having two, like more than one, because then you can benchmark them against each other.
Absolutely.
You only have one, you can't benchmark that person against anyone else. Now, if you have two and you benchmark them, my idea is kind of mercenary. Is eventually, get rid of this one, keep this one, hire another one, right? Like, it's unless they're both doing really, really well, right? But kind of, if you're here, you got to get rid of this one, hire another one, like, keep benchmarking up. So I don't know, Barry, I think you wanted to touch on it.
Yeah, I mean, I have 8, and I think that when we're talking about team management, you really have to adapt to your agents, and your market, because there's been times where I would never invest in 8 ISAs for the agents that I had, because they would just be waiting for something easy. It just so happens that right now I have the best group I've ever had. And so I can invest in them, and all they do is nurture relationships. And
you say you have the best group you've ever had. You have the best ISAs or the best agents, or both?
Both now. But it was because I had the best hardworking agents that I was willing to invest money in ISAs, because I wanted to leverage their time. Whereas previously, I had to structure my team differently because I didn't have motivated, hardworking agents like I do now. So when we're talking about agents and the structure, you just have to adapt what you're doing. And also, the guy that's been with me the longest in the Philippines, I hired him to manage all of them. So I don't have to talk to him. I don't have to do anything. So it's just like over there. And they're setting, 15, 20 appointments a day.
Yeah.
Got it. So
it's so good, dude. Like, with the good VA ISAs, it's so good.
Because they're on a computer all day.
They're on a computer all day. And something else that I've noticed compared, and maybe, like, I don't subscribe to disc profiles or a lot of this other stuff. Maybe I should, I don't know. But the VA ISAs are extremely task orientated. When I've noticed that, number one, I'm sure your agents are special, and I'm sure that they're great. But in my scenario, many of them are not task orientated, right? They just aren't. You go into your CRM, and I did this for a talk I did at Cheflax event a couple of weeks ago. Go into your CRM, go to overdue tasks for your agents. It's going to be a lot. Go into your CRM and look for overdue tasks for your virtual ISAs. Because I did that, and it was like 5,000 versus 0.
Well, look, here's the bottom line, which is most people are not wired to do and enjoy call, email, text all day long. That's the majority of people, right? Probably a lot of us included. Not in our DNA. It's not what we want to do. Most agents they might do it for a little bit, have a short stint, right? But they're not going to keep doing it. But there is a percentage of the working population, which is that's their training. It's what they've done very often in other industries, right? And they're like, you need to find someone who's cold called people in another industry. Like, write that down, okay? You need to call a recruiter, like find someone who has done nothing but cold called in another industry. Because when they come to you and you're like, look, these consumers are reaching out to us. You're like, are you kidding me? This is the world, this is a layup. Whereas the agent, and I'm not blaming them, right? Because I get it. It's super hard. Who wants to do it? Like, who wants to, most of us are like, oh man, like 97% of these people hung up on me. Like, I can't do this anymore. But the right person in this position is like, oh yeah, I made 100 calls. I got 3 people that we've got appointments for. And Sunit has properly rewarded me to do that. Like, they're all about the incentives. Like, they're all about, you've got to tie them in. And now you have a machine that gets appointments to agents because agents don't want leads. Sorry, there's the truth. Agents don't want leads. Agents want appointments. So you got to have, like, this is the thing, like, go back, and hopefully you guys were on the call with Scott, who like blew my mind, but, and Sunit, you guys are running real organization, like you're running a real company. Why? Because I don't have software engineers who are on sales, doing sales calls. I don't have salespeople writing code. I don't have digital marketers doing customer success. Like, the right person in the right position, right? And it's very rare to find a great salesperson. And it's very rare to find a great software coder. And it's very rare to but that's what you're hiring for, right? And think about it. Just think about it. If you're running, I mean, I'm very biased, I think, on this one. So I'm looking for maybe Gabe or someone here, or Dave can come back at me. Like, let's have the debate, because this debate is healthy. And I do understand, like, not all the right structures for everybody. But I've never run a business, right? And I'm a serial entrepreneur, and we've got 250 people worldwide now, right? I've never had a business where I asked one person to do many different things. Like, we all specialize, and that's a real company. So do you want to run a real company? Do you not want to run a real company? And that's kind of my take on it. I think, Sunit, like, you and I kind of see that world in that way. And that's if you want to grow. Like, if you want to grow, then you have to invest in those specialists, because there's no other way to grow like without it, in my opinion. Now, not everyone wants to or needs to. Like, some people want to, like, I want my team of 5, my core, that's it. I don't want to have 25. That's okay. Respect that. That's cool. So who's going to come back at me? Like, give me the rebuttal on this. Gabe.
I don't think there's a rebuttal. I think I'm going to go back to what Sunit said a minute ago, just because, again, we've all tried multiple models, and this is something that Laura and I have chatted about a lot, especially when we got together, is, trying to force people to do what they don't want to do. You just said yourself, like, to hire somebody that's just going to pound the phones, call, email, text all day long, they're not going to do it. I'm with Sunit, Barry, Laura, and I think even Dawn, to where I would rather work with a smaller group of top producing agents who want to focus on inbound activity and service, and not cold calling and selling. So it's a structure of being able, how do we take all the shit off their plate that they don't want to do, that we're tired of beating them over the head to do, and now want them to come to work, want them to do what they enjoy doing, which is the dollar productive activity, showing property, writing contracts, negotiating contracts, and not the database management. The only people, for the most part, that I want my agents following up with right now are the people that they've taken out of our ponds, our A, Bs, and Cs, and that's follow-up, not so much prospecting, right? It's easier to scale the ISAs, lead coordinators on that to help tee up those appointments. And yes, the agents can jump in and help a little bit, but primarily this whole restructure that we're doing is in line with that. They're not so much a specialist as only on the buy side or list side. but they're specializing just on the service side. They're not having to go prospect and go hunting. They're just literally sitting back and farming. And what I've been excited about doing this is I'd rather grow the admin side and manage that versus the independent contractors. Not that I don't want to do that, but I'd rather deal with fewer agents producing more than the opposite. And I know it's something Laura and I spent a lot of time trying to structure in our tool set.
Well, now I'll play the devil's advocate, okay?
And
because there are other teams out there that don't build off of specialists who do very well. But there's no wrong way, right way. They both come with two sides to the coin. They all have their positives, they all have their negatives. And I think if you haven't started a team and you're thinking about starting a team, the way most teams form up isn't somebody sits down and says, you know what, I'm going to build a team. Let me plan this out, and build all the systems and then build the team. Generally speaking, in real estate, we sell to a certain level and we realize we can't sell anymore. We've hit a roof. And so we want to go further and we start bringing people in. You can do a model that's a non-specializing model. You can decide how much you want agents to do, how much you want to do. Do you want transaction coordinating? Those are how can I put it? The negative side of not having specialization is that you're going to have to do more recruiting. You're going to have higher turnover. You're going to have to spend more money. That's my opinion, but that's what I've seen in my experience. You can have a shop that's constantly turning over and you're constantly bringing people in and having people go out and bringing people in and having people go out and not have to manage them too much. That's a model. That's a viable model. There are models, plenty of models out there like that. That is not the model that I want to run, because I'm more interested in the soft stuff. What do I mean by soft stuff? Yes, I'm in business to make money, but I also enjoy developing leaders. I also enjoy helping people achieve far more than they could possibly achieve. That means that now I'm making a commitment. The flip side of that coin is I'm making a commitment to spend more time with my individuals on my team to coach them, mentor them, support them, and help them grow in their own right. Each member of the team. And I don't care if that's my my VA in the Philippines. I don't care if that's my transaction coordinator, my buyer's agents, my listing agents. I have a different philosophy. I don't think it's that different, but I invest in my people. And that's a slower model as far as the growth of the size of your team. But each individual person on that team is gaining more income, better life, better internal confidence, that kind of thing. I enjoy that. That's important to me. But you can have a model where you don't have to specialize. There's a downside to that, but there's also an upside, right? My engagement with that sort of model is going to be a lot less. It's going to be based on systems, which even both models, you're going to have systems. So I think one of the first things you've got to decide is, what is it exactly that I want to create? What kind of business do I want to have? Do I want to do, what do I enjoy doing? What do I hate doing? Where are my strengths? Where are my weaknesses? So there's.
All right, Dave, come back at me, because I'm still not buying it.
I mean, you have to do what works best for you. We've tried both sides of it, but when your long-term goal of providing leads to agents is to help them eventually transition to completely doing their own business, and you're doing all these things that are hard work, we're all admitting, nobody wants to make dials, but when you're doing all that for them and you continue to just feed them appointments, at what point are they able to learn how to do it themselves and to transition over? I mean, and I'm not saying that, you guys are exactly right when you said agents should be.
I would say they don't. I would say their job is to take them over the line. Their job is to meet them in person. Their job is to nurture the relationship forever. I would say that's the reality, right? That's
well, and you're right. Agents should be selling. Agents should be selling. That's why we have 8 vans that are doing pre-list appointments, taking pictures, helping with showings. We have transaction coordinators, all those things. But you're overestimating how busy new agents are. Sinead, 10 minutes ago said somebody will cover a showing for $50. So yes, do the more experienced agents need that a little bit more? Sure. Are they too busy to be making these calls? But you don't want them to. You want them to be transitioned off that point and have a new batch. And that's why we've been able to be the number one, quickest growing company within leading RE over the last 5 years. It's a group, they learn, they start doing their own business. It's a new group, they learn. Is your way maybe more efficient? Will you get a quicker immediate ROI? Sure. Is it easier to train staff than agents? Sure. But that's not as scalable, right? And our long-term goal isn't the team model and the most profitability out of the team. It's a different vision, I suppose. So I'm not saying all you guys are wrong.
Roughly speaking, Dave, what will be the total size of the volume this year, 21 for Lamakia?
I mean, we hit a billion way quicker than before. So about $1.6 billion.
Okay. So $1.6 billion, right? And so look, this debate is I'm not here to try to win the debate. The debate is to stir your thoughts, the audience, right? And for you guys to really process this and, and think about it, because you have to make a decision, right? And you've got to do what's right for you. I know that I walk the walk with what I'm talking about, because I've got great salespeople and I don't want them spending time doing anything else than doing demonstrations of what's a pretty hairy set of technology. And I don't want them I want them doing what they do really well. And they are fed appointments. Like they do not have to go in and set, it was wildly inefficient when they had to go and set up their own appointments, because all that time was not actually demonstrating the product, right? So, we walk that walk and have a lot of different specialists within our sales organization, and that kind of works for us. So I'm very biased, I think, right, based on the organizations that I've started. But Dave, I'm listening to you, I'm hearing you, and there's some really tangible benefits that you're saying, which is we want to recruit these new agents, right? We want them to cut their teeth. We want to see who's really good. We want them to work hard. We're going to move them up the ladder. We're going to bring in another, there's a whole different kind of, way around it. And hey, at $1.6 billion, right? You're 8 times what Scott will do this year at 200 million, but he's going to go from 100 million. He's going to go from 2 ISAs to 5 ISAs, right? The year after that, he'll go from 5 ISAs to 10 ISAs. He's going to scale that specialized system. You guys tried it, didn't work for you. And you like this more as a career development path, right? So I'm listening to that. Two sides of the equation. Obviously, I've got my personal bias, which is why what's that?
Yeah, me too. But the only thing you can do is just not take any action. Like if you try it and it doesn't work,
don't take any action.
Okay, you hired too many ISAs too quickly. Okay, I'm sure everybody up here has made decisions they wish they didn't and spent money they wish they hadn't, right? But to wonder which one's better, try it out, see which works for you.
I think that's huge. And I'd love to, we got some large teams here and a lot of experience. I'd love to speak to a lot of the people who are on here who are still, pushing 400 people. So a lot of these single agents, maybe 2, hearing all this, wanting to start growing and scaling. So maybe I'd love to kind of speak to them a little bit. What is the best advice you would have? I'd love to hear from everybody as far as what is that first step, or how do you start this process? Everybody's not going to jump out and just hire 4, right? So would love to maybe have some advice for those that are now hearing and thinking about this, how to start growing and scaling this so they can start ramping up.
I can start because why not?
Thank you.
So I remember sitting in a former brokerage that I worked at, wondering the same question, knowing that I wanted a business, right? About 1 year into the business. And for me, I said, I'll just bring on a bunch of agents, give them some leads, and I'll make a ton of money. Well, that shit didn't work. Okay. Everybody watching, whether it's you're a single agent or, small team, I hope you have some kind of leverage, and an easy way to leverage is to get a VA for $5, $6 an hour, $7 an hour, and go write down all the stuff you do every day for a week, right? Write it all down, put the price point per hour of what it is. I don't want to get paid less than $1,000 an hour, right? So everything under, I'm going to leverage out. There's a bunch of stuff I do that's $5 an hour, and I'm going to give that to somebody overseas. There's a bunch of stuff I do that's $20 an hour. Maybe I'll give that to a more specialized person here in my office, right? But I think that if you guys want, right, leverage, that used to be a buzzword. Whatever happened to those days?
Leverage.
If you guys want leverage,
a coach once told me to put some math on it. You can hire someone at 25% or less of what you yourself as the owner or CEO wants to make in a year. You got to do it right away. And it didn't matter what the role was, right? You can hire someone at 25% or less of what you yourself want to make in a year. You hire that person, right?
Yeah.
And it comes down to ROI, right? Everything is like, what's the ROI on Ylopo? Okay, right? You get an ROI on Ylopo, you're going to keep us. You know, you're going to shake hands, right? What's the ROI on this ISA versus that ISA? What's the ROI on this agent versus that agent, right? What's the ROI on having a great transaction coordinator that makes your agents happy so they stay with you, right? You know, all this different support that you give, you know, keeps these agents with you who also bring their organic book of business to you, right?
I think Sunit hit it right on the head. You have dollar productive activities, things that directly lead to a paycheck. That's not all that we do as realtors. We wear a lot of hats. You're already leveraging Ylopo, right? I'm not a digital marketing expert. So I've hired Ylopo to take care of that portion of my business. Transaction coordinating is a great example. That's what, $15 an hour work or less? Why? How many hours would I get back if I outsource that? And Sunit, I love it. When people ask me, where should I start? I want to build a team. I tell them, keep a journal. And I want you to write everything that you do down. And I want you to write beside of it, like you just said, what's it worth, right? And you'll find that as long as you're replacing, so if I hire someone to do transaction coordinating, as long as I'm not, you know, skipping down the road with that time that I just saved, but I'm reinvesting it into my dollar productive activities, my numbers are going to go up. Well, okay, I've maximized that. There's a lot of different next steps to a hire. Do I want to deal with agents? Have I got the patience, the skill set, the ability to train agents, or would it be better for me to go with the showing assistant model? Dave, I love your model where we start everybody here and they have to learn the basic skill sets. A good model that I've seen that works very well is I bring an agent on and they start out basically as an ISA. They make phone calls and set appointments for the other agents. Then they graduate up to being a showing assistant. They graduate up to shadowing a listing agent. And so we've always got new blood coming in and our roles are all filled, but there's a path for growth. There's a goal. There's something they're striving to get to the next step.
Laura, so how do you comp those? How do you comp those entry level?
I love when people ask comping. It's going to depend on your market area, right? They have to be able to make a living. So if somebody needs to make $30,000 a year to be able to survive in your market area, you want to start sort of in that sort of, are they part-time? Are they full-time? Are they fully engaged? Are you bringing them on as an employee or as an independent contractor, 1099? There's a lot of things that factor into it. I don't ever want to give a job to someone, a full-time, let me put it to you this way, a full-time job to someone on my team if it's not going to give them enough money to at least put gas in their car and pay the rent and eat.
So your ISAs and your showing assistants, they're, you know, hourly salary, something of that nature.
With a licensed person, you have a lot more flexibility, right? Mm-hmm. So for a showing assistant, there's a lot of different models I've seen out there. You can pay them per home that they show, but I cap it. So for instance, if I give them a buyer to go show homes to, they're going to show as many homes as are necessary for us to get that buyer under contract. But I don't want to pay them, especially in our current market where I know that buyer is going to look at a lot of houses. I don't want to pay them for hourly or each individual.
Yeah.
So I cap it out, and then we give a small percentage of the closing commission.
And then are there thresholds at the ISA point to get to the showing agent point to get to the buyer's
so
agent
for
point?
me, whenever I bring somebody new onto my team, in my head, I'm going to know before the 90-day mark, whether I feel they're going to make it or not make it. The second thing I want to keep in mind, though, is, Howard was talking about having the right people on the bus. Okay. We hire for culture. We have a very thorough interview process. And that's very important. I want to make sure these people fit my culture. If you fit my culture, I also hire looking for leadership skills. I may not bring you in as a leader, but I'm looking for leadership skills because I want to replace myself. Over time, I'm going to want to replace myself. So I may have the right person on the bus, but we might have to move the seats around. The model that I'm talking about, Dawn, here's what I know. If you want to be an agent, you've got to learn your phone skills. You've got to be able to prospect, right? So if I teach them that and they spend the first 30 days doing nothing but prospecting, setting appointments for the rest of the team, I'll be able to know within 30 days whether they're going to make it or not, right? And it's absolutely a critical skill set if you want to be successful in real estate.
I want to pass the ball around a bit. Suneet, I didn't mean to cut you off before. Were you mid-flow on something, or did you want to continue to answer Gabe's question? You're on mute. Suneet,
I totally spaced the question. I was listening to Laura just drop fire and say a bunch of stuff that I don't agree with, but I love it all. So
yeah, so one thing, I'm in a unique position because obviously I'm working full-time for Ylopo, so I don't have a lot of time to manage the day-to-day of my agents. And so I ran contests around the agents having to use their CRM. And then I bolted on, we have Sisu at the office. So it's on these big TVs. So when everyone walks in the office, they see who is doing well versus who isn't. That's all automated. Like I don't do anything with that. And then we have a lead manager.
So this is visible when people walk in the office. They'll go back. They'll see the agents and they'll see their performance and the whole thing.
They'll see whose appointment sets exactly. And then this is also bolted on to Follow Up Boss, and it tells me, the agents that are closing specific lead sources, what they're doing, what their conversion rates are, right? So I
calls, text, emails, appointments set,
all of it.
Incredible.
And what we found is that agents, so we're setting appointments for our agents, and they're just nurturing relationships. But when you look at the appointment conversion, I can see based on the appointments that I've set for them, what their projected GCI is. And the reason why this is significant is I was able to take this data and multiply it out. And we found that agents that are selling 2 Ylopo leads a month, on average, on our team, are calling 5 hot, warm leads a month. Five hot and warm leads a day, 5 days a week. And they're texting 7 hot and warm leads a day, 5 days a week. So that's 25 calls a week, 35 text messages, just nurturing relationships. And so what we're able to see is, and this is all in that Octum software, but what we're able to see is who the top performers are on a conversion rate, who needs more coaching based on their production. And then we do screen shares, looms every month, where we go through and we show the agent, like, here's how many of your leads you've connected with. And, here's your pipeline. You have 214 leads assigned to you. Of the 214, you've got 27 nurtures and 26 hots. And we bolt it all the way down, and we can see where the choke points are in their business. And the cool thing is all of this is automated. So like, I'm not watching any of this, but what happens is where I get to make high level business decisions. Don't worry, not during the day, at night when everybody else is sleeping. But I'm able to just say, like, okay, these 5 agents are crushing it. They're going to get all the ISA appointments. And I realized I was closing 15% of my Realtor.com leads, and I was closing 1.2% of my Ylopo leads. And Realtor.com was getting a lot of noise because we're having all these closings. But then I looked, because I was able to take my cost per deal and my ROI for every $1,000 I spent on Realtor.com. This is as of this year, I was losing 500. for every $1,000 I spend at Ylopo, I was making $4,000.
So
but
Barry, are you basically rewarding the agents? So you're watching, remember we talked about it this morning, the leading indicators. You're watching the calls, the emails, the texts, because those are the leading indicators that you're saying will convert into appointments, which will then convert into deals. Are you rewarding those agents with then more appointments because they are better, they have better nurture stats?
Yeah. So after they go to the appointment, they get a text message automatically that says, hey, how did it go? 1, if it went good, 2, if it went bad. And if it went good, are they hot, warm, or cold? Press 1 for hot, 2 for cold, and it's all via text message. So the outcomes are all distilled down. And the agents, if an agent doesn't follow up on an appointment, they don't get any more leads. They have to email in and say, this is why I missed the appointments, and this is what I plan to do in the future. And then the lead manager goes in, starts sending them appointments again. But I've told them they communicate with our admin. They're telling us what they want based on what they do in follow-up boss. So if they don't change the stages, they're telling us they don't want the lead. If they don't meet their appointments, they're telling us they're too busy for appointments. And so they are controlling their own destiny. And it, I want everybody to like me. So I had to figure out a way to penalize them without it being my fault. And that's how I was able to do it, is make it like a language. If you want something, you got to do all this stuff. So OK Hogan is in the chat this is the best, absolute best masterclass or mastermind ever. So applause to everybody that's on this panel. And then a few questions. So Barry, how are you able to see that ROI on Realtor.com and Ylopo? Was that with Octum? That's the first question. So that was actually with Sisu.
Sisu.
So what Sisu is able to do is it automatically takes, I go into reports, and then I go into lead source. I think it's opposite, but and I'm able to go through and look at cost per lead, cost per closing, and conversion rate. And it's all automated based off of, the data that it's getting from follow-up boss.
Got it. Sisu. Okay. How much you paying your VAs? We're going rapid fire. How much you paying your VAs from the Philippines?
$5 an hour, ballpark.
Okay. Do they get any incentives for anything?
They get to keep their job.
What
a bad
No, steady work over there is the prize.
Just one tip, guys, from Scott Trembly early this morning, and Dave Carroll, you can comment on it, or Suneet, which is he has figured out how to create, even if it's really small, incentive they have all these different specialists. They have lots of different people that don't normally get incentives. They have figured out an incentive system for everybody in the organization. And I thought that was awesome.
I think it sounds complicated. Who wants to track that? Am I going to pay somebody else to freaking track that stuff?
Well, it is complicated. It is complicated. We do it, but Suneet, you work in life with a set of incentives. I work in life with a set of incentives. And I think that it's brilliant where he's really thinking deeply about, because remember, he's keeping his agents and recruiting because he has this great support, like unbelievable support, but he keeps the support because they're also working on incentives. He's not breaking the bank. I don't think he's overcomplicating it. Again, not for everyone. It's just an idea. That's why this is a mastermind. We're brainstorming. But think about, who are you not incentivizing right now that actually you could possibly incentivize?
I mean,
you can't motivate someone unless you know what motivates them.
Go ahead, Suneet. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we incentivize. I mean, now that after I talk a little shit that I think about it, typical is that, I mean, all the staff mostly gets incentivized for performing, whether it's a TC gets a bonus, or sales manager get a bonus, or this manager, or this person, or a VA ISA, or an ISA, they all get something.
Got it. Awesome. Dave, anything you want to, any final words of wisdom here you want to drop on the group?
I'm still welcome to speak. No, that's good. That's just saying that we comp every staff member some type of incentive. They're not all tied to the same things, but they all got to be tied to something. So maybe the receptionist isn't tied to the same thing as somebody in marketing, but hey, you got to have some incentive plan and actually stick to it, because people won't believe it's a thing when they first join you.
And Dave, and you're watching everything in the organization. I mean, you're watching you're watching the lead data, you're watching the agent actions, like you guys are measuring absolutely everything. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, we have dashboards on dashboards. So yeah,
you have dashboards that are monitoring the dashboards. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe it. Cool. Let's go around the room. Other final thoughts?
I bring attention to a number that Barry threw out. I just want to give some context to it. So when he was talking about his agents and the amount of calls and texts that they're making, and I can't remember exactly what it was, Barry. It was like 25 calls and X text or whatever to get these appointments. What I want to draw attention to that though is the way that Barry has dialed in his systems, and a lot of us started doing it, is they're calling, and it kind of goes back to what Howard was saying at the beginning, calling the right people at the right time. Right. So it's really taking all of the technology that we got from the priority alerts, the Raya replies, what Sunit was talking, like his VAs are watching, and it's hitting people when they're thinking real estate at that moment. And when you do that and you have everything dialed in, you can now make less calls and less texts. So I just don't want anybody to think they're just going to take a cold database and not actually make any sort of game plan on how they're going to like, wait, shit, I'm calling 25 times a week and I'm not getting these appointments. It's really going into it with intent and making sure that the systems that you're putting in place are allowing you to make a higher quality call based on that activity and understanding of where those opportunities are at that moment.
Yeah, those are not prospecting numbers. Prospecting numbers are thousands of dials a day.
Completely different.
Totally different. Totally different.
Follow-up versus prospecting, completely different. I think it goes back to Sunit, and you used it earlier too, right? All I want my agents doing are just following up on the people that they're meeting with. That is completely different than prospecting, correct?
All I want them to do is like go on these appointments and we'll follow up on the Mets, right? If the agent can't or isn't able to or doesn't follow up with the Mets, then we'll do it. And there's no big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. And just, when you start to, your CRM is, if you can, so I ran a contest that whoever schedules the most appointments inside of Follow Up Boss won something at the end of the month. I did that because it's just like the tax code. The tax code is designed to incentivize specific behaviors. And so I find out I want something, I run a contest. And once they started using it, then I was able to take that data and filter it into all these systems. And then you can make some high level business decisions very quickly. I would have thought Realtor.com, if I wasn't watching the numbers, was making me more money because there was more noise, more closings. But at the end of the day, I want to make more money, and it's night and day between Realtor.com and Ylopo for us anyway.
So we're squarely in our Q&A session, also our break session. People who want to get food, people who want to go to the bathroom, people who want to ask questions. You can do any of that during the break session. You guys, if you guys want to read, we probably have a bunch of questions here. Someone had asked, by the way, this is to everyone, how do you protect your leads? Like what happens when agents leave and they've built up the relationship with the leads? I would say, first off, make sure you have all the support and all this love so agents don't leave. But anyway, Sunit, you wanted to raise your hand?
Yeah. So do you want to stress yourself out and waste your life chasing a lead and some agent? Like good friggin' luck. Right. So, I mean, like right before this call, we made an agent leave. Like he said, can I work these leads? I said, sure, take them. I know that they're more likely to be converted by the agent that's met them a few times rather than say, well, I'm no longer here on the team, so you're going to go work with this dude over here. Like that shit don't work, man. So let them go. I'd rather, now if someone's sneaky, I'll threaten the hell out of them. But I mean,
we have an easy exit clause. Just sign a referral fee, take them with you, because you're not going to keep them.
Dude, perfect. Yeah, you're not going to keep them. That's great, Barry. Thank you. You're so smart, man. You're so smart, man.
Yeah, Anthony just said, Barry, you just made the best point of the day. What was that one point? That was the best point of the day.
Do whatever Howard says. That's
seriously, what was that point? Other than that,
I don't know.
You don't know? All right, Anthony's got to tell us again.
At the end of the day, I want to make more money, and Ylopo does it better than Realtor.com.
Okay. Got it. I was not feeding that. Okay, cool. Other questions? What other questions do we have here, guys? Who can offer a training on how to hire and train VA ISAs? Seems there are several ways to do this.
There's a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, we can put together, I think, Howard, with the team at Ylopo, I think we can put together some resources for people that are, because I've learned what I've learned vicariously through the team at Ylopo. And so I think we can put some resources together for
Yeah,
people.
look, I mean, today's been amazing because it's kind of blowing my mind about what else we can get into. You know, we could do a freaking whole week in Vegas, right, at Aria. But I mean, a whole session with all these tools like Optum. Yeah, Dave's like, yeah, bring me to Vegas for a week. You know, Optum and Sisu and Smart Sheets and like all these tools, right? But then there's also like, there's so much help. Like people want to know, how do I even, like, what's the ad look like? How do I place ads? What am I going to pay the people? Do I go Philippines? I mean, I love what Sunit's doing. I got to tell you, I love the fact that I mean, Sunit will tell you, I normally don't love on him at all. He's a real pain in the ass, but I got to tell you that I love the fact that he's got 2 levels of ISAs, right? And very succinctly told us, like, I've got my team in the Philippines, and then I've got my badass team here in Sacramento who know my local market. But he didn't like go from 0 to 60, guys. Like I've known Sunit, been a friend of mine for a long time. I've been there, right, at like the rough stage and the transition stage. And you don't go from 0 to 60. You go to 1 ISA, you go to 2 ISAs. Maybe you don't go to ISAs, you go to 5. There's a whole long transition here, and he's failed forward, right? So, but there's so, like, you know, Gabe, like we got to be taking notes for like so many in the weeds sessions, because people are asking questions like, you know, how exactly would I place that ad, and what am I going to pay them, and how do I incentivize them, and who are the best sources for VAs, and how do I train them, and all that kind of stuff. And there's like session after session that we can have in Vegas first week of April. Don't miss it. Looking for 1,000 agents.
Yeah.
Cool. What else? What are we running up on? We still got a little time. Other questions?
Yeah. So some more questions on hiring. Do you send different leads to different people? Like lead distribution kind of is a question that's coming up. How do you guys, I would love to hear how all of you are managing lead distribution. I personally would really appreciate that. I know how I'm doing it, but.
And by the way, someone did ask about scripts or talk tracks for VAs. Don't miss tomorrow. We're getting into content, right? Barry gave a lot of content tomorrow. Lead conversion.
Lead conversion content.
Lead conversion. So yeah.
Go ahead. New lead conversion, lead nurture conversion, because that is, people are blowing it with lead nurture.
Eric Lowry said, "This is all awesome. Can't wait for Vegas." That's like my favorite comment of the day. We'll pray for that.
Dawn, how are you distributing your leads with Laura?
So I've got different types of leads basically that are distributed differently based on the action and activity of the particular agent, right? So seller leads, I've got 2 of my rock stars that get them right away. Different buyer lead sources are round robin between certain groups in the office. So
okay. Laura, how are you?
I drop leads into a pond, and it's all hands on deck, including Conversion Monster. Once our agents have connected with the lead, they ping me, change the stage, and then the lead is assigned to them, and they do the follow-up. You'll often see when a new lead comes in or a priority alert happens, you'll see 5 to 7 calls within the first 5 to 7 days after that lead does something significant, coming from the whole team, actually.
Got it. Where'd Dave go?
Dave's there.
Oh, there he is. Well, the screen started sharing.
No. I'm showing the day one virtual promo code in case anyone missed it.
For the agents that want leads, do you have any specific criteria on how you route them to the agents?
Yeah, so we have a round robin for Ylopo online type leads. Then once people progress through those, we get a lot of B2B type leads, incoming referrals, Rocket Mortgage, Ojo. So they kind of prove themselves to that tier. That's kind of a similar needed sales requirement than to get on seller leads from television, stuff like that.
So I'm curious on that. Oh, sorry, Barry.
Beneath the tree.
Shut your mouth on live internet, Barry Jenkins.
How do you manage lead distribution?
There's some broadcast, there's some calling lead, there's some round robin, there's some geographic, like weighted based on performance too. Like we have some very high intent leads that convert, super high. And I'm just not going to broadcast them, but we will say, hey, Dave, you live over here in Boston, although you don't live in Boston, I know that, but you live over here in Boston. Here's a great hot Boston lead. Can you go work it? Right. So it's a mixture of everything, and the ISAs and the VA ISAs are there.
Okay. Gabe, you were going to ask Dave something, I believe.
Yeah, I was just I thought you have an interesting point as far as how they, kind of almost have like a training wheels. You're going to make the newer agents work online leads, the more nurture prior to giving them more, inbound lay down. And I think it's interesting because I've chatted with a lot of teams and I agree with it. Have you found if you let everybody, even the brand new agents, all of a sudden get the LSA, the inbound and all of that, then it's harder to get them to actually prospect and work and nurture people through?
So yeah, anyone that joins our company it's a 3-week orientation. It's 2 days per week. So that's whether you want leads from the company or not. If after you complete that, you're interested in leads, we have a quick onboarding session with some additional requirements. So you call some older leads, basic stuff, and then they get onboarded.
Nice. That way they're not cutting their teeth on that inbound low hanging fruit.
By the way, Kelly in the chat was mentioning that her agents are going to be attending parts of tomorrow, maybe can't do all of tomorrow. Remember, today was for you guys, the licensees, the leaders, the owners, the payers, the big bosses. Tomorrow is for everybody, the team leaders and team members. We are rolling into, in about 5 minutes, we're rolling into upping your recruiting game, leveraging Ylopo systems to up your recruiting game. Tomorrow, because Kelly wanted to know, we're laying out a product vision, G, Barry, and Gabe, starting at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we're getting into creating a mindset of success. Bring back an awesome panel for that. And then we're getting into lead conversion. I think session 3 and session 4 will blend into each other, surfacing the gold, then cashing in on the gold. So all about conversion. So those are crazy important.
And cashing in.
5, more sellers, more listings, understanding the Ylopo seller, lead gen seller tools, and new seller mode. Session 6, utilizing video to build your business, boost brand awareness, lead gen, and lead conversion. And then the final session 7, the secret Ylopo tips, tricks, and hacks revealed, and product releases. So that is tomorrow.
Yeah, and the cashing in, because we have so many coaches on that one, we're actually going to let them give them scenarios and let them role play the lead conversions and stuff, just to really give that example of how to convert the leads. And there should be 2 announcements, one immediate-ish for product releases tomorrow. So, and they're actionable for your agents.
And I'm looking for one more person for tomorrow's panel on creating a mindset of success. So if you can get into the weeds, get really granular, and teach massive number of team members how to create a mindset of success, then ping one of us and we will add you to the session tomorrow. Any other final thoughts? Something that somebody wants to say and they have not said it.
Thanks, Howard, Gabe, and Barry. You guys are incredible and such an honor to be on here. And you, Laura, who I just met, and Ylopo is doing incredible things for the real estate industry. So keep it up, guys.
We appreciate the kind words, Suneet. Thank you, Mr. Number One. You're coming back for the live summit on stage at ARIA. Appreciate you. Laura, thank you for some amazing coaching. As always, amazing words of wisdom, dropped a lot of fire. Don, thank you so much for giving us a peek into how you run things and how you've evolved over time. You've been with us from the beginning, and as you said, you'll be with us forever. You're part of the family. Thank you so much. Barry, you did okay. You did all right. Dave, thank you so much. Guys, Dave works with Anthony Lamacchia, the Lamacchia, what is it? Group team, whatever it is. They're like 1.6 billion, massive. Like, what's the total size of your staff?
We have 425 agents.
Oh my God, 425 agents. Okay, total badasses. They're amazing.
Follow them. Follow Crush It in Real Estate.
Yeah, Crush It in Real Estate.
Change your life.
Anthony's become a really good friend of mine, as well as Dave. We thank you so much for supporting us and working with us and being here today, dropping a lot of wisdom. Thank you so much, Dave.
Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for not just being a lead vendor. Thanks for being a partner.
Hey, that means a lot to me, right? And that's why we're doing all this coaching and training, and not just being a tech provider saying, here you go, figure it out or not. and why we're invested very heavily and very selfishly. I'm being very selfish, right? Because Dave, if you're not successful, right, then we're not successful. But we are a team, and we hope to be your outsourced digital marketing department, but also this place of connection, which is what the in-person event in Vegas is all about. I promise you, if you go to Vegas, you will take your business and your personal production to a next level, because that's all you're going to do. Look, your network is your net worth. That's it. Your network is your net worth. It's too easy to stay home. It's too easy to say no. Go expand your network and expand your net worth. That's it. All right, we're rolling in. Gabe, we going into the next session here.
Peace out, guys.
See you guys.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Yeah, and let's see. There's Kevin. I see Kevin. We're waiting for a couple more to pop in here. And really, what we want to talk is about recruiting. How do we, up our recruiting game, find the talent, build our teams in the right way. So I don't know who has. I don't know if that's Kiwi or who has the ability to let them in. But we're looking for a couple more here. There we go. There's a familiar face.
There's Long.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, thanks. Hey, so let's do the same thing.
I don't recognize you not on the golf course. I know you have a fake background. He's actually on the golf course right now.
All right, so I am going to show you, because Mike Bernier F up. I am doing it.
Mike Bernier, his partner, F
and I will be playing right after we're done.
How'd I know that? It's a riot. Did I call that?
You did, Howard.
But, Long has upped his recruiting game and team management and structure so well that he now can actually just do these calls from the golf course. Look at Kevin. Look at Kevin. Kevin's got a real office. He's really working. He's hunkered down. Got a giant monitor there. See that, Long? He's not out there golfing.
Well, thanks.
I think he missed the part where Mike bailed at the last minute and you're stepping in.
Oh my God.
I love it, guys. Well, hey, give an intro for those who may not know who you guys are. Let's just let everybody know where you guys are, your market, what you've been doing, a little bit about you before we dive in.
I can start.
Perfect.
So Mike Bernier, who is supposed to be sitting here today, and we have a brokerage in Minnesota. We're just about to hit 700 agents, and we actually started to grow a ton when we started to work with Ylopo. So Ylopo had a lot to do with it.
Awesome. Give a little context. When we start to grow, can you just, again, this is not like an ego or bragging. What I want to know is, as people are listening, because we're talking about recruiting, we'd love to hear a little bit of stats, what you guys have done, each of you, over the years, just to kind of get some context to, why we have you guys here.
Yeah, so we started with 8 agents in 2014, and we're just about to hit 700 here next week. And that's after actually being very selective. We let a lot of agents go who's not working out. So we've probably brought in about 1,000 agents in about 5-6 years. We'll do about 6,000 transactions this year, and we did 4,200 last year. And a lot of it has to do with Ylopo.
Incredible growth. Kevin.
Kevin, actually, I was on a call with him last week, and he just started going into what he's doing for recruiting. I was like, what are you doing Tuesday? Because I just got like 3 ideas from talking to you. And so I actually created a funnel over the weekend based off of some of the things you taught me. So awesome. Kevin, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so Kevin Lapp from Alberta, Canada. We're close to Red Deer. And so I've been in real estate since 2006, built a team of people. With 4 agents, we did over 100 million in production, with transaction coordinators, so forth. And in 2012-13, I started to scale my real estate business by recruiting agents in the marketplace at the same time that I was building my construction business. So home building, we got that up to about 70 homes a year. And then during the downturn of the marketplace in 2015, I had to retract that company, change it, and I actually just finished wrapping it up, unfortunately. But it'll tie into my recruiting and my strategies of what I did in the past and what I'm doing now. So I don't know if I want to go into that at full detail. I'll let everybody do an introduction, and then you guys can cue me in on what I've done in the past and what I'm doing now. It's that's showing well for our company.
Okay. All right. Kenny, I feel like, I don't travel a lot. And so I've been vicariously vacationing through your Facebook stories, and I know what you eat. I know what you buy. And I am super excited to, what have your numbers like growth wise over the last year? Do you know offhand?
2019, we ended with 88 transactions at $56 million. Ended the year with 10 agents, 10 team members. In the last year, we had 80 team members. We did 188 transactions, about 127 million. This year, we're right around the 208 team member mark, forecasting close the year about 900 transactions at probably $675 million. Next year, we're forecasting to have close to 600 agents on our team by the end of next year, doing anywhere from $2.2 to $2.5 billion sales in the Bay Area.
Hey, Kenny, are you on our Facebook success group?
Yeah.
Couldn't find you. Trying to tag you.
I think so.
Well, is it Kenny Fast or Kenny Trump?
Yeah, Kenny Fast. Yeah.
Yeah. So he does things really fast.
I don't know. I couldn't find it. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. Well, anyway, let's make sure you're on there and we're friends and all that. I wanted to tag you for this, but awesome to have you on board.
And Clarence, Clarence has more than doubled the size of his team over the last probably 12 to 16, 18 months or so. And, I'm just excited to hear from all of these people. Howard, I've got a few questions that I want to ask, but if you have some, I don't want to.
This is your guys' show. Okay. I just want to say hi to Clarence, because Clarence, how long do you and I go back?
My God. At least
don't age me, man. Don't date me, baby.
I'm gonna put it to the beginning of the Tiger League days. So
Clarence, you didn't know that, Barry, but Clarence and I go way back. Yeah, we've been friends a long time. So
that's awesome.
It's an honor and a privilege to still be working with you.
You too, man. Always. You know that I appreciate everything you've done.
I appreciate you.
So we've got a wide spectrum of businesses listening in on recruiting right now. I would love, and this is going to be hard to do, but I would love to get a couple of sentences from you on what you think is empowering your growth. And I know it's hard, but what is it? Is it a process you have, or is it a pitch? Is it a culture? Is it you? Who wants to go first?
I'll shoot it out. So I think the big piece for us is the culture piece. I mean, we're going to have fun. We enjoy working with each other. Everyone on our team, I can spend a week with literally and have fun with, but we really help each other. We support each other at a high level. And I think a lot of people see our energy that we bring. Even though we're out working together, we're serving the community. We do a lot of nonprofit stuff. And so it's about a balance of work life, but we're also having fun and creating and impacting together. And I think people love seeing that.
So you think you guys having that culture and that relationship, are you saying that other agents notice it?
Yes. So we'll literally have people reaching out, because it's one thing that people post on social media to like make it seem like they're working. But when people can really come in our environment and see not only they're really posting real sales, they're really actively, working together. They see a lot of the training and the things that we do together. Literally, I have people inboxing us on a consistent basis, just, hey, we want to come in and interview to partner up with the team.
So they're posting to Instagram and their Facebook?
Facebook mostly, and some are our Instagram, but a lot of through the social and also personal phone calls. I'm from here. I'm Birmingham, Alabama, so roll tide. We got to throw that in there. But a lot of people here. I know a lot of people because I'm born and raised here. So that's another attracting piece too.
Well, so you're saying it's organic then? You're not actually. It's not like a strategy. You're just growing.
And we're
that awesome.
Basically. Yeah, we're doing some stuff through strategy, but mostly it is organic. Honestly.
Okay. Interesting. Who else in a few sentences can share what you think? Hey, Lon.
I can go next, Barry. So I believe that the system run business, people run system, right? So everybody participating on here looks like either team leader, even solo agent or broker. So if you're running a business and we're in a people business. So the system process part, we really leverage Ylopo for that. But also the people part is just a nurturing relationship, because at the end of the day, it should be a long game. It's not a short game when it comes to recruiting. You just don't recruit 2-3 agents and then stop it and try to recruit again when you need them. You have to be constantly recruiting. So for us, we have a process system down and we plug in the people. I agree with Clarence. For us too, it's about the culture because it's brand protection, right? So when you have a group that people like to hang out and have fun with, they're going to want to be with you because at the end of the day, all the value proposition, we believe it's just smokes and mirrors. Yes, they're going to want it, but they want to be with people they like. We call it the culture code. You know, there's 3 reasons why people want to be with a bunch of people. One is they want to feel safe. So if you provide a safe environment for them to come with you, they're going to be with you. 2 is they want to feel connected with you. They want to know your vision, your mission, you personally and your company. And the 3rd one is a shared vision or share a future. You know, are they having fun with you? Are you all going to the same place? So that's for us is what Mike and I focus on.
Interesting. That's really interesting. Kevin or Kenny? Both of your names start with K, by the way.
I go, so yeah, like the culture piece, like same thing these guys said, we're really big on social media. If you look up #teamfast or go Kenny_fast, see what I'm tagging. It's hard to talk about culture and have people feel it. So our agents are very social, with creating reels and TikToks, and every time someone has a sale or something, there's like 20, 30 comments, congratulations. We share each other's sales, we share each other's new listings. We invite agents, we do coaching calls 3 times a week in the group format. People get really vulnerable. Many people are crying every day, which is in the good way. We're only hitting out Tony Robbins. So they come, they feel it. And then we have a lot of in-person events. Last week, we hosted the Tom Ferry Success Summit across 2 offices. We have 50 people here, 15 there. A couple of team members signed up just last week. So, you know, really having your culture be out there and people understand what it is key. It's hard to talk about it. These guys have done really well because they really know what their culture is.
Well, yeah. So, you know, to have 20 or 30 comments on another agent's sale, do you feel like you're just attracting that type of agent that is really just all in and just super motivated? Because I don't, that isn't something that I'm seeing on my team. So that's intriguing to me, that level of passion.
Yeah, we're many of our agents find each other through social media. I'm big on social media. I post like 30, 40 times a day, every day on stories. So I've attracted my tribe around me, and the company originally revolved around my DNA, but now the team has evolved into Animal, where we're not the only team, but we're definitely one of the very few teams doing this high level where we're supporting each other visibly. And not everyone's on social media, so we so happen to pick a lot of teams, members from online.
Interesting. Okay. Gabe, if you're thinking of questions too, we'll let Kevin go.
Kevin finish. Yeah, I want to go deeper on a little bit here, but I want Kevin to finish his.
Sure. So, I mean, it stems back to culture, and I'll just tell you from my experience, my culture got broken. I was running a team, built it up to a team of 24 people at one point, and we're down to 7, and I'm rebuilding the team as we go again. So when I started other companies, my availability, my presence as a leader within my organization was a direct impact to the culture of the company. And it was also a direct impact to the people that I was hiring. And so I had a team of 4 to 6 agents, and we were producing outstanding numbers, 300 transactions, 100 million in GCI. And we went backwards, although we went through some recession and all of these things that I could blame circumstances on. But the reality is that the culture broke down from the leadership, from the top end, back into the company. And so I know moving forward, based on what I'm doing, I've changed my strategy on who my focal point is, the importance of really interviewing and getting to know who you're bringing into your environment and protect the culture that you're trying to build is very crucial. And so I know for sure moving forward for me, the number one thing is making sure that we've got the right people in our organization that are a fit based on our vision and the things and activities that we need to do and accomplish on a daily basis. So I've seen the pendulum shift, and sometimes you get stung and you fail forward, as we've talked about it today quite a few times. Failing is a great thing. You either fail and you cripple up into a ball, or you fail and you figure things out. And I'm on a path where I feel like the things that I learned about myself and our organization, we're in a good spot. And my recruiting method from the start to finish has changed from the perspective of where I was at before. And I can obviously dive a little bit deeper into that with you guys.
Yeah.
So to set this framework today, I want to, Gabe and Barry, I want to accomplish 2 things. I certainly want to accomplish being Ylopo selfish. I want to accomplish how specifically members here of this mastermind are specifically using Ylopo, get into the weeds here on this, the details to give to our community. How are they specifically using Ylopo, and include Gabe and Barry into that conversation to recruit great people to their team? And then feel free, beyond that, forget Ylopo, beyond that, other things that you use or do to recruit and maintain, and not just recruit, right? It's all about retention.
Right.
And it's one thing to recruit them, invest energy and train them and get them to this great level, and then you lose them, right? Like that doesn't make any sense. So I think getting into also how you retain them as well.
Well, I think that's a great point, Gabe, Howard. And
I'm Howard, by the way. That's Gabe.
Yeah. Which one? Okay. Anyway. All right. So I was going to say, I think Gabe is getting ready to speak. But I know for me, technology is an important part of the pitch for joining your team. And Ylopo represents, for me, a significant part of that conversation. So it'd be interesting to hear how others kind of work it into their pitch. But Gabe, you were going to say something, or Howard, whatever your name is.
Yeah. Well, I want to go one step deeper just because literally all four of you mentioned culture. All right. Yeah. So clearly it's important. And so I'd love to have some takeaway actionable items for everybody. So I'd love to know if you could give just one example, because we got a lot to cover here. One example of how you are hiring to culture. Because it's one thing to say it, but I love, like, what is an example or something that you do either yourself or with your team that are now allowing you to hire to that culture, not just talk about it?
I can speak to that. So new recruits, new agents, whether they're licensed or in the process of being licensed, we involve them at the time when they've agreed that we're a good fit for them and they're a good fit for us. A couple things we do is I make them meet not only with our leadership team, admin. It's not just me making that decision. I actually bring them full circle into our environment. In addition to that, we're allowing them to join us in team trainings, to experience us, to see how much that they're involved in that process in the early stages. Those are a few things, and for them to learn that when we go into training, when we go into what we're doing and focused on as a group, that they're able to participate and see that before they actually are licensed and fully onboarded onto the team. The other thing is we have our huddles on Monday mornings, Wednesday morning, and we want them to participate. And just even part and parcel it's mandatory unless you have an excuse. And if you don't email or don't let us know within 24 hours, then you're not really a part of the group, and we don't want you to be a part of that group. So we use a lot of things to phase out who is dedicated to the culture, the vision of the team. And it's self-discipline. And if you can't be self-disciplined enough to follow simple instructions, at that point, I don't know how much time and energy that we want to divulge into those people. And that's a lesson that I learned, hiring the wrong people before.
Love that.
Interesting.
So I'll add too, and like similar to what Howard was asking. So one of the things we do to leverage the tech is when they onboard, we upload their database, right? And they instantly get to see the retarget marketing start to regenerate people in, especially when you have an agent who's been in the business some time and they have a database, but they're not really working it. So when you start seeing Riot talk and people saying, man, my client, I saw this lady at a house 2 years ago. She's looking at houses. It's amazing to see them basically where the people are coming back to them without them having to make a call, because all agents get tired of that, right? And they think that prospecting comes in different forms. It's not always about batting the phones, and we know that's part of it, but it's fun and it's enjoying to see them reach out to people, and people are actively wanting to talk to them. And they didn't have to call 500 people to find the 3 or 4 people they need to talk to today. And so we use the tech in that format. And part of the way we people with culture is that, again, we invite them to the meetings prior to joining, but we also have them go out and partner up with a senior person on the team so that person can take time to see, are they willing to go and self-serve? Would you go and show doors and open up things for team members at no cost? And so we take them through a little hazing, if you can say that. And that's a way to kind of see people, are you really bought into what we're doing? Our vision and what we tell them, we're here to do a goal and accomplish a goal that we couldn't have done individually. You know, we're working as one to achieve one big goal. It's not about you, and you have to die to self. When you're on a team, it's not about LeBron made all the points. Is that your defensive guy or your coach? Everybody's playing a part. And that's what we really see a lot of people, they don't mind. And we have a lot of people who are really servant agents. I mean that. We're trying to
really timely point that you made, because OK Hogan in the chat was saying, look, I was with a brokerage or team that had great culture, but I left them because they had no processes or no systems or no tools or whatever. So I think that, you know, you could be competing with other teams of brokerages that also have great culture. But what you talked about is like, no, yeah, we've got great culture, but hey, you come in, you start. Hey, you've got 1,000 people in your old CRM. We're importing them. We're putting them on remarketing. And all of a sudden you're getting in front of them, right? And then they're getting listing alerts, and now they're coming back, and there's a whole process and there's a whole system. So it's not just culture. Culture is critical, but and again, I'm leaning in a little more into like, you have a Ylopo tool that your competitors with great culture don't have, right? And now you're providing something that they're just not going to get. That system, that process, those tools, those opportunities, they're just not going to get it elsewhere. And I think everyone in the audience should lean into it. You know, I always say 75% of my clients don't know 75% of our tools, right? Well, if you're not using the open house registration tool, if you're not using the listing rocket tools, if you're not using the showing presentation, if you're not using the seller report, like all that stuff, learn it, right? Learn it and teach others. And as you're recruiting, besides the culture piece, say, and by the way, you're going to get this tool, this tool, this tool, this tool, this tool.
Well,
right?
And I think what I heard, Clarence, though, which I think is at least how I heard it, and I don't know if you intended that way, did, hats off, because it's one of my notes I just wrote, is it's not culture and tools. You've literally, the way I heard it, is you've incorporated the tools and the tech as part of your culture.
Correct.
So it's together. And I think that is key. So it's not one or the other.
It is not. Because they both work together.
Go ahead.
No, that's all I'm saying. They both work together well. I agree.
100%.
The tech has become part of your culture.
It is.
On that point, Howard, so we go through the process. Culture starts first for us, because I know that that's longevity as far as my organization goes. But in my recruiting process, so basically we use Wise Hire, and we put out an ad. It's not specific to new agents or experienced agents. It's very detailed and what our expectations and what our culture is looking for in the environment. From that process, I essentially have them register on here. They do a DISC profile. They go through that process. I don't really pay a lot of attention to the DISC profiling. In my second interview, if they make it through, so the first one is I might have 10 people that are ready to have a Zoom meeting, because it gives them specific instructions on what to do. Then they have to follow those instructions. I get to a Zoom meeting, and there could be 10, there could be 15, there could be 5. I go through some detailed questions. I tell them about the company. I have no tangibility in regards to that. I enjoy the conversations with the people. I get to hear their story. You can pick out who's going to be someone that likely will follow through with the next steps. Once they've done that, I give them clear instructions to talk to Crystal, who's our transaction coordinator manager. She schedules the next interview. If they make it to a next interview with me, and this is my only face-to-face meeting that I'll have, and lots of times I'll do it on Zoom as well. But in my recruiting process, I show them our systems, our operations, our database, and I literally go through and I show them a new lead, a priority lead, and I will take them into the database. I'll click on the link, and I will show them the intel and the data that we're able to collect. And part of my strategy is every brokerage, every team sells you on the toolbox that they have. So I think the importance in these second interviews is being able to go through and show them physically how you're making these tools work for you. And I really emphasize to the people that our leverage points versus anybody else in our market is that the people that operate this system operate it the same way. Every single agent operates it the same way. And so with Ylopo, we're able to go through and interact with agents who, you know, they hear our pitch, we tell them how great we are, but when you physically can go through and show them the interaction, when the person was last on the website, how many views, how many visits, the intel. So that is 100% part of my second interview process. From there, Then we have our next stages to onboarding and specific instructions. But Ylopo is a huge part of it, because I literally walk them through each step of what we're doing so that they don't think it's smoke and mirrors. We have the technology and the partners to work with. We have spent time and resources to develop it, learn it, and we can coach it. We can show them how. That's the difference between recruiting and not knowing how to operate what you're doing on a daily basis versus being able to show these people that when you're onboarded with us, we have great partners, we have great systems and process, and we can coach it and train it. And if you follow these metrics, here's what you can do for success. And we do the same thing. Once they've got through the second interview, we reverse engineer their GCI that they desire based on their goals, and we look at the metrics inside of our database. And then I say to them, are you prepared to make this amount of dials? Are you prepared to have this many appointments? How many appointments are going to convert to a contract? And I go through it and reverse engineer it and say, these are your goals. These are the things that need to be done. If you follow the systems and processes that we have in place, including using and leveraging our systems with Ylopo, it's proven time and time. Every single agent that does the work is productive and will reach their goals. There's no question.
That's
all
awesome.
based on them from there.
Thank you, Kevin. Love to hear a little bit more from both Kenny and Long.
Okay.
So again, I mentioned earlier, we're in the people business, so it has to do with people and business. So the people is the culture piece, and the business is the system process piece. So we always talk about that when we recruit. First of all, recruiting is a long game again. Okay, so you have to have process system in place to do it consistently. That's the only way you can replicate, duplicate, and scale. And how we do that with process system is we target. We don't go after everybody. We target the right audience of who we want, because we know who we are and who we want to align ourselves with. Because at the end of the day, in our model, we treat every agent as a CEO of their own company, and they're going to come to partner with us or one of our teams, and so that we can help them grow their business. So when I do recruiting, Mike and I are going after the people we want by targeting them and sending them and using social media and video, because in the people business, visibility is credibility. So the more video we use and use social media to show off our culture, which is for example, a holiday party have like 100,000 hits on there. Like we literally have 400 agents shows up. We give away awards. We give away, we bring in entertainment that looks like Cirque du Soleil. All awards is also not just production based, but it's also community based. Like, giving back to the community. These are all the culture piece we're showing. But for us, when we talk about the system processing, Ylopo is a big part of it. We use the acronym ART, the art of nurturing relationship, ART, right? So on an average, people move every 7 to 9 years on an average. That means in your database, you have on an average, 8 to 10 of those people are moving. So are you nurturing them and being in front of them using Ylopo so that when they are ready to move, they call you? So for example, in my recruiting meeting, I would talk about how Ylopo works that will help them grow the business, how we average 104% increase in business. You come to us, we double your business. The number one agent came to us doing 130 transactions a year. That's a lot already, right? Last year, she closed 275 transactions. Why? Because she used things like Ylopo. So ART is ART, A is aspiration. How does
one agent close 275 transactions?
One agent, we help her build her business, right? But I would literally go into specific example of A, aspiration. Hey, call up John Smith in your database. Say, hey, this is Howard checking in. How you doing? What coincidence. I'm looking to move because of the search pattern and all the thing that Ylopo been nurturing and the AI and the conversation we're having with them. R is research, a little further down in the funnel, right? Aspirations top the funnel. And T is transactional, deep in the funnel. That one with Raya, man, it's a game changer. If you don't have Ylopo to leverage for your business, you need to definitely check in. But we actually went into deep detail how Ylopo will help their business so that they can come and be with us, because without the meat, the process, the system, the technology, it's not going to help them. But 81% of our agents come to us by referral, by the way. So our agents know who we want and who we look for. We literally do videos of our holiday party events because we want to attract the right
people. You guys are
you're
also congratulating your agents all the time.
That's exactly
it. I'm seeing those ads and videos.
We
all
do
the time.
top 15 production. We do community service award, because it's not all about production, right? In the people business, we also have our agent know. By the way, we tell them all the time, when you refer an agent, you know who we look for. Don't send us. We have the no asshole rule, is what we call it here. Okay, so you send us the person who's not really good representation, Matter of fact, we've asked agents to leave that are doing 30, 40, 50 transactions a year. That's a lot in any market, right? But just because they're not a good fit for us. So that's
I don't call it the asshole. I call it the O'Hare test, which is would you want to be snowed in all night in O'Hare Airport with this person? If the answer is no, don't bring him to your team.
You know, so but that's specifically why you want to have process system. That's why Ylopo. And when you have the right people, that's culture. And like Kevin had said too, we're also big on hiring for culture and train for skills, right? So you can almost with process system and technology help people do their business differently, but you can't change who they are.
Yeah, that's right.
Awesome.
Really
Kenny?
good.
Thanks.
We probably the newest Ylopo user here in July. So we've had a lot of showing requests. We haven't quite turned out deals quite yet, but it is part of our large technology stack. And that's one of the reasons people come to us. You know, we have agents use C-Suite for high accountability and also recognition on our team meetings. Our team meetings are super well attended. We have about 100 plus people every single week and growing every week. We started off by giving shout outs, wins for the week. Everyone drops their Instagram handle. Then we go into a quick learning moment of the week. Then we go into productivity, which we screenshot C2, how many showings you did, how many appointments, how many calls made, just 3 things. And then we move into production for the week. We used to highlight every single deal, but right now we're probably averaging 25 to 30 deals a week. So now we segment it into portions, like here's everything under 400, here's 400, 600, 800, and then a couple people on each talk about their deal for the week. So it really keeps people engaged and they're getting recognized for successes. We have a portion where we talk today. There's like 5 different things. That's pretty cool. We have a community contribution. So people are talking about different nonprofits or volunteering, and a lot of people donate or just donate time or money into it. And then we wrap it up with events for the week. We do, like tonight, I'm very excited. We're doing a top producer dinner. We did this is our 4th one, where we host a private catered chef. I have a 6,000 square feet office. We're actually working in the back room here. We have a warehouse that's tricked out. We had last month 30 people come, and our agents typically will invite people that they're interested in bringing over to our company. We're at EXP, so that's also another add-on to that. So they'll typically invite up to 2 guests. They'll come. 2 months ago, we an agent on my team invited a brokerage leader of 8. 5 of them came, and they're actually onboarding our team today. So we're using a lot of these events to bring people in. Tom Ferry event last week, 60 people. We did that. We have like picnics in the park. We're doing a Halloween party here, like a legit Halloween party. And about the 4 to 7 o'clock early in the day, we're doing a trick-or-treating station. So that trick-or-treating part will be cool because we're going to get other realtors with their children coming that would never walk into our office. Sorry, lights went off. That, because it's a recruiting, you walk in the office, we're trying to recruit you, but bring your kids and trick-or-treat. They get to see the office. So we're doing a lot of that kind of stuff. And the coaching calls are a big part of our business. People, we invite lots of different new agents to come on to our calls a couple at a time, so they get a taste of the culture. And we use Slack at a very high level. There's well over 100,000 something messages on Slack. I have about, I think 300 something active users on there. My team is less than roughly about 200. So we funnel people in Slack when people need help or want need showing requests, open house opportunities. Oh, they check out my Slack. They come in Slack, they see how I run my entire company. Or if newer agents, we funnel them in. So now they get to see how we run our day-to-day. People are helping each other out. There's tons of messages going on. So that's kind of have been our funnel for recruiting. And that's also, they get a taste of the actual culture through feeling and touching and seeing how we operate. And technology stack, Ylopo's been great. We're using Chime right now. We're looking into some other tools too. We use Hino at a pretty high level. We use Sisu. We're looking at Octum. I have a call with them tomorrow. We have an ISA team. We have 2 right now. We're onboarding 2 more. So these value services are something that the agents can use too. And non-tech, we pay for installers to install open house signs for agents on the weekends. Small things like that don't cost a lot of money. We really want to be, because I'm mostly out production. So I still go to a lot of these conferences to learn a lot of cool stuff. How do we bring all this cool stuff that I wouldn't use, but a top producer would use, but the agents would never be able to afford? It makes sense to hire an entire staff or do all these events, stuff like that. So bringing in more leverage and bringing these things to support our top agents.
Awesome. That was a lot of fire right there. Thank you, Kenny.
Yeah. One, that was, I was like, is Kenny leaving? One thing I really like about what,
lights on.
Like, I can feel the culture though in what he's doing in his posts. Like, you can actually, you get a vibe. And what I'm hearing from Kevin, Long, Clarence, Kenny is certainty. You can hear it. You can hear the certainty. One thing that I'm doing is I've got a hiring page on my Ylopo site. If anybody wants it, you just contact Ylopo, and this is a template. And it's on our page, and it just has some reasons that they join. This is a magazine that I just had somebody design with our top producers and our awards. And it's by Isu, and all of this funnels into Calendly. So what happens, we've been using a service called Smart Setter, and they set about 8 appointments a month, and it drives them to this Calendly. And the Calendly drives them to a service called My Interview, where it's a video interview where I'm saying to them, I ask them questions and then their responses in video. So I get to hear their responses via video without actually having to talk to them. And one of the main questions, this is going to sound silly, but I asked them to teach me how to download an app on their phone. If they don't know their password or they don't know how to do it, it's not going to be a good fit. Like, it's just, I already know, like, I don't care how many degrees you have. I know you're not going to enjoy working with me. And so, those are things that, come up and it all kind of funnels into Calendly, which then just filters into some of those automations. Gabe, what about you?
I love that. Also using a Smart Setter, they're setting a lot of appointments. We're similar, which has been interesting how many people today said they're kind of in this reset and have let go of a lot of agents or parted ways and rebuilding. And, you and I had this conversation. We've said no to more people than we've said yes to, which I could probably say first time in our career stepping back in that we've said no to more people that wanted to join the team than we ever said yes. And it's frustrating at times because we're growing and seeing opportunities, but knowing that we're staying true to the course of hiring to culture and like-minded agents. And so one of the biggest things that we've started doing, and I think we got it from Smart Setter, and we've adapted a bit, but coming up with a list of questions. And the idea is not so much, typical interview questions, but the questions are structured in a way to try and find holes in these agents' business, get them to be vulnerable and understand where they've gone wrong, where they've had missteps. And then I think that's helped us identify, is that a good culture fit? And I love, and pretty much everybody has said this, if we've started inserting them into our ecosystem, the morning huddles, one showing request or one showing appointment to just see how they go. How does that go along? Are they showing up? And we're putting it back on them to reach out to us. Again, we've really stopped this chasing mentality and just really trying to stay true to the culture, to our mission, to make sure it's a fit. And then we've actually taken the hiring outside of our hands completely to where, whether it's in Boise or in Denver, now because they've either gone on a showing or they've come into our huddles, we have somebody from that city also sitting in on the initial Zoom interview. They basically get a veto. If it's not a culture fit, we're listening to the team input onto that. And so it's slowed down our growth, but I feel like it's going to be worthwhile.
Yeah, that's a really good one. There's a really good question that I would love Long to answer. Brad asks, are you using Ylopo? Like, are you charging for people to use Ylopo?
Yeah, so
Tell us about it.
One thing unique with Mike and I is on the brokerage level, we provide Ylopo to all of the agents, but we also do it in the enterprise account, I guess, is a relationship with Ylopo where our agent will buy stuff back from us. So we actually make money on our Ylopo service to our agent because we have an a la carte model. So yes, they can buy from us and they cover their own costs. But back to the Smart Setter, it's really good to have someone to set an appointment for you. But if you really want to invest in really recruiting long-term, consistently part of your business, I would recommend we hire an in-house ISA. That's their only job. We have 2 now. All they do is call off the list, we target it and make an appointment for us. So essentially we have an in-house Smart Setter just for ourselves.
Yeah, that's always better. Let's see. I've got a bunch more questions if Howard and Gabe, if you don't.
I'm wondering also if people want to chat in, if anyone has used a company called Echovate, ECHOVAT. I'm going to be talking to them this week, kind of vetting them for you guys. It would replace like a disc test or a caliper. So we'll kind of dig into that. But if anyone has, they have some penetration in real estate. So that's what I love about this community. This community has got so many talented people. Everyone's used different things. And that's something we're going to do in Las Vegas, first week of April for the summit. we'll have a big forum where people are just contributing other things like non-Ylopo tools that they use that have been really meaningful for their business. So cool. Was it Barry or Gabe? You said you had some more questions.
Yeah. Well, one thing that Kevin shared with me that I thought was really neat, and he already alluded to it, but you know, how are you? He's doing, I think, group Zooms, right?
Yeah, you bet.
So he's, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Barry. Yeah, initially we run our ads through Wise Hire, which is distributed to LinkedIn, 100 different job posting sites. And so it comes in, doesn't go to my email. Literally the steps tell them what their next steps are to get the first interview. And then once I establish that, I have designated times during the week, which previously I was literally altering my schedule to meet with the agents and try and go through this whole process, go for lunch, go for a meeting. I schedule a 1 hour interview. And like I said, it doesn't matter how many people join the first interview, whether they're experienced or not. It's simple questions asking them where they are, you know, what's their strong points, their weaknesses, why are they here today, and why Lap Realty and why real estate. From that point, I go through and then I give them simple, clear instructions. Number one is if you want a second interview, that you need to email Crystal specifically to let her know that you would like a second interview. But before you do that, you need to go onto our RECA, which is our board here in Alberta, and they have to register. And it's $100 monetary commitment for them. And it's their eligibility and suitability, which is they have to have a grade 12 equivalent education and they can't have a criminal record. And I won't interview anybody until they've done that, because number one is that I want to make sure that they have some monetary investment into it. Number two is that I don't want to go and have a second interview with somebody who's not eligible to be licensed in real estate. And so I avoid having these in-person or second interviews in my process, because I have them commit to it. And it's interesting because you'll leave a call and you'll have somebody that says, yeah, I'm going to jump right on it. If they don't have the $100 to put into it, or they know that they're not, don't have the equivalency of grade 12 education, all of these things, it's just trying to find ways of process of elimination to buy back your time so that I can spend time with the people who are the right fit with the company and allocate my time in places that are more important. So that, I think that's what you were kind of alluding to, Barry. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. That's
the other thing I want to throw out there in part of this mastermind, this brainstorm here, is if you guys can come up with great ideas of things of value that you can give to agents who are not part of your team yet, just in your market, right? And treat them as friendly competitors and say, but really come up with something that's truly compelling. Like we always think about that with buyers and sellers, give something of value. But if you can give something of value to agents who are not part of your team yet, but you have to drive them to like the Barry Jenkins, like that landing page, right? They have to drive them there, they register, they get this download, this amazing PDF with all this information, but now you got them. Now you have them and you can turn on the remarketing machine. And now they see messages of you congratulating your agents and the culture and Kenny's awesome Halloween party that I wasn't invited to. But like, right. So I don't know, like there's something here, right? Putting that all together. So I don't know who wants to comment on that.
Yeah. So some of the things that we're doing, Howard, is like I said, they get access to our training schedule through Zoom. So some of it is specific team training, other is public training. So they get in the second email, they're able to register themselves for that. Plus they can go into our private Facebook group. And in addition to that, I have a Gromo page where basically I have content of training that I've done for the last 6-7 years. And, you know, it's basically right from step one, mindset, scheduling, all the way through the process so that they have some value. And the funny thing is experienced agents, lots of them have never had that type of coaching or training or system or process. So as long as you can show them and give them that value, then at least the conversation down the road, as Long had mentioned, I mean, some recruiting process, especially with top producing agents, can take a while. So they need to see that. They need to understand that you're constantly giving value to your group and that they could be a part of that. And a little nugget from today is a big takeaway for all of us. And it's no different from them. If they're watching or joining you or learning something that they maybe never thought of, that could be the trigger point on making a decision on whether or not you're the right fit or right office for them.
Yeah, I agree with
come
Kevin.
up with another value proposition, I'll take it.
I agree with Kevin on the abundant mentality, right? If you keep sharing information with people, they think that that's the place it should be at. But I will tell you this, if you keep nurturing them, the timing will be a lot of time. It's just the timing, right? Because it's all about alignment. Hey, I'm better aligned with my team, my brokers right now, but something happened. And this is a true example. For 1 year, we stand in front of them, inviting them to our training, to our event, whatever it might be, unless they unsubscribe from us, we keep dripping them. And this agent literally reached out and said, Long, I met you about 1.5 years ago. And my broker kind of been pissing me off. And this last check, he was off by $14. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I want to transfer right now. I want to take my team of 4 agents with you. 115 transaction total year I just picked up because I kept nurturing them and leveraging the Ylopo kind of playbook.
Yeah, so that's a really important concept when it comes to getting in front of buyers and sellers and getting in front of agents for recruiting. It's the same concept, okay? Which is, in reality, and I hate to say it, consumers, and I'm a consumer, right? Consumers are not all that loyal, right? So you have to stay in front of them all the time, which is why Ylopo has the technology it has, which is why I've been saying today, make sure your remarketing budget is healthy. That's really critically important because you may think they're loyal, but if they happen to speak to another agent when they happen to be in a mood to buy or sell, you're probably going to lose them, right? Any one of my clients who have gone back and been able to do an audit of their database have seen literally hundreds of transactions that they've lost, right? Because of bad follow-up from the team and all that kind of stuff, right? So staying perpetually in front of them is critically important, but that's what Long is talking about here in terms of, in a positive way, in a value-added way, right? Staying in front of anyone who's ever had a conversation with you or inquired or downloaded a great value thing or whatever it is. And I think that they also make the connection, like this team leader, like Kevin stays in touch with me a long time. Like eventually I'm going to break down and because what Long is saying is, just like with the consumer, you never know when they're going to buy or sell. You never know. This is a big pearl of wisdom I got like about a year ago. You never know when an agent has that emotional tearing apart with their other team leader or their broker. You never know. It just happens, right? And you just don't know when they're going to have that bad moment with their current sort of leadership. But you've got to be there. You've got to be ever present, omnipresent. So Colleen on our team, Colleen's awesome. She just shared a link in the chat, www.ylopo.com/ARM. So if you're interested in setting up recruiting through Ylopo, so that's more like branded stuff. It's not like direct response, but it's more just staying in front of them through like just sort of branding, getting your branding out there. There are some tools there. I think ultimately I have a vision for something called the ultimate Ylopo agent recruiting machine, which would get very much into not just branding, but direct response to get agents. But we're really focusing on dynamic registration and more sellers and mortgage. And we got a lot of stuff on our plate, right? So a couple of people here, guys, have said, well, we're a small team. You guys are massive. And Kenny's got 400 people on Slack and Long's got 700 agents, right? But we're a small team. And we all start small, right? So a couple of people have asked, like, talk to us, like help us if we're a smaller team. Where my head goes, and I'll leave it with you guys, where my head goes is a lot of the stuff that applies to big teams applies to medium teams and small teams. I'm not sure I see the difference, but maybe you guys can comment on that.
Well, Howard, that's a great point. I think what we do is we always just assume, and this is true of myself as well, that what their circumstances are different. So it's not as relevant. But I think what we have to do is we have to just, like what I do when I've been listening to these guys, I've been taking little items and I'm filing it away, and I'm going to figure out how to implement something that's my own later on. I don't know if you guys would agree. Gabe, I know you're starting in 2 different markets, or anybody else want to speak to that?
Also, Clarence, I know you like not a massive team, right?
No. So yeah, and I'll speak on that because I think one of the things as a smaller team, you can really be like really present. And like Long says, we're in the people business. And so you were talking about staying in front of people, but even on the retention side, it's important that you're standing in front of people that you're in business with now. Because sometimes as a team leader, we get so focused, like chasing new leads per se, right? But you forget about the leads that you already have or the relationships. And so part of what we do a lot of on the retention side is that we're very present about where our agents, where they're wanting to go. And I'm not just talking about production, paying off a car, saving up to buy their first investment, wanting to do Airbnb. I'm very intimate one-on-one with a lot of agents because our team is only about 25 agents that we have on our personal team that, I'm able to still do one-on-ones with people, and the ones who haven't produced a lot yet or who are just like new with us, we do that in a group setting. But my senior people who've been with me, we're very present on where they want to go because all of us get tired of selling houses as a buyer's agent, right? Or just as a listing agent. So you start getting very present with them. But as a smaller team, one-on-ones are very important. And it's about being very like, where are they going? Where do they want to go? Holding them accountable and helping them with those things. We do a lot of like quarterly birthdays. So everybody's birthday for the quarter, we take the team out, we hang out, we do stuff together and have fun. We do things like if one of our guys, his grandfather just passed away. Hell, I wasn't in town, but I would have at least went to the wedding or attended the funeral. It's about those things. People care about stuff like that than just a tool. And I'm very present to that because I do love people, and Long is right. For the long game, when you're dealing with like building this team, you have to make sure you don't forget about those who are there with you and be present with them at all times.
Yeah, it's really incredible. Like we could literally do an entire day, Barry and Gabe, just on recruiting. Mm-hmm. Like, for example, think about all the different micro sessions. Like we could just talk about the interview, right? So Clarence, I'm kind of riffing off what Clarence is saying, small team, you have one bad apple, you add to, let's say, Long's team or Kenny's team, like it's not going to move the whole ship. They'll learn how to get rid of it, right? You have one bad apple on a team of 4 or 5, that's a real problem.
Yeah.
Right? That's a real problem. And so, what I do personally, and I'm going to do 2 interviews. Literally, when we're done here, I have 2 interviews today. And what I kind of disarm them. It's like, forget, I do the same thing every time. Like, I'm an awful interviewer. I'll tell them, I'm just a terrible interviewer, right? Just try to, right? Just get the tension down. I'm like, I just want to kind of get to know you. Like, I want to hear your story. And then I ask questions along the way, but I'm really asking them to go rewind all the way back because they're on a journey. And I feel like I'm going to learn a lot about them to see what they did, but why did they go from A to B? Why did they go from B to C? Like what happened along the way? And I'm really asking about those different parts of their career and why did they stay there for that long? Or if they didn't, what did they like? What did they not like? And like, I'm really getting to know them. And then I'm also knowing when am I making the transition from me interviewing them to then me selling them. That's another important thing, right? Asking, hearing. Maybe I'm never selling them. Maybe I'm not hearing what I really want or need to hear. But like at the point, I'm like, wow, this is a superstar. Like, it'd be so cool to get them on my team. I'm really going into that excitement. Like, I'm making that shift, right? Yeah. And telling them why life is literally going to be better, right? Coming to this family, right? So anyway, those are little things, but like, man, we could do all day on this stuff, right?
Well, yeah, I agree. I agree completely.
Yeah, cool. Well, Clarence, anyway, that was awesome. We really, really appreciate that. Super valuable for, for the audience. A lot of amens out there. So someone did ask a little granular question about pay structures for agents and assistants. We can go down another path about that. And this is really more about sort of recruiting. But I don't know, anyone want to sort of comment on that at all?
Well, at the end of the day, it's a value proposition why they should align with you. And the pay structure is only one of them because it doesn't really matter when they ask what the split is. Again, Howard is right. We literally treat recruiting just like what we would buy and sell it. It's all about nurturing the leads until they're ready, right? And when they come to you, you want to keep them. So they keep using you and they keep referring you. It's almost pretty much the same. But for us, newer, lower producing agents, it's like buyers. They're a lot easier to bring. hire producing agents like seller. You have to sell them on the true value, why they should come and join you, and they take longer to make a decision. So the pay structure is just only one thing. When they ask you how much you pay, what to split, they want to know how much am I going to make? How are you going to make me make more money? So it doesn't matter if it's a 50-50 or 100%. They still got to make good money. So for me, last year, one of every 3 agents with us on an average make over $100,000. That's all they need to know. Don't even care about the split, right? I'll go into detail after that when we sit down.
Yeah, I'll take it away from them. I had one. I remember they were trying to negotiate, and the person it was a female. She had a really expensive purse. I don't know if it was Gucci or I don't know, whatever. And I was like, let me ask you a question. If that purse had a Nike symbol on it, would you have spent $1,000 on it? And she said no. I was like, exactly. The cost of something only matters when you don't value what you're buying. If you don't see value, there's a company around the corner that's 100%. They're like, I mean, you can just go there. And of course she signed right away because, you know, she saw the value, but I'm not going to cheapen my offering for anybody else.
And I want to add to that, just like what you're saying, we don't talk splits, we talk profit, you know, honestly. And I want to have business conversations, not employee conversations, right? So when an agent is starting to come out talking about a split, I'm already understanding then all you about are the leads. And see, now you're already exposing your culture at that point, because now it's about the money possibly, right? So when you're already leading with where the split and what's the split, how much is it going to cost? See, I'm understanding to partner with you. I'm looking to see how much value can I bring to you. I thought this was an exchange, you know, not a get over. So when people start talking about splits instantly, that's a red flag for me about culture, number one. I want to understand profitability and where are you looking to go? Like Howard is saying, I want to be a map or a guide to getting you from A to B. This is what this conversation is about. Who cares about a split? If I get you to point B and that's a self-fulfillment, you can't attach a value to that. That's where I'm at. That's who we are.
Clarence is playing.
I think that's huge. I think that's huge. And when you're identifying the holes in the business and the need, first of all, is it a culture fit? And then I think when you handle that and control that interview the right way, split doesn't come up. And I agree with you 100% that if it does come up too early and that's all they can focus on, I already know that's not a culture fit. Right. They're too short-sighted to see the value that we're bringing and their earning potential versus what they're giving up that they already don't have.
Hey man, I agree.
Yeah. So we're getting close to the witching hour here. I'm going to kind of bring this all up. I think this was an incredible session.
Yeah.
I really want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank everybody that was on this panel. Each one of you dropped just major pearls of wisdom. And I'd like to bring you guys all back in Las Vegas. I think there's a lot more to do here. I want to bring this back up another level. I meant to actually show this slide at the very beginning in the first session, but Barry and Gabe, we never really got to it. It was such a crazy session, right? But it's kind of it lays into the reason I thought about it. It kind of threads into this discussion of recruiting, and I think a lot of people confuse the difference between vision and mission. I was once interviewing somebody and I asked them the difference, I said, I said to them, what are you good at? What are you bad at? I said, for example, I'm probably a pretty bad manager, but I think I'm a pretty good leader. Right. And then the person I was interviewing was like, well, like she was really confused. Like, what's the difference between a manager and a leader? That was like when I said, okay, I'm not hiring this person as an executive if they don't understand the difference between manager and leader. Like, for an executive should know the difference. Like, I am probably an awful manager. My people cry, but I'm probably a pretty good leader, right? But that's not my job, is not to manage people on a daily basis. My job is to think about strategy and vision and looking around the corner. Like, that's my job, right? So what's the difference between vision and mission? I bring it in because I think when you really find someone that you really want, it's really going to be a great member of your team, I think you do have to impart to them, what is your vision? And also, what is your mission? And they're two very, very different things, right? So your vision, and you can feel free to share it with them. They're going to respect it, right? Is like, I want to build, I'm at 50 people, and by the end of 22, I want to be at 100 people, and I want to have specialized tasks. I want to triple my ISA group. I want us to be the number one, in the East Bay area. And you can share your vision of where your group is going to be, because people want to be part of that vision. Your mission is where we get into a little bit more of what we guys talked about, which is part of that culture piece of like helping others as well. And every team or group can have their own mission based on the geography and the demographics of where you work. And this mission is, and it could be like, we're near an army base, and like our mission is to really help veterans, find a home and get in and get the right loans, whatever it is, right? So I think you need to, so that mission, like your vision is really kind of where you and your organization kind of want to be, from more of a kind of like a quantitative, basis, right? But your mission is where you're touching people and you're striking a chord. Like we are on a mission to help first-time home buyers, blah, 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 right? Or our mission is not only to just, to be agents of the community, but is to build the community up, right? By doing this, right? That's that mission piece. And so those are two very different things. I think they're both critically important. And then for yourself, now I'm going back to you guys as team leaders. We're in Q4. I'm going back to session 1 here. We're in Q4, okay, of 21. You're going into 22. You need to lay this all out. And I know Barry and Gabe, you guys did this homework and we never even presented it. So we're going to find time to present it. Maybe let's do a whole nother webinar on it because we're right here in Q4, but we need to lay this out. If you're a leader and you haven't laid out specifically what's your vision, what's your mission, what are your objectives? So for example, your objectives, you could have a revenue objective, right? You could have a GCI objective. You could have a actual profitability. Like, are you really like what's your actual profitability objective? Staffing objective, team size, team structure. Like you have lots of different, lots of different objectives. They now have to get supported by very specific strategies and tactics. So my objective is I want to go from 50 people to 100 people. Or sorry, like I want to go from 5 people to 10 people. All right, that's my objective. My strategy, well, I'm going to increase my online ads. I'm going to bring on Wise Agent. I'm going to or in general, like I'm going to increase my digital presence in front of other agents. That's a strategy. Tactics. Now you got to get granular. I'm going to go to Barry's website. I'm going to build that landing page. I'm going to go do some Diva branding ads. Those are tactics. So tactics is that's the most granular. It's exactly what you're doing. Like, hey, my objective is to increase sales from my existing database. That's an objective. I want to take my sales from my existing database up 100%. Okay, what are my strategies? I'm going to spend, more on, remarketing and my tactics, right? Specifically getting into the weeds on what exactly those remarketing ads are going to look like, right? That makes sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
And, well, I was just going to say, I just shared a link in the chat for everybody.
You want to bring it up, anything or?
Yeah, sure. And what we did is, I've never really done any of this stuff. And so this was a really great learning experience. I know Gabe expressed something similar. And so what we've done is we've kind of created a 3-pager to summarize what Howard just went over. But questions really help me. So like, what's your mission? What's your vision statement, mission statement? What are the objectives to accomplish the mission or the vision? What's your strategy to complete your objectives? And what are the tactics what tactics are you going to use to accomplish your strategy? And so you can take what Howard just went over and you can answer these questions and you can actually start to get really granular for 2022 as far as what to do and how to do it. So it's really helpful. Gabe, did you find it helpful? I know I did.
I did, yeah. And it made us really sit down and kind of go through the 4 sections and really answer it and actually kind of poked holes in where we're going and what we're thinking when we started, actually filling those out. So actually, I think I slacked you this morning a copy of what we put together.
Yeah, it was good.
Gabe, do you guys, maybe you and Barry want to lead another mastermind with our group here and share your VMOSTs, right? Your vision, your mission, your objective, strategies, tactics, because it's, mine is not necessarily relevant, right? As relevant, but yours are, you guys are running teams. And then maybe we get a couple other volunteers who are willing to go through the same. It's a priceless exercise, guys. Force yourselves to do it. Then you've got to follow through with that plan, right? It's one thing to lay out that plan, but then you got to follow through with that plan. I think the critical piece in the middle for me are the objectives of the VMOST. The critical piece are the objectives, because it's like, I want to increase I want to double the retention of my clients, right? Okay, what are my strategies? What are my tactics to do that, right? And I think you guys should just really get some quiet time. Everyone here today, get some quiet time and lay this out. And then I think this could be kind of cool, right? To go through this. Yeah. And it really is the right time of the year as we're going into 22. And as all of you guys, we can facilitate this. All you guys are just in different geographies running the same challenges and hopefully, you know, similar objectives. I think it could be very, very cool. Strategy versus tactics, they seem to intertwine, but I think that will be part of what we show next time, right? And I mean, Barry and Gabe, you guys went through it. Yeah. I mean, tactics are like crazy, crazy granular, right? But like, you know, a strategy might be, you know, increase offline advertising, increase online advertising, right? That's a strategy, two strategies that support this objective of doubling revenue. But then the tactics are tactically, how are you gonna go out and increase your offline, you know, radios, billboards, how are you gonna increase your digital, blah, 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 right? So that's where kind of, those are kind of the examples, but it can get a little murky down at the bottom of the chain.
Well, I think the magic happens when you don't melt it together. I think the magic happens when you force yourself to answer each question through the funnel. And it basically takes this big and lofty goal into something very simple that you can do. And that's why people, 93% by January 30th, 93% of people don't finish their New Year's resolutions. They give up before the end of the month. It's super high. And it's because we don't understand this type of strategy. So
yeah, I mean, part of your objective of increasing revenue, right, is going to be, well, strategy is going to be more measurement, accountability, visibility, right? Mm-hmm. But you got a lot of tactics underneath there to increase that strategy of more measurement, accountability, visibility, right? You got to get, you know, CC, you got to smart sheets, Google Sheets, right? You got to track appointment setting, face-to-faces, all that kind of stuff, right? So, all right, closing thoughts from our panel today. We'll kind of go around. Clarence, any closing thoughts for the day, talking to team leaders?
Yeah, so I would just tell you, make sure that the people that you're working with, you're just very clear on where they're going and what do they want, not just about what you want and what you're trying to accomplish. It's about being a servant leader and helping them fulfill their goals, which would match with yours. And I think also as you're recruiting and looking for new people, make sure that you're just like finding people who fit your mission and vision. And in order to do that, like you're saying, Howard, you have to slow down and be very clear on that. And as you evolve as a team, that can change as well, right? And so just be present with that and never forget about the people who are like your administrative staff. And I don't like to use that word because they're still my partners. Everybody matters in our organization. So I don't really like to use my executive assistant, but the people that help you pound the pavement and do what you're able to do, don't leave them out, man. Reward them. We always want a bonus, but like bonus them, make them be the star as well, and make sure they're getting rewarded and praised for the things that they do for the team. So thank you, Howard and Barry.
Servant leader. I heard that, Clarence. Definitely. Servant leader.
I mean that. I'm serious about that.
Probably something that I could work on myself. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm serious about that.
Kenny, what say ye?
I mean, other than recruiting, I focus on retention. So like we're doing a lot of things that paying attention, have a lot of one-on-ones with our agents, go out for lunch. We're now adding commission structure splits. I know that we're big on culture, but now like what about the agents that are really independent and don't use your resources? You know, they're actually at the highest flight risk. So make sure you pay attention to those people too. Yeah.
So let's make a note of that, Gabe and Barry, as we further plan the live success summit. We spent a lot of time recruiting, right? But retention, I would argue, is even more important than recruiting. And like I said before, it's one thing to recruit them, train them, educate them, and then they leave and bring all that knowledge somewhere else. So let's go big on retention at the Success Summit. And I'd love to learn more from Kenny on that. Long?
Yeah, in the people business, recruit, whether you're a solo agent, a team leader, or brokerage, because you recruit buyer, seller, you recruit agent, you recruit admin people. And then once you recruit them in, you got to find a way to keep them. So I totally agree, Howard, the recruiting and retention is big. But in the people business, one thing we always say, and a quote from Les Brown, help others achieve their dreams and you will achieve yours. And that's what we talk about all the time. Don't worry about the commission. Don't have commission breath. Just help the people and money will come.
Awesome. Kevin?
Yeah, very similar. Just never stop seeking great humans that you can help and that can help you. And, tying that into the culture side is, as leaders, a lot of these people just need you. So just having some presence, spending time with them, whether that's training, whether that's huddles, they just need time with you. Oftentimes we get stuck in as leaders doing other things. But I've learned some lessons over my time is your people want you and they deserve to have you. So making time for them, being available. And again, like I said, smaller teams, you've got to be bringing people into your culture, into your business on a regular basis, or you're susceptible to the next person leaving. And when you're at that stage of growth, whether it's 5, 7, 10 agents, you constantly need to be seeking the best person that you can serve and support, and that can also serve and support your business. And that's something that is in your system and process that should never, ever go away. Otherwise, in this industry, you'll be faced with some serious challenges. So,
yeah, Kevin, everything you just said really resonates with me. Like we were 4 people sitting around my dining room table, right? And then we got to 8 people or 12 people, and just too busy to. I think we were all kind of close, right? Because it was only 12 people or whatever it was, right? And so you're used to that paradigm. But then we got bigger, and it wasn't until we actually brought someone on who, like, their job was just people.
Yeah.
Like their job was just thinking about our people. What do they want? What do they need? Like asking them questions, surveying them, like more education, more training. Something we thought about this year was we looked around and we're like, shit, when's the last time we did a Ylopo All Brains meeting? Well, I call it All Brains instead of All Hands, right? When's the last time we did a coffee with the co-founders, right? And we've accelerated that stuff internally. And then we were like, oh shit, we just did a coffee with the co-founders with our own group. Why don't we do that with our clients? So because you can get disconnected with your clients, you get disconnected with your own folks. So everything you just said that you're very aware of is stuff that I've been extremely more aware of, this year. And at some point, the ability to have someone who can, keep pushing the people stuff in front of me, because I don't have time to think about that, whereas I should be, has been a real blessing for our organization. So hallelujah on that. Barry?
I got a lot out of this session. Honestly, I think certainty and culture are probably the 2 that stand out the most. Just that clear, concise vision of who you are, what you want, where you want to go, and then kind of sharing that part of yourself on social media. It's a big takeaway for me.
Yeah, I liked how many voices we have. We had such a big panel here. It's really great to get a lot of voices here. Yeah. Gabe?
Well, echoing the same. I mean, everybody hit on it, and it was kind of reassurance. But culture, hire to the culture. Don't change the team, especially when you're small, to make the hire and adapt that. So that old saying, you go slow, right? Slow is fast, or slow is smooth, smooth is fast, however they say it, right? So just stick with it and don't get discouraged, especially as you're rebuilding. Don't make the same mistakes twice. So fail forward.
Final thought, if you guys liked the sessions today and what you saw and what you heard, and you want to double down on your success, and you want to connect with all these amazing thought leaders who do exactly what you do for a living every single day, your network is your net worth. Show up first week of April. I cannot tell you, I've been doing this since I ran Tigerly, been doing this since I ran Ylopo. I cannot tell you how many successful leaders have told me that they have forever changed their business life by going to an in-person summit. Like, that's powerful, right? So thanks for being with us today. We had well over 400 at our height. You got a promo code, save some bucks on the live. Tomorrow's for everybody. It's all about conversion. We went overtime, but that's good. So I want to thank every single person that was on this panel for giving of your time and your knowledge and your tools. Karma is going to come back and bless you guys, because you guys have helped all of us. So we appreciate y'all. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Guys.